Oh, yes, 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 sir, Bob. Peace, peace, peace. What up to the people? Let me see. What up to the people one time before we get going. How y'all doing? Let me go and share the video out one time. After seeing the biggest robbery in boxing ever last night, we back on deck. Hip hop learning. Why'd I call it hip hop learning? Because that's what it is. It's the new way to learn. Hip hop learn. Let me share this video out. Get some people in this joint. What's up with y'all, though? I'll go to Facebook, too. Then we're going to listen to some blappers and do the show. But where nobody tripping. Yep, I'm going to pick up where we left off yesterday, looking at attestations of Nubians and Asiatics from ancient Egyptian texts. So we're going to get that popping once I share this out. See where we could get going. Let's listen to a slapper real quick to start the show. Start the show different on a hip hop vibe. Show starting soon.
Hey, this one on me. Nah, hey, it's on me. You know me, that's how it's gon' be. I spent some money on bruh, cause I'm your homie. Loaned him a few bucks, he got lonely. Ain't seen homie around. Something told me that OG was leaking, but the police was peepish. We smoking Kush, getting high in your tweeter speakers. Got stripes Adidas sneakers, not like these weak ass niggas. The heater creeping, don't need a license for me to keep it. You niggas went from EBT to EDD when all she want is BBC. Brother J pushing the beat, PTB, wood grain Wagoneer, 3 TVs, triple OG, and your boy got respect though. You ever rock that high road day? I cut your check, bro. Look at your bank statements. For my hand cocked, I just put an easement on a parcel that was landlocked. Why you out here acting rowdy, flossing? I just put a bid on some land at the county auction. And no, not that Hyro land, my own land. Arsonist, the pyro man, sparking it. Doing it with my own hands. We pull up like swatting that 5-0 band. You want a verse? It's like you throwing a talent show. With no talent, bruh, you need 5 more bands. I'm real, even though I know reality is simulated. I stimulated your minds with shit I innovated. I demonstrated my prime and still I'm in it, ain't I? You emulated my kind, you feel I'm winning, player? Well, just remember I ain't better than you. I'm just moist in the voice, sound wetter than you. You analyze my styles like competitors do. I can rewrite your bars like editors do. If we building, then bruh, I'm an edifice dude. I'll be a your hood like we peddling too. Cats talking on a player like I'm telling you boo. I got guns in the closet, you got skeletons, dude. 10 G's in the flamingo when the pelican flew. You a dumb nigga, I'm an intelligent dude. Now I won't be, even if you selling me food. I pop you, but I ain't in the felony mood. I'm from Oakland, want somebody tell him be cool. Gotta squeeze in these bitches like Miss Melody's shoes. Old nigga reference, I keep the gold digger stepping. You ain't getting nothing but the pole and the pimpin'. I go big so it won't go larger. That's why the RV got a turbocharger. That's why the jet ski got a turbocharger. And baby on the back spilling Merlot water. My main man copped a hotel in Panama, take a LJ shitting on niggas. Grandmama, I ran by my man by my baby mama house. He should have a plan by now. That's when my man threw back that 5 grand I tossed. I keep a bag on me, dear Santa Claus. I'm really a chief, you playing a boss. I knocked your bitch walls down, now she stay in the loft. I got receipts, bruh, she paying the cost. She got me these ain't Isaiah, they are Lacoste. Shrug my shoulders and straighten my lapels. I dust them off like, oh well, you must not know your hoe well. She get dirty like a 4-wheel, ATV, and it's 4
That's just what it was. Let me see.
Oh, hold it, mama.
Woman Matters in the building. Shout out to you. And by request, she say, can we play the 10 crypto commandments? You know, the fear-greed index is about to move closer to greed. And in the next few months, we about to hear a lot more about crypto again. Watch. And people about to be like, I missed it again. But let's go. Let's see. Let's see if we can play that song. Let's see if we got that song. And then we're going to get into it.
It's the crypto commandments. It's the crypto commandments. Yeah, I can teach you something that you don't know. The rules of making money off crypto. It's the crypto commandments. It's the crypto commandments. I can teach you something that you don't know. The rules of making money off crypto. Alright, this ain't financial advice, but we've been land banking. The expansion on the mansion is nice. If you never took a chance in your life and you want some Bitcoin, I can knock a few grand off the price. Yeah, that's cool. Yep. Here's rule number 1, be cautious, cause there's some shit you've never done. Rule number 2, only invest what you wanna lose. Like that money with the chick you blew on a cruise. Rule number 3, buy the rumor. Sell the news, cause the noobs get enthused. See, we read stock charts, watch tickers, and do fundamentals. Rule number 4, watch the price and make a move when it's on the floor. Look like the Robin Hood app was stealing from the poor. My one talk too much, know everything. Partner told me Bitcoin was over when it hit 4 bands. I said, you're a brand. I ran and bought more, man. The same dude said it was a short squeeze and his brain got popped over GameStop stock when that thing got dry. Rule number 5, if you buy it and it take a dive, buy more, double down, that'll decrease your cost average, your boss savage, but I ain't acting like I ain't lost cabbage. My thoughts be tossing darts and you can learn from my experiences. Thought seriousness, which leads me to rule number 6, never use an online wallet for your grips, not Coinbase or none of that shit, these is chips. Secure insured website, you could call it that. My niggas breaking in the app should get your wallet hacked. I said I need a favor. My man gave me an encrypted code he wrote down on a piece of paper. And that's 250 of them in a paper wallet. He owed me one, he try and make it solid, huh? Rule number 7, if you're scared, go to church and get the money to the reverend. Yeah, scared money don't make none, and real money don't mean none. I'm in Vermont, rare honey with Dunny shooting a skeet gun. Mommy got a unique physique with the feet done. She keep the toes out. I had XRP holdings, she said close out. Which leads me to rule number 8, you can move on the price or you can move on the weight or the trade value. You know the way I do. Buy some new shit, I pull up there like, hey, how are you? Shit, rule number 9, remember this ain't the stock market. Be in it for the long haul. Buy some altcoins, I got ETH at 150. He welterweight, he got beef at 150. You don't wanna rock, man. Look, I got this Glock and the ring off the blockchain. Fat boy with the pants on, think he slim. The pinky ring look like an inky rim. Getting crypto money out the ATM. Y'all niggas still doing cash money, that's baby now. Yeah, rule number 10. Don't be stingy, share the money with the friend. Let your partner know when to sell and when to spend. That's how we all win. It's the crypto commandments. It's the crypto commandments. Yeah, I can teach you something that you don't know.
All right, where we left off? I don't know where we left off. Yesterday we was looking at attestations of primary text of how ancient Egyptians viewed the people to the south and the people to the north. Yesterday we didn't get out of the Middle Kingdom when we started to notice one negative statement towards Nubians in the Old Kingdom. And again, we're only looking through a text corpus. We're not saying this is completely exhaustive. This 17,000 Nubians. We've been instructed not to look at Nubians as a people group. It is a pseudo people group. It is an archaeological people group. Wasn't nobody talking about, what's up, I'm Nubian back in the day. So this may have meant Southerners, however we take it. You see, it actually says it means Southerner right here. But for some strange reason, Nubian is in the translation. Next we go, we see these Southerners mentioned in mastabas, in royal inscriptions, still in the Old Kingdom. So to get the perspective of what the domestic view, what people thought, the actual everyday person might have thought about Nubians and Egyptians, this is what we look towards. I mean, about Nubians and Asiatics, we look towards the text. We look towards the text. Hold on. Yeah, that's what we look. So when we see this term retainer here, the Nubian retainer of Mary is an ancient Egyptian word shimsu, which means follower. So in the mastaba of Nisut Nefer, we also see some Southerners where a particular Southerner was a follower of a person named Mary. We have a Nubian who was the sealer, which will be the seal bearer of the king. And from the letter from the Elephantine archives, we see it translated properly as the Southerners when they travel northward. Nahesi is Southerners. The Southerners when they have traveled to the north stay local of the officials. Nubians, the Asians burning here. Time of Simroset, where we start to see negative stuff about both Nubians and Asiatics. We got past all this, so we're going to start to get up into where we at. It was dude who smoked the Nubian in Kent Kef right here. I struck a Nubian at the side of Kent Kef, at the side of my city. Simroset III, southern border established in, I can read all of this. But again, we discussed how this should be properly translated as Southerner, because we see the pseudonym Nubian in juxtaposition, opposite Northerner, to prevent any Southerner from crossing it in a northern direction. Would be a perfect translation. And any livestock of the Nubians except the Nubian who will come trade in Akin. We talked about all of this, so let's keep on going. Get past Simroset. That's Mo Simroset. That's Simroset. Negative. All of Simroset towards Asiatics and Nubians will be negative. For the Nubian listens to what has fallen from the mouth, literally to what has fallen from the mouth, i.e. reacts according to the type of utterance. So he's saying they're going to listen to what you say. Simroset, the third. So his instruction towards Southerners was to make his people be not scared of the people of the South, and to put out a stela to tell people below Simna not to cross over that line, only if they wanted to trade. Nubians arrive in the year 3, month of Peret period, on the day 7 at the time of the afternoon to trade. Now this is from the Simna dispatches. And so we probably should look into this, because in these Simna dispatches, right here when they say 6 other Nubians arrived at the stronghold of Chakaura to conduct trade like this in month 4 of Peret on day 8. Well, these are the similar dispatches that Kate Liska. Dang, man, my mic. Hold up. These are the Simna dispatches. You know, Simna's an area way down into almost Kush, upper Nubia. And now let's talk about it. Ancient Egyptians had a term for Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt. But again, Upper Nubia and Lower Nubia are archaeological terms. We don't know no statements for that from them. But here we see 6 other Nehesi arrived at the stronghold. In these dispatches, they're going to start talking about how these Nehesi is Magi. Let me see about Magi being Magi people. In answer to this letter we made in the letter sent to him concerning the Nubians when they arrived at the fortress stronghold of Chakara, it says, the justified in the month 4 of the time of Peret on the day 7 at the time of the evening and returned to the palace from which they came in the month 4 of the time of Peret on the, all right, I gotta read nothing about that. We out of the Simna dispatches. You clearly see they want to just dispatch to talk about some stuff. We could see what they talked about. Oh, we find out, if I'm not mistaken, that these Nubians were Magi people trying to get work at the fortress. I talked about them yesterday. But what the negative stuff seems to fall off. They writing a letter to another thing about some Nubians who arrived at their fortress. We out of the Simroset times. And so now we at the Stella of Kamose, where it's just a broken off piece of text. Nubi, are you Nubians, more broken off text. I saw birds eating blank, and then it says a Nubian. Not birds eating a Nubian, but it was something in the middle of that statement. Now check this out. This is what we start to learn when we look at the attestations of Kamose, because we're in the second intermediate period, about to come up out of it. And Kamose here is talking about how he's surrounded by enemies, but I want you to see how, oh, well, let's just say here what he says. A big one in Avaris, another in Kush. I'm sitting together with an Asian and a Nubian. Let's go into this text, because this is the text where it was another text where it was said that a king is going to come from the south. So it says, His Majesty spoke in his palace to the college or council of high officials who were in his entourage. I want to understand what it is for. My power. He said there's a big one in Avaris, as in a ruler in Avaris, another one in Kush. And I'm sitting here together united with an Asian and a Nubian. Every man holds up his part of Egypt, sharing land with me. I cannot sell, he's saying he can't sell through Memphis. I cannot sell it through Memphis on the waters of Egypt. Notice here how we have Kush, Avaris, and then how Brother Reggie said that A'amu could simply mean foreigner, but it would indicate possibly foreigner from the east. As he says, I'm sitting here together united with the Asian and the Nubian. He says A'amu, A'ami, and the Hesi. All right, I gotta, man, hold up. Make sure y'all like the video when y'all roll it in so we can have another good stream. I told you it is hip hop learning, so learn from this. I'll be right back.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own You don't prepare your own meat. You don't own your own land. You don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters, and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on light, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this, don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees, and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning, I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Who fishes? Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Damn, dog. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. So let's go back over to shout out to the Black Raven. I see you. Let's go back over and thank you for the wonderful contribution, making another lovely show. We're gonna go back over to the Asiatic side. Because as we see, we got out of the Middle Kingdom, as we got out of Senroset's dynasty, the attestations now aren't just punishing towards people of the South. They kind of like falling in different directions. But here we see a complaint by the Egyptian pharaoh that there's a big ruler in Avaris. There's another one in Kush, and he's sitting idle together, united with an Asian and a Nubian. Okay, this is in a complaint status. Now let's keep going. Every man holds his part of Egypt, sharing the land with me. You cannot sail through it to Memphis on the waters of Egypt. For behold, he holds even Hermopolis. So says, a man cannot stop or literally come to rest because he is shaved or ruined by the taxes of the Bedouins. So he's talking about the Bedouins / Asians or Asiatics are people of the East who now are holding up a tax in Avaris. And Kamose ain't liking this. So where he gonna go to get up out of this situation? Well, here's the funny part. Both sides were trying to go to the same source to get back up to get themselves out of this situation. They both were trying to contact people who were south more that could help them fight. And again, this is when Kamose intercepted the letter from the Asiatic king that he was sending to the Kushite king. And then it got intercepted by some of Kamo's Magi. Kamose said he intercepted it himself, but you know how that go. Now, after he just said he was in the middle of Asian and a Nubian here, let's look at it. He's going to tell you. A big one in Avaris, another in Kush. So he asking his council of people, I want to understand what it is for my power. Like, what's my power for? There's a big one or a ruler in Avaris. There's another one in Kush, and I'm sitting here idle together with the Asian and the Nubian. Now let's listen. Every man holds his part of Egypt, sharing the land with me. You cannot sail through Memphis on it to the waters of Egypt. For behold, he holds even Hermonopolis. A man cannot stop or come to rest because he is ruined by the taxes of the Asians, or Bedouin/Asian. I will meet him to fight to break his body. Now he said he's in between an Asian and a Nubian, but he only targeting one. Had you noticed that? He is not tripping off the Nubians or the Kushites. He about to be with them. He is trying to get rid of the Asiatics, as he's about to say, quite frankly. I will meet him, the Asiatic ruler, to fight and break his body. All right, let's read. Now, what does he say here? My wish is to save Egypt and defeat the Asians. Bruh, I have to read this to you. See, you thinking about Asians today, he wasn't talking about, this don't translate to what you know as Asians today. This translates to people east of Egypt. He just got through telling you, I'm with a Nubian and an Asian, and my wish is to defeat the Asian. I have to show it on the screen so y'all can shut up. Stop thinking I'm doing this. I'm showing you this. So who was he together with? He said a Nubian and an Asian. Both anachronistic terms. One of them a pseudonym. It ain't really even real name. Asians was, this says A'amu over here. But of the two, who do he wish to defeat? My wish is to save Egypt. And the funny part is, if you come over here, we got this term Kemet, which says, some says translates to the black land. So in that perspective, it even gets more crazy. Because when you say Egypt, you could say the black land. My wish is to save the black land and to defeat the Asians? Wow. How should this be read? Let's go back to attestations about A'amu to make sure we're being fair to this. We don't want to get too far on the Nubian side. So again, you can see it says MK, we're in the Middle Kingdom. We'll translate to English. This is the same Senro sets that we went over, so we're going to get past that. We already got the Senro set, the third, and just to note, when we come to the Asian side, we see them listed amongst, well, let me just read. This is Amenemhat II. Number of prisoners, male and female, brought from these two foreign countries. 1,554 Asians, bronze and wood, 10 hatchets, 33 sickles, 12 daggers, blah, blah, blah. Let's see who else did they bring back. So they must have been in the Syrian area doing whatever they got, because they don't bring back no collectives of people, but it say 54 Asian vessels. Amenemhat also listed along just commodities that's never good. Because it mean they captured some people, brought them back like they brought back all these other items. Let's say 65 Asians. Now, we got this far, and we're in the Middle Kingdom. We even went into reading the story of Sinaway. I let out my victory scream on his back, every Asian roared. This is when he was taking over and becoming the leader of the Asiatics, Sinaway. This is when the Pharaoh was telling them, because the Asians shouldn't bury you. You need to be buried as an African. You need to be buried as an Egyptian. And this is when the children and his wife and the king's wife looked at Sinaway when he returned back to Egypt looking like an Asiatic. Look what they said. And his majesty said to the king's wife, look, Sinaway has come back as an Asiatic, as a creature of the Bedouins. So if we look at the standpoint and the perspective, what people tell you nowadays, oh, it was all Mediterranean people who started Egypt. And then you go look and see what they wrote about people from that area. And now we're not being biased. We're looking at both sides. We're looking at what they said about people from the South too. And even people from the West should have been included, but we could look over that later with the Libyan people. The corresponding list of names, Ren Senebu, the reed worker, Iti, and the Asiatic of the Akir estate. So it's crazy. Even here, they're not, I mean, they listing dude off, but they don't even call him by his name. As if he got such a relegated status. It just say, the corresponding list of names. Ren Senebu, that's the reed worker. Then we got Iti, and the Asiatic of the excellent estate, or the Akir estate. But that's not negative, because he's in a list of names, so this person, even though they didn't call him by name, he probably he down with them. It says, a letter from a servant of the foundation about honey. The term A'amu is in here for Asiatic. Let's see. And as for this half liter, 1 hint of honey, that was given for the servant there, the servant, I discovered that this Asian had drunk it. By giving the servant me it, in reply, this said, I'm sorry that reads that way. It said, drunk it by giving the servant a me, in reply, this said, behold, it was the sweet one who seduced me to do it. So, this Asian drank somebody honey. I don't know why he is snitching or whatever, but the servant, it say I right here, so the person who wrote it is the servant. He discovered that this Asian had drunk it by giving the servant me, so by giving me, in reply he said, this said, behold, it was the sweet one who seduced me to do it. I don't know. So the translation was probably like, man, this was hella sweet. I had to. You know what I'm saying? Because when you talking about it was the sweet one who seduced me to do it, it's going to wind up being the honey. The honey is the sweet one. It's not, but this is just a letter from a servant of the foundation about honey. So you feel what I'm saying? But what we see here, even right here, if the Asian really didn't drink it, they're using him as a scapegoat. The servant, I discovered that this Asian had drunk it by giving man. Now let's go back to the Nubians. After here on the Nubian side, he said, my wish is to save Egypt and defeat the Asians. And let's keep reading this one. Then the leader of the council said, behold, the water that is the area of influence of the Asiatic reaches as far as Kush. It says, and after pulling out their tongues, after taking a deep breath, they spoke in unison. We are comfortable, pleasant, and cool with our part of Egypt, with our part of Kemet. It says, Elephantini is powerful, strong, in the middle and the center. It is our side all the way to Kush. So they down, like I said, below Thebes and Elephantine, and they saying the Asiatics is coming down as far as Kush. That's over there by me air. So the Asiatics is coming down pretty far. Let's look up Kush. Kusai. I'll go like this. Kusai. There we go. So that's Asu. Okay. So now we got Kusai. If we can see how far this is going down. So that's how far he said the Asiatics got hold. As far down as Kusai. And they saying we down here around Elephantini, around this area. And so they probably got all these people down here. So let's see what he wound up doing. The best of their fields are plowed for us. Okay, that's cool. So he basically saying, Garfield don't know what he's talking about. You know that. And this is the actual attestation that he's going to try to read to prove that, Sot 12. So I guess I'll read all the way through it and disprove that right now. That's not necessarily, it depends on what time period Brother Garfield is referencing. Because in later time periods, Asiatics always tended to pass up Egypt to go hook up with Nubians. We don't know what's behind that. I think has a lot to do with these people called Setiu that I think Egyptologists misnomer as Asiatics. Setiu is shooters. It come from Taseti. But when they find Setiu up in the Sinai Peninsula or the Levant areas, they call them Asiatics. So I haven't done a search to see if there's anything to verify that those Setiu is Asiatics. I just do things like this. I'll look here and go through Setiu and see if there's any word around it making them know that that was Asiatics that they was talking about. But let's keep it here because this is exactly the text that Brother Garfield would try to reference when he says Asiatics hooked up with Nubians. So we clearly pointed out that Kamose said out of the Nubians and the Asians that he was surrounded by, he wanted to defeat the Asians. He didn't say nothing about the Nubians. And he just showed you that they hold water as far as Kusai. So now we're going to lay out the war geographically as we see Kusai comes way down here. So they got all of this, basically, because Avar is up here. And he say they reach goes down to Kusai, and he said he can't ride a boat to Memphis. Remember Memphis being around here. So now we know what's going down. All his power going to have to come from the south, basically. So let's get back into the story. And remember, we're reading on the Nubian side of the attestations now, where Nubians didn't appear negative in this attestation. It says, and they put, we read this, Elephantini is strong. The best of their fields are plowed for us. That means they getting their money and their food. Our cattle graze in the delta swamps. I wonder what that means. Let's read what this means. It says, so added on Kamose Stella on the CT underguard, mistakenly interpreted it has belonged to, they're not really breaking that down. They talking about the metanetric. Emir wheat has been set to our pigs. Our cattle ain't been stolen. Our cattle have not been stolen. We're therefore not caught. He holds the land of the Asiatics. We hold Egypt. Now, let's look at this and see exactly what he's talking about. Because he already explained that he don't hold Egypt. Right? He said they come down as far as Kusai. And he said he couldn't get to Memphis. So then translating this statement, he holds the land of the Asiatics, we hold Egypt, would possibly be, this says the land belonging to, okay, look, let's go. Under, that's under, right? Under, core, su, he under, su. So this is the personal pronoun, boy, but that's just like, I don't want to say boy, but the personal pronoun being first, okay, that's cool. Under, so they saying he under the land, right? Land. Now belonging to, but this ain't really there. belonging to the Aamu, the foreigners, the Asiatics. And then it says 2 in under Kemet. 2 in is giving us like, I thought that was going to give us we, but that's saying the same like one personal pronoun. So that's where we're getting we from. We under Kemet. But this under, see, that core is used for under the control of His Majesty. So it might just be a short statement for this is under the control of His Majesty. But right now it's just saying we under, and they translated this as we hold. As you see, it could be carry something, to have something. So we have Egypt. They got that. So since they don't got Egypt, he is making a reference to the Black Land here as well. Even though we know the Black Land goes all the way up here, let's talk about it, because where would the floodplain start actually? He is saying they hold this Aamu area and we hold the Black Land, but he wasn't limiting the areas of Egypt to below Kush. I ain't gonna point on, I'll keep reading. If someone comes who takes action against us, then we will take action against him. So he basically saying we ain't even about to run up, but if they run up, we gonna get it in. If someone comes who takes action against us, then we'll take action against them. Then they were painful in His Majesty. Then they were painful in His Majesty's heart. As for your advice, the Asians, it broke off. I will go north and have a fight with the Asians. Okay? So since the text starts to break off, we can only pull out what we can pull out. Now you notice in this, I think from the Old Kingdom up until Kamose, we ain't got nothing positive about Asians. Let's just be clear, Asiatics, I don't want anyone who hears this video to think that this term Asian is talking about our modern day Asian brothers. That's not what they talking about. They talking about clearly people from the east of Egypt. There was no social construct called Asians back then. Okay? So he's going to go north and have a fight with the Asiatic. It says success will come. All right? If he intends to dwell in the idleness in his residence, then his eyes will fill with tears. All right, this is Kamose getting at him. The whole land will proclaim me as the mighty victorious ruler. Then Theban region, within the Theban region, Kartus Kamose, the protector of Egypt. Now you remember? This couldn't, he just said the Theban region, Waset, because like we always say, they have to go back to Thebes, right above Nubian Egypt, in order to get their people. Now let me prove it. Because if you got to read this text graphically too. So that he showed you where he can't go no higher than, but he just said he's the ruler of Waset. Okay, so that's way down here. Probably even like right about here, the fourth known. Waset. As he says here. What does it say? That Theban region, Waset. Now, let's see what he says. He's the protector of the Black Land. And I'm not saying Egypt here. I'm saying the Black Land because of the divisions we seeing on the map. It says, in my strength, I headed north to push back the Asians. So he didn't head south to fight the Nubians. He headed north. Now watch who he with. Man, y'all dudes don't even do these texts. This is where Garfield will fall off. Look, In my strength, I headed north to push back the Asians. At the command of Amun, the reliable advice, my brave army was before me like a blazing fire. What does it say here? Magi archers. Magi archers.
Bruh.
Magi archers. Magi archer units were on top of the cabins, decks, superstructures, searching for the Asians. Stop it. Stop it. Who are the Magi archers? Nubians. Man, you don't even read the text. Y'all think Garfield be reading this? Okay, let me see. TLA. Okay, TLA. They showed the TLA. Let me get to the. Let me get the bomb cloud link now. Let's see. Man, Magi archers is Nubians. You got to remember, Nubian means southerner. So it ain't no Nubians, you see? So now, when he say he come back with some archers from the southern location, the area is Magi. Okay? So when he say Magi archers was standing on top of the cabins while he looking for the Asians, it's like, wait over. I mean, honestly, Magi archers, that's why I represent the Magi had to teach people about this contingency of brothers from the south who was the strength of Egypt. Because it was the Magi archers that he keep on bragging about. Kamose. But he gonna say it out loud. Shout out Anointed Shaddai. Shout out, exactly, the sheriff. Why not the Remech? Why he wasn't like, yeah, and my Remech was on the top of the cabin superstructure searching for the Asiatics. So now you gotta go back in the text when he said, here I am surrounded by a Nubian and an Asiatic. You see, one of them was on his side. And one of them wasn't. But now let me be more fair. And let's be more clear. Since Nubian ain't really a word, right? He said he was surrounded by Nubians. He said he was surrounded by Southerners. So he wasn't speaking fond of the king of Kush, because the king of Kush was a threat too. But the king of Kush got to get through the Magi in order to make it to Egypt. All right? So he telling you right here, Magi archer units were on top of the cabins, on deck, superstructures, searching for the Bedouin Asians and eliminating their sites and positions. The east and the west were under their fat, that is, brought their fat for provisions. And the army supplied itself with products from each location. So we was getting good. I mean, they was getting goods from both sides. Now look at this. Who did he send out? Nubians. I sent out a strong Magi rifle force. You know they didn't have rifles. He sent out Magi archers. With, you feel me? Man, cats be tripping. If you read all these texts, you wouldn't say, man, I'm the king, I'm the Nisu. You're going to be like, them Magi. They seem like them the ones right there. Because really, you can't do none of this without what you keep saying. I sent out a strong force of Magi rifle force. This is Nubians. Let me click here. You know Nubians ain't a thing. These are Southerners. Let me click here. See? Magi Nubian. Magi Southerners. People from the land of Magi. So you telling me he fighting with Asiatics. He can't get above Kush, so he send out some people from way below here. They below off the map almost, all on this east side. Okay? So he sent out some people from the land of Magi. to get with these boys. Let's see how this go down. And who did he send them to go get with? The Asiatics. Don't let nobody lie to you. Like the video. Let's get the views up so we can get this popping. So where we at? Where was he at? All right, the east and the west provisions. I sent out a strong Magi rifle force while I was spending time at the settlement. I was staying to effect an enclosure because of the confrontation with Deity, the son of Pepi, inside Nefer Issaru. So I don't know, because Deity and Pepi is some different people in his time period. He's not talking about the Deity and the Pepi we know. And I'm pretty sure that's what they might allude to something like that. Now they're just talking about the linguistics. But it was somebody named Deity and Pepi in his time period too, probably named after the former Nesos. I did not let him get away, for I repelled the Asiatics who disobeyed Egypt while he made Nefer Usuru a nest of the Asiatics. So what is Nefer Rusi? Nefer Rusi. Let's see that. Is this a place? Yeah, this is a place near Beni Hassan. So okay, so we getting a whole bunch of geographics to this. He put hands on the ones near Beni Hassan, huh? Let's see. I repelled the Asians who disobeyed Egypt while he made. Okay, so they went to the Beni Hassan Egypt and made it a nest for the Asiatics. In my ship, I spent the night with my heart being confident. So he was juiced after putting hands. As soon as the earth became lit, I was over him like a hawk. When it was time for breakfast, I drove him back. So he got up in the morning to put, while they was eating, he's like, nah, bro, you about to fight. When I broke down his wall, I killed his people and caused his wife to come down to the shore. My army was as a lion, as lions are with their prey, loaded with slaves, cattle, fat, honey, and distributing their goods. Their hearts are glad. It says Nefer's territory came down, surrendered. So he smashed on them Asiatics right there with his Nubian archers, like he said, in his army. I ain't gonna even continue in this story, but anybody who said that the Asiatics hooked up with the Nubians is from misreading this story right here. All right, most often, because there's a point in the beginning that I did not read when the Asiatics was trying to send a letter to the king of Kush, and it got intercepted. So we still, after popping out of that story, we're still looking at Nubian attestations. If it should be heard a report from the mouth of any high official, from the mouth of any, from the mouth of any, from the mouth of any Nubian, from the mouth of any human being against my father, okay, so they just saying don't talk smack. We in the new kingdom now, by the way. We just went through the second intermediate period. It really wasn't no more negative stuff as all that stuff we were seeing with Senro Set. You see, right here, he had to go depend on his Nubians when he fought the Asiatics. And so we get down here into the new kingdom now. We're in the new kingdom. Do not have pity on the Nubian. Beware of their people and their sorcerers. Do you see that? So now they even warning people, you better not go soft. Don't have no pity on them. You better beware of their people and their sorcerers. This is crazy. You feel me? My man said, Neil Expite said, Kemetic aesthetics embedded in my collective connect souls written in read in ancient scrolls. I said something using Kemetic aesthetics a while ago, because that's an easy rhyme. I said Kemetic aesthetics for pathetic genetics, my chivalry delivery kills the negativity. But I actually said negativity. Comedic aesthetics for pathetic genetics. Where we at? Do not have pity on the Nubian. This is from a brief from Amenhotep II. So he's saying, don't let they magicians get at you. Here go that Haka'u word, magic. See, magician. So they really was saying, man, check it out, man. Them boys know some things down there. Now let's see. Now we got a fight on the Stella of Kush. Well, we got the list of spoils, and we got 84 Nubians right here. All right? 84 Southerners got captured. In the New Kingdom. These are the things we have to look at. And it says their children 12, totalism prisoners was 145. Now this say impaled right here. Okay? So they got a death. It appears they punishment ended in death. And it says total 225 together with the people 316. All right, y'all want to go into the Stella and see why this happened? Let's see. Apparently, this is during the reign of Akhenaten too. Look, Amenhotep IV, Akhenaten. Now the ruler, let's see what happened here. Why did they impale 86 Nubians? The rulers strong in strength and loved by Aten throughout the land, king of Egypt, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, who lives by Ma'at, lord of both lands, Wa-in-Ra, son of Ra, who lives by Ma'at, lord of the crowns, Akhenaten, the appear on the throne of his father Aten, like Ra in the heavens on earth daily. Okay? Now, when his majesty was in Akhenaten, the enemies of the foreign land, they have planned an uprising against Egypt, Nubia to steal all the grain from them. So some southerners was trying to steal some grain. Then his majesty commissioned the king's son of Kush, that is the viceroy. The enemies of the foreign land of Akhet, men and women, the river of the north and the watering hole mining region, on the deserts of the refugee, the victory was in their heart. So it's too much broken off text to understand what he commanded the viceroy of Kush to do. Well, let's listen to the result. The fierce lion, the ruler, killed them at the command of the father Aten in bravery and strength. And here go a list of the spoils. So he didn't say why or nothing, because it got all broke off. But it got 84 Nubians, southerners. It didn't even say here, look, the king's son, the chief of the southern foreign lands. But that is the viceroy. So we don't know what caused this to happen, but you see here something happened and the Nubians didn't win. They got hands put on. And it said impaled there, and so we should be safe to say they wasn't trying to get them for no type of labor. Just look at this word. Impaled. To impale is to kill somebody by putting them up on a stick. And that's in the New Kingdom. Let's continue. If I should hear a report from my mouth that we read this one. It's just saying, if any Nubians say anything crazy. From any mouth of any somebody, or the mouth of any Nubian. Southerner, Nubian. And also in order not to allow my son, the king, any colonial troops, any superior of the Nubians from the land of Kush, to commit any offense against the ships from the house of Min-Ma'ra. So now they are recognizing that. See, this is how it goes down. Look, I need to see what time period it is, because this is the first time they just recognized a superior of the Nubians from the land of Kush. That just proved it. It doesn't prove it, but this means southerners Because Nubians lessons traditionally ain't from the land of Kush. Any superior of the Southerners from the land of Kush. So they are now recognizing a power structure in the South. This right before they get smashed on, too, if I ain't incorrect. Let's look at the text. Let us look at the text. That says Seti the first, so that's not directly before they get smashed on. But now we see the various categories, how Nubians is people from the South is popping up. And this gives us our last attestation where we see Nehesi. We can look up others, but from this is in a new kingdom on a pylon of Ramses II, the last one in the text corpus, has Nubians with, and it doesn't say anything else. And so if we was doing some stats and writing it down, even if you wanted to just be as harsh as you can, let's say I know 50% what negative, but what if you were saying that? On this side is almost like 100% of the statements towards 99% of these statements towards 98 of these statements is about repelling or fighting off Asiatics. And the soldier of the army united to fight with the Asiatics. And I struck the Asian. We're still proceeding in order. My face turned against the enemy without turning my back to the Asian. Okay? To the Asiatic. Now this is a cool one. When I looked over this one, I said, okay, well, this don't sound like it's bad. It says, brought to you by the singer, the Asian, Semroset Seneb. So it was one of them Amu who could blow. And she or he was known as a singer. If you could sing in the society, then you might have had that type of a entertainment job. You might not have been like a bad person. So I won't say that this is negative. Let us bring the herdsman Benny, one from the palace fields, the Plylum or the phylum member Semroset Snebu, the Asiatic Lartu, one from the Sanctiash and the Washer Hepi. Okay, so now Asiatics is in the society. I mean, look. They're going to bring the herdsman. This is instructions from a high official. They're going to bring him to the palace garden, but he's amongst the people. The Asiatic Laru is one from the sanctuary, the Washer Hepi. But notice how they always they never call him by name. I'm just tripping off that. Oh, Laru, that's his name. Personal name. Yep, personal name. So they do call him by name. And they put, okay, that's cool. I was just noticing how the name was after Asiatic. Here's another Asian singer in the Middle Kingdom. So now we see people being in positions in society. The only one we see so far is singers, which is a cool thing to note. I see it right here in case y'all didn't see it. The Asia singing any in Etief's son Semroset. Let's note this is still during the time where Semroset don't never say nothing positive about Nubians. Like I don't find the line, but he do got some Asian singers though. You peep game? All right. Here we are in a letter from the superior. Down here we find what? Should be something about an Aamu here, but it appears to be not there actually. You see, it should be there. They guess that it's there. But you don't see it in the translation. I don't. Brought by the retainer. Now we have followers, okay? Now maybe this will correct me. Okay? This might correct me about what I think about a term called setiu that may indicate something about people from Taseti. But here it says, brought by the shimsu, or the retainer, they say, the Asian Setira. Now, if he's a retainer, he down with the people of Egypt. If he's a retainer, he's somebody's retainer. Now, here we see the Asian servant, Sahetepibra. I gave his back, this sent away, while every Asian, so we know the story is a sent away. Sinuhe does not represent the Asians in a negative light ever. He went to go live as one. It was the Egyptians when he returned who represented Asians in a negative light. Now, in these attestations about Aamu, we're foundly at the Stella of Kamose. We just read the Stella of Kamose on the Nubian side. But let's see what he mentions. I mean, we've seen what he mentions, but we'll still go over it. He holds the land of the Asiatics. We hold Egypt. We looked over that. I will go to the north and have a fight with the Asians. So even though prior to that time, we can clearly see Asians, Asiatics, becoming members of the society, retainers, servant. Now they got too plentiful, I'm telling you. So, but from this time period in the second intermediate period where they keep on getting these jobs and stuff, to this time when Kamose got mad, it was too many, and he got mad. He like, they taking over, they got a king now, what the hell going on? So he said he's going to go north to have a fight, as we detailed earlier. He's going to repel the Asiatics, as we've detailed. All of this. Now we're on a part that we had not detailed, okay? Kamose II. Look. No, Kamose Stella II, I'm sorry. Kamose Stella I. Oh, you ruthless, you wretched Asian. So they told us a lot about wretched Kush. We could look at that too. When you look up the term wretched, they use it for Asiatics more than Nubians. But Stuart Tyson Smith wrote a book called Wretched Kush, as if they used it more for the people of the South. Behold, I will drink the wine of your vineyard made up of what the Asiatics, whom I captured, pressed for me. So he gonna make them squash grapes. Having carried with them, I will leave nothing of Avaris, which will be emptied when the Asiatics perish. That's just one time period. Again, Kamose still talking about how he will rule over people of the north. So when you go on YouTube, people will tell you different, huh? They be like, oh, it was just so trade. It was trade, and they had to rely on the Mediterranean. But when you read what they wrote, they say, oh, you wicked, you wretched Asian. It seems so bad, it seems like I'm doing this, huh? You know what I'm saying? Like, it seemed like I'm writing this. I'm just reading the screen. Oh, you wicked, you wretched Asian. Now, what say that about the Nubians? We didn't see that. We just went through there. Those who gave themselves to listen to the calls of the Asiatic, that is, to serve the Asians, have abandoned the black land, their mistress. No, yep, you said Kemet. Have abandoned Egypt, the black land, okay? Egypt in parentheses. I shouldn't state the parentheses first. Well, that's all in parentheses, but that ain't. Das Schwarzland, Egypt in parentheses. In case you wanted to know. Asians, what did he say right there? Kamose. And I made Lower Egypt beat them. I took their relatives, I stole all their food, I killed people amongst them until Asiatics were made to abhor Egypt. Frightened of the lion and of Asians, he only recognized himself when he is in Kemet. We remember this, a big one in Navaris, another in Kush. I am sitting idle together, united with the Asian and the Nubian. My wish is to save Egypt and to defeat the Asians. Behold, it seemed like I listed these in a way that they only read negatively, huh? I had nothing to do with that. Behold, the water that is the area of influence of the Asiatic reaches as far as Kush. He holds the land of the Asiatics, we hold Egypt, the Asians the. I will go northward and have a fight with the Asians. I will, in my strength, I headed north to push back the Asians at the command of Amen of reliable advice. For I repelled the Asians who disobey Egypt, while he made Nefer-Usi a nest of Asiatics. I repelled the Asians who disobey Egypt. Come on, man. I'm just reading this so we can understand what the primary texts say for all my Mesopotamian homies. He remembered constantly, he stated, our distress of the East, while the Asiatics went out with their curved swords or with their penetrating power, while they struck terror into the hearts of those who were at the harvest, and while they were robbing the teams of oxen while they were plowing. And so they came back robbing fools. Asians have descended into Egypt, okay? Now, we can see this all over the place. When they get there, man, I'm going to cite this primary. Have you read Papyrus Peterburg's 1:116? The prophecies of Nefertiti, or Neferti. Asians have descended into Egypt. How would they know that if they was already that? That's like me saying black people descended into Oakland. How I know? That's what I see every day in that analogy. So, what does this say here? It clearly says Asians have descended into Egypt. When we talk about, so who were the people saying this? You think the people saying this were descendants from the East? This is what they call people from the East. The Asians will fall by his slaughter. The Libyans will fall by his flame. Now we got them in juxtaposition to people of the West. Uh-oh, this is ugly, bro. Read this. I want somebody in the chat to rewrite what this say. You might not even be able to rewrite that on YouTube. Don't do it. Look what it say. Aamu will no longer be allowed to descend to Egypt. This ain't even, this the new kingdom. This ain't Kamose. Do y'all see that?
Bruh.
When a nigga get to going in, niggas get to feeling some kind of way. They gonna get to feeling some kind of way.
It's true. Man, do you see this on the screen? I'm leaving it up there. For all my people who be like, nah, let's go to the next one. I made Lower Egypt beat them. I captured their relatives. I stole their livestock until Asians were made to abhor the black land. Again, same thing. I don't even know what this is talking about. Asians to fill up the magazine. What's the magazine? It's a part of a building? Storehouse. See, this is a storehouse. I told you. So now y'all better fill up them storehouses and stop tripping. Somebody gonna try to take that one and put it in the Bible. I knew the magazine was the storehouse. Storehouse. I don't know what they're talking about, the magazine. What they got to do here in the new kingdom? To bring the tribute of the perfect God to his father Amun-Ra, Lord of the throne of the two lands, when he returns from the foreign land to Hatti. And he has destroyed the rebellious foreign lands when he has trampled down the rebellious foreign land, the Asiatics in their abodes, consisting of silver, gold, lapis lazuli, turquoise, and consisting of every splendid precious stone, just as Ahmed had given him victory and power over all foreign lands. He made the Aamu say, who is this? I don't know what that's all about. I don't feel like looking. Okay, on this day, they came to tell His Majesty that the robbers of the Mount Yarmut have come together with the Tiyaru people, and they are beginning to attack the Asians calmly. Damn. They had beef. Afterwards, His Majesty said, who do they think they are, these wretched Asians, when they also resort to their bows because of quarrels? So they be shooting too when they got beef, and I guess they condemn them. I'm just guessing. Because he said who they think they are. I ain't going into that text. So now y'all know Hatti, they dealing with Syrians, so to speak, Hittites, to say correctly. Hittites ain't Syrians. From overthrowing the rebellious foreign countries and trampling the Asians on their land, had come back to his own palace, consisting of silver, gold, lapis lazuli, turquoise, precious stone, just as he, Ra, had commanded him, Ramesses II, strength and power against the foreign land. The Asians, O Amun, those wretches who do not know dang, man, this ain't even cool. It's probably why they don't read this nowhere. Because too many people get confused. What do these Aamu mean to you, Amun? He asking Amun. What do these Asians mean to you, Amun? These wretches who do not know God. Did y'all know this was going down? They made y'all think they was on some other stuff. No, they like, these dudes don't know you. Amen. Amen. What do they mean to you? This is Ramesses. The Asians peacefully let me retreat. The Asians peacefully let me retreat. Well, I can give you context to this. I think we're in the Battle of Kadesh, and Ramses finds himself surrounded by Hittites. And he makes a prayer to Amun. And he asks them, why are you letting them do me like this? What do these Asians mean to you, Amun? These wretches who do not know God. We're still talking Ramses II. After captured Egypt by marching against the Asians to drive them out. Oh my God. What do these Asians mean to you again? I mean, why? I'm going to stop reading this because they ain't none of them good. What worries you about? I know this, read this. I have to read it to you. So then you can get full perspective on the political and the domestic view. All of these wasn't, see this right here, this is more of a domestic view. This is Ipu-Ur. Ipu-Ur is a fake story, and we're supposed to know that when you know the Medu-Neter. Seems that way, but it says, now the story of Ipu-Ur, a lot of our Hebrew brothers like to exploit and say that it lines up with attestations of what happened in the Bible. But when we learn Ipu-Ur and we know the Medu-Neter, we already know they tripping. One of the best ways you could tell a story is fake or not intended to be perceived as real is when the main character of the story when the main character of the story what? Hold on. Excuse me. When you can tell his name, when his name tells you clues about the story. Right? So this story about Ipu-Ur is supposed to be some great account. And his name means the great account. I'll show you. I'm just sending the text real quick. Excuse me. All right. So his name means the great account. Let me show you. Were is W-R. It's going to give you bad or good. So you might say it's the bad account too, because that's what he gives. He gives an account of bad things that happen, right? So if I just find defined by itself, it's either going to give you great. It's kind of like telling you the magnitude of the event, the person. See, go back. See that great? This is a different here. It still mean the same thing. It's just written in different Medu-Neter. See the great one? See, could mean great, but could also mean bod. It places words in the category of bad. Look, bad like this type of bad. Luxuriously. Bad like exceedingly, like too much. But anyway, let's see. Michael Jackson bad. It could be good or bad. Great. Great ain't bad, but it could take a negative connotation. Right? Somebody could probably explain that better. But let's look at now. Ipu is an account. IPW. And his name is Ipu-Ur. Ipu, you're gonna look at these. Nope. See, Ipu. is an account. So when we know the meta nature and somebody say, let me tell you the story of Ipu-Er. I already know you saying, let me tell you the story of the great account or a bad account. Let me tell you a story about something bad that happened. Ipu-Er, the great account, it could be good. It could be a mass inventory. But that ain't what it is when you learn the story of Ipu-Er right here. See, Ipu-where, but you drop the vowels, remember? So, yeah, it'll be, you're just going to say where. But anyway, you start to learn that this story ain't real. So when he's talking about these plagues and famines that people try to line up with the Bible, they mess that up. But even when you go into Ipu-Er, no one can be found amongst who stands up to protect them. Throughout, it's Asiatics. So even Ipu-Er is complaining about Asiatics who are coming into Kemet in this fictitious account. If we go in and read it, he'll say more, but it must be listed along these lines. So let's go into Papyrus Anastasia 6. Oh, no, sorry, 7. I messed that up. So fear of lions and Asians. He only recognizes himself when he is in Egypt and arrives there in the swamp. We got another one of these lists that don't be cool, but it don't say nothing about people. It say Asian bread. We're well into the new kingdom, Asian bread. No more outright derogatories after Ramses, it appears. There was, but also hardship in the Asiatic cities. While because Prince Apophis was an Avaris, with the entire country, including the inhabitants, taxes, and also all the beautiful products of Egypt and the Delta were offered. Delta were offered. Let me see. Frightened of lions and Asians, he only recognizes himself when he is in Egypt and arrives there in the swamps. Is that the last? No, that's New Kingdom. We're almost at the end here. I just read that one. Oh, this ain't French. Hold on. Page is not French, bro. German. Frightened of the lions is what I just read. I gave my shine to his chest while all the Asians roared. Because the Asians shouldn't bear you. So this is another New Kingdom tale of Sinuhe that got copied over. We know this if we are familiar with these lyrics. Because the Asians shouldn't bear you. This doesn't start in the New Kingdom. This is a copy over of the tale of Sinuhe. Okay. Frightened of the lions. Okay, we read that one. We're trying to get to the end. Fearful of the lions. You mingle with the Asiatics, eating bread with your blood. I don't know what that means. This is the doctrine of Men-Inna. I don't even want to look into that right now. No Asian is allowed to enter. He is not allowed to see it even. Damn, they still going hard in Ptolemaic Roman times. How that work? So you telling me the Ptolemies even came in and put hands on the Asiatics? So they came from upper Mediterranean. They was Greeks. Right? We got to read this. How come in Ptolemaic... Oh, this is a book because this ain't a real story. Look. It's a final ceremony. This is the library. See, this is from the library of an Upper Egyptian temple. This is a literal text from an ancient Egyptian library. So not only saying there wasn't no libraries, you tripping, but I read you a text that was found in one. That's Ptolemaic Roman time. True. Why they still wasn't letting no Mediterraneans do their thing? So these people are Mediterranean now. So we got to figure this out. It's going to let us know. Well, first we got to look at the category of this text. The book of Pehu Kot. I don't know how this text would be defined. Let's go see. Text or text? Text. Let me see. Abydos. They don't know what. The date is Macedonian, Ptolemy's. It was a papyrus scroll, late hieratic book, writing with hieroglyphic passages. Yeah, so they was just, okay. So this is it has some hieroglyphic passages. So I'm telling you, that's why I figured this out. I think I would say that this is a passage from an earlier time period. Why I keep going back to French, dog? I ain't said nothing about no French. German. But here we still read, and I'm going to give credit and say that this passage, no Asian is allowed to enter, and he shall not allow to see it even. Was probably an older passage written into this book right here. Now we got people in the Ptolemaic Roman times getting bold. Told you, I am the Asian, bruh. So you see how that worked? That done took that over, huh? Let's go look. I ain't gonna say took that over, but it's Ptolemaic, Macedonian. Another saying from Osiris, justified to say the great one of Heliopolis is open variant, the mighty one. That's that I am Atum, who opens the firmament for Thoth and Hapi, the Lord of the horizon, in that his name, Earth Splitter. May you make me have water like Seth's limbs. I am the sky crosser. I am the lion. I am Ra. I am the Asian. I ate thigh pieces. I ate the foreleg. It really says Anuk A'am. Now, what is this? In this, these Ptolemies is it's like, bro, that's me that y'all used to try to run up out of here. I have crossed the shores of the rushes. May my Lord give me eternity that has no end. For I am the heir of eternity. I am Atum, to whom infinity is given. That's crazy. That last one was dude said, I am Anuk A'am. Ooh. I am the Asiatic. That's the last attestation you see, bro. You see how that worked? Oh my gosh, that's hella funny. Do y'all see what I see? We just got through looking at how all these kings and how all these pharaohs, bro, you couldn't even see this no clearer, dog. Oh, this is like a movie. Because at the end, just like we told y'all, the fools took over. After all this saying, don't let them do this, don't let them do that. And now the last attestation. After all those attestations are saying, don't let them get in there, we're not letting them in. It's coming from Macedonian Ptolemies in Thebes saying, what? I got you. I am the Asian. I done took this thing over. Well, you interpret this in another way. I can't see it. He really said Anuk A'amu. Let me show you. Anuk is I am. I exist as. Myself, A'amu. I couldn't have made that up. if I thought I made that up. That the last historical attestation that they have in the text corpus, not going into the Demotic yet, but going into the Macedonian Ptolemaic times. The last one reads that this person who was writing here say, check this out, bro. All them people y'all was trying to keep out for hella years, I am that. Now here we go 2,000 years later, after this was written, and we wonder who the originals was. Do you think the person who say I am that is the same person who said keep that out? That's kind of cool to see. Where y'all at with it in the chat? I would like to know. Let me see. Where is y'all at in the chat? I would like to know. Let me open up a Zoom. Say thanks for the contributions. I see y'all. All right. Oh, this is the wrong way to open up Zoom. Hold up. Let me get it up out of there. Try not to be all doing all that cussing and stupid stuff. I might put people in the penalty box hella quick. You feel me? If you don't mind, try to cut it out. I gotta find the YouTube. Oh. This what I'm doing. Why somebody try to refute me about something? Pop out, chat. Hit the link. Let's get it. Let's have a conversation. Let me log this link. I can't say the link yet. Hold on. There you go. Thank you. RTP. Now I can say the link. Hold up. I don't know. Forget it. I can't click the link to pin it yet. Let me say something. Now I can pin it. Just works like that for me. All right, if y'all want to build, click the link. If not, we just gonna chill, do our thing. I'll get ready to get up out of here. Again, I see more love. And thank y'all for the cash apps. Let me see. Because y'all always do that. I just be hearing my phone go off like that. So I'll say thank you. Yeah, now where we at? Oh, we looked over this. I was going to see if somebody was going to hit the link on the Zoom. I'm going to wait and just listen to some slap. See if somebody hit the link on the Zoom.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amon-Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like, no,
farmer, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though, that mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a doctor inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school, that shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, act divine as Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Medunetta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a Magi archer, you a sad guy talking. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Black magic, boy. You ain't never tried no other shit. You ain't never been on it like I've been. It's black magic.
What's up? All right, we back. Ain't nobody hit the link? Oh, hell no. Let me see. Y'all tripping. I don't feel like just talking. Talking, hit the link, man. We're going to leave it up for a minute. I ain't tripping. Football team been doing good, but I ain't thinking about that. Thanks for everybody who joined the show, man. Getting a lot of new members lately. A lot of new subscriptions. I feel that. So what y'all think? Let's get some comments. What y'all think about what we seen, right? I mean, some of these texts we looked over. When you look at the pictures, we see one portrayal. When we start to look into the text, I'll show you some even funner stuff. I'm about to look up this one term hair, bro. It's about to get real fun now. I'm going to go to the lemma here and put a S, an N, and an I. It should give me hair. I'll put a capital S to represent the SH sound, but I don't know if that's right. Let's see. All right, so this is not, let me remember what this is giving me. It's not, as if it's not going to give me hair. I want to see what it's going to give me. All right, let me go back and put a lowercase s. Now, they do have a new version of this TLA, but for my computer, I get a lot of, dang, man, now I'm just going to forget my whole self and go hair. Let's see the one I'm looking for. This should be cool to look at. Dang. You see there's all these different hairdressers, hair stuff. But maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not wrong. It's one that starts with the S that we're about to look at. And this isn't going in your traditional alphabetical order. So we see that SR right there is giving us hair of a woman or animal. I was looking for SN, but that's giving us, Sinnes is giving us hairdresser. Let's keep looking. Sini, that's what I was looking for, see? So I put capital Shini. I put capital S and I forgot the TLA uses a J in the place of the I. Oh, I mean, something I'm not trying to remember, I guess, because I do that every day. So we're just looking at hair. In the Old Kingdom, one of the earliest attestations in this text corpus says shaving the pubic hair. And pubic is in parentheses. He is to assign Merah to those 4 children who sit on the eastern side of heaven, those 4 children with a coal black hair. So what do they use for coal black hair? That's very interesting. Coal black. 3 attestations. Very interesting. Oh, his father, he has come to those of his 2 mothers, the 2 vultures with long hair. Okay. I ain't gonna go through every one. I'm gonna look for one in particular I'm looking for. This peppy separated to 2 locks of hair, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Let's see if I can find something. Well, they're going to be 2 of particular interest, 2 that we should look at. Well, one, I was thinking of a text where they start saying, oh, here goes something, but this ain't it. I remember this too. They're just talking about how smooth her skin was. She had come by taking off her clothes and messing up her hair. That's funny. I was dressed and my hair was cleaned. There's different attestations where ancient Egyptians were talking about hair. You can make a woman's hair grow with your seed. They're talking about remedies of the gods and hair nutrients, not what you may be thinking. I hereby bring you a thread of cloth and the hair of a black fabric. None of these are what I'm looking for, so I'm just going to keep on going. I want you to see. At one point, when they're talking about, I hope that ain't TikTok. I don't even do TikTok. I'm getting notifications from TikTok. I got to turn that off. All right. So I'm skipping through these texts. Hopefully I'll find what I'm looking for. My hair won't be cut. My hair is noon. That my hair hung over my face and was ruffled from the top of my head. This is icing when she is on the secret. Your hair is blacker than the doors of the star, Lord of Darkness. Kim Sini. Let me skip through these mugs. That says the celestial cow, the story brother was talking about the other day. Her hair was made of real lapis lazuli. I'm just looking at all of these. Hit the link so you can keep the show going. Let me see. I'm looking at all of these, excuse me. Maybe it will pop up and I just need to be patient, but next, I'm just hopping through text and going over. I would have had this one text prepared, but it ain't what I intended to be looking at today. Her hair is godlike. Let me see. Well, this is a cool one. But we go over this a lot. But they're talking about the Princess Mudiris or whatever. All right, we got the Hootie in the building. So we could get the Zoom popping. Shout out to you. Thanks for tapping in. Oh, boy. Yo, peace. How you doing? If your microphone is connected, how are you?
Nefer Kui.
Peace.
You?
Hotel. Nefer Kui. Good. You are good?
You. Yes.
Yeah. You know, I don't, yeah, but I know what you're saying, but yeah, you know. Yeah, I'm good too.
Yep. For the audience, yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so when you speak to Meta Nature, there's many ways to make that statement, and the way that was made to me is in a grammar that's more closer to it is Middle Egyptian, but that it goes closer to how they start speaking later too. But how are you? How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing good. I'm on disability, but I've been trying to get back into the work field. So just doing what they call it when you're helping someone without getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
What they call that? Apprentice. Yeah, just doing some apprentice work.
Oh, okay.
Right
I
now.
heard that. That's cool. How you think about what you've seen on the show so far?
I'm liking it. I'm learning more than what I know. So, and I haven't really been into the what is it called? The history of it. I've just been mainly just dealing with learning the language, learning different phrases and terminology, and things like that.
Oh, what's your source?
Well, I got Faulkner, I got Gardner, I got I don't know if you're familiar with Ankh Ra,
Yes.
and I got DL. Those were my beginning ones, and then I ran into DL and Budge, DL Sheldon and Budge, and who else? I think that might be it.
Yeah, Faulkner, Gardner, Ra, you said?
Yeah, and Collier also.
Yeah, those are good sources.
Yeah. But this is probably off from what you're doing now. But I wanted to see if what your take is on the word for father, the metanetric for father, how they transliterated ITF, and they say you don't pronounce the F.
Yeah, because the F ain't always on, and I'm gonna pull up a few we'll look that up real quick. It appears the F isn't always on it. Can you see what I'm sharing?
To you, yes.
or I'm gonna put just IT, and we're gonna see something leading us to father without the F already. Now, at F is his father, or
That was exactly what that came to me the other day because I hadn't thought about it since like last year, and I said it just came to me. We say Mutel, which is his mother. So if we're saying Yetel, if they say, well, some people say Yetel, they just
mm-hmm.
pronounce the whole thing.
Yeah.
So basically, you're saying his father.
Mm-hmm.
So probably that's why they don't pronounce the F. They say
Mm-hmm.
leave the F off.
But we'll
That's
still find it if I put the F. Now I'm just
yeah. You'll still find it when you put in the transliteration. But I mean, as far as the pronunciation,
Oh yeah, so they have a slash here. Like if the F is there, it could be rendered at TEF. But and they're simply giving us it right here, even though they see the F. And so I guess it's on the. But okay, let's say if this person said etef and he wanted to say his father, would he say etef F? You know what I'm saying? And so
no,
these are the yeah,
they would be
exactly.
putting too much on it.
Exactly. So it seems like etef would be the use of another person's father. It's still father, but your father would be at or yet or however they want to pronounce that. I'm not really big on the pronunciation. I just try to learn so that I could read it.
Yeah, well, me myself, I'm kind of big on pronunciation myself.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, and so when you put the "u" at the end, at "u," if we're saying multiple fathers, we can see how they give us ancestors from that. Or yet to, how would you say that then, the way you pronounce
With you see Yetefu
it? Yeah. Because you're
or
going.
Tefu, depending on.
Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be able to say. I would ask, are you looking into any other languages to corroborate your pronunciations?
Not right, not at the moment, no.
Yeah, because you can look and see to some related languages that have similar terms that might have retained the vowels. In that language, it might give a clue to how it might have been said prior to that. You still with me?
To you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just thinking about you familiar with Sinet Riketi Amin,
Yes, sir.
and she have her students pronounce it Yetel.
Yeah, she's qualified in that because that I could represent a Y, and then we have to imagine what vowel will be between the Y and the T. And so, some people do yet with when they see an I, they'll say a Y sound. Normally, two Y's is definitely a Y sound. Yeah, so I ain't mad at that.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of go with Akhmira and Gardner on the vowels. Like we got the weak vowels, which is the vulture, the relief, the double relief, and the owl. So if it's not showing any one of those after the consonant, then you would apply an E instead of just adding whatever consonant, I mean vowel that you want.
Yeah, but that how we arrive at that conclusion just as a convention though, right? Adding
Mhm.
I mean not now, not in all instances. When we look into the Coptic, we do find out that ancient Egyptian words that had at least Kim, we find some substantiated to the E in there. But when we just add an E, that was a rule that Egyptologists just made up at a convention, I think in in the 1920s when they wanted to be able to discuss terms that they didn't know the vowels for. So say they had NTR and they were at a convention. No one wanted to keep saying, when we look at NTR, so they made a convention to just place E's in between those to say Nater.
Are we talking about the small T?
Yeah, you can say Nacher, but over history, the big T in Nater, Gardner says it in his book when you look up that big T in Nacher, that it will turn to Nater over history. So
Yeah,
the CH falls off.
During the Greek period.
A little bit earlier, but yeah, you're right. It's gone completely during the Greek period. The CH from that Nater, it's just, Netcher. Then they'll give us Nater. But my pronunciations are just scholastic right now, so don't mind me if I say something out of the way that Dr. Ricchetti teaches it.
Okay, no problem. You're not getting our background noise, is you?
No, definitely not. I ain't. I'm just kicked back listening and chilling. Y'all feel free to hit the link. We just building on the matter of nature. So what say you about the definition of Kemet?
Depending on how it's written, it can be the black land, or if it's got the determinatives of the man and the woman behind it, it could be the people. Which at Kim, we know, like you've been discussing for this length of time, Kim is black. So you got the road sign is black land, you got the people is black people.
Well, some people say that's wrong. That it's not black people just because you have the sign for people. That we should they say we should just say Egyptians.
Well, see, that's a term that I do not use at all. It don't. If I say it, I would just say Egyptian. I wouldn't even put the E in front of it. That's just me personal.
Well, scholastically, like if you was writing a paper and you wanted to respond to the people who said that should just mean Egyptians, what is the scholastic response? Because I know how I come at it. You probably hear me every day. I just attack it from the grammatical standpoint. But I just want to hear from you.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm still on Similac, so I'm like what I'm saying is I'm still new to it.
I hear you. I hear you exactly. Yeah. All right.
And I ain't really for scholastic. I really don't have no formal education. I got my GED when I was 16 years old. So.
Well, I don't got no formal. I got a high school education. I ain't been to no college for this. I just got certificates and the things that they offer online.
Right. I got you.
All right, so let's look at that term from the grammatical standpoint. Good to have you in here, ancient tribe. And I'm going to give you my contention on the term Kemet to you. As I know for a fact, it can translate to mean black people. But the problem is, did it? Was that what they was trying to say? And we could look at some sources here. First, we're just going to look at how the dictionary says Egyptians. Right? Now, notice here, we got okay, I see somebody getting in. Shout out to you. Saracen. Got some new visitors today. I'm loving the energy. Saracen, what's up with it? Peace to you. Yo, I can't hear your mic though. We'll hear your mic. I guess you gotta connect your mic. But when we look in this dictionary, all right, you connected your mic?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Yeah, what's up with it?
Peace, peace.
Peace. So when we see here now a few of the issues. First issue we see, I'm gonna try to lay it out as clearly as I can. First issue we see is that this Kemet here, essentially a Kim glyph and a TU bird, which the dictionary renders judging off of Faulkner's. This is exactly what you'll see in Faulkner's dictionary, basically, that this is Kemet. They say that this is inhabitants of Thebes. So notice how they bypassed Egypt for some of the reasons I'm going to point out. Grammatically, if this was to mean Egyptians, like we see in plenty ancient Egyptian dictionaries, see, Faulkner's smart, and a lot of these dudes are smart, so they defer to a Thebes, because in the time period when we find this term Kemet, there is no term Kemet. And grammatically, if this was to mean inhabitants of Egypt, the root Kemet would have to exist in order to amend a TU bird onto it. Now check this out. When we amend the TU bird onto it, which is giving us this TU right here, excuse me, in Kemet, it makes a nisbah and it changes it into a noun of relation. So they're saying it's related to, I see someone trying to get in. Shout out to you for supporting the show. My man Zoo. They say this is a noun of relation so that it is related to now a Thebes. Now, how did they work that out? Well, they worked it out in a way through the Greek lexicon in order to, well, I don't want to say in order to, but a byproduct of their methodology is extracting the blackness out of the term. Because a Thebes translates back to a Greek term, hoot hori ib. And we could probably still see the ib in there and what they meant to be hoot or whatever, but we see the hor ib in the middle of a Thebes actually. HRIB. Hoot hori ib was a building structure in the center of a place called Kemet. Now we got a bigger issue because Kemet translates back to the great black. Let me take the great off of it. It translates back to great black, which became known as a region, Kemet. First, it was a tutelary god represented by a cow called the Great Black. Then the people who worshiped that tutelary god who lived in one region, they went through a process of nomification, or they made the nomes, and then their area represented as the nome of Kemet. Greeks called Kemet a Thebes, and here we see Kemet, which is saying something obviously about a root where you could clearly see the root is blackness here, now turns to just inhabitants of a Thebes, which did not exist at the time. So that's an issue. But the biggest thing I need to know is the anachronisms are the way that it is chronologically out of order. This term is from the 6th dynasty. Now a Thebes lines up with the 6th dynasty, but when I look at the attestations, it is not yet a nome. What I mean is Kemet lines up with the 6th dynasty. So what they're trying to do is say that the root to this term is the root to a Thebes. And therefore it still don't mean nothing about black, but that don't make no sense because a Thebes translates back to great black. So I'm gonna be fair to everyone and I'm gonna take this and just pop it right on Google, right? So people can see in no way I could have made that up. And when we click in the Threbus, they're going to have to say something about Great Black. If they don't, they just lying. Let's see. Well, they ain't not just lying. They're just not being all the way thorough because it's only wiki. Right? So let me show you. Hoot Hori Ib, right here that I mentioned earlier. The house in the middle, Hori Ib. Hoot Hori Ib. This is the building structure in the middle of Kim-Ur. So to prove it, since Wiki didn't want to show you, right there they only go back to the Hoot Hori Ib. I'm going to do something that's even funner. I'm going to say Kamor, the French term, K-E-M-O-U-R, and watch this. Kamor. How did that pop up like that? Now watch this. Let me translate this to English.
I don't think we see your screen.
Oh, y'all not seeing my screen?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Well,
not in the Zoom.
Yeah. Let me go back to the Zoom and share it correctly. Y'all see this now? I typed the word Kamor. Kamor is the French way to say Great Black. So if you want to name your child Kamor, that's hot.
Yeah, that OU is always the oo sound. I know some people, they try to make it, they'll try to say like Kimo, you know what I mean? But it's like it's Kamor.
Now watch how this leads back to Hoot Hori Ib, which we're going to dismantle to show which is a Threbus. So watch this. Kim-Ur, the Great Black, is a bull deity in Egyptian mythology linked to fertility and often compared to the manifestation of the god Osiris. So let's just be clear. Osiris is the Great Black. They're just trying to say it in many words, but I can just show you in the text corpus like this. Look, we're going to click back to a text corpus, and we're going to take the lemma, K, M is the root black, and so we're going to form a nisba off that root by putting a J. That means one who is black. Now let's click this right here. Let's see who is one who is black. They hate it. So let me go back and put an I. Even though they might want me to put a Y, they got 3 different schools inside of the TLA, and they use 3 different transliterations. And if not, there you go. So this school wanted me to use a Y. It's not just one school of transliteration scholars in the TLA. So even though they're only taking me to Kimi, a goddess. So now I got to show you the harder way. It's only going to take a second more. Watch this. And then we're going to remember this rendering. So first of all, here is Kim-Ur, the big black one, showing you was the lower nome in Egypt. I mean, the 10th nome in Egypt. That is where they're getting that Athribus from, right? But let's keep going. Because all they did was took the word Kim. Here you go. And so they wanted me to put a dot and a Y. All they did was take the term Kim. This is what I'm saying. Osiris, men, is the black one here. And so when the dictionaries say, often compared to a manifestation of the god Osiris, yeah, the great black bull was Osiris, who was also the king. And so when you became the Nisu, you were the black bull. Now they say here, which I need us to realize, it's the tutelary god of the 10th nome of Lower Egypt. Now it says, of which he is the symbol, his center of worship is at Athribis. So now we see exactly what the other source did not share all the way. Now look at this, which he shares with the crocodile god Kenti Kenti. Who can tell me about Kenti Kenti real quick before I go in on him? It's just simply, well, I'll let y'all speak. Or anybody want to say something about that?
No. Not me.
Sound like foremost of the foremost.
Very good. From the translation, Kenti Kenti is going to give us a crocodile form, a different form that we're not really familiar with, a crocodile form of Heru. And if I'm correct, let me click on Kenti Kenti. I'm going off my memory too. But yeah, that dude linguistically would give us foremost of the foremost. There you go. In Egyptian mythology, Kenti Kenti,
Most of the horizon.
Horus, who resides at Athribis. So notice this. We getting a whole nother not mythology, but when they tell us about the Egyptian, the theologies, the Memphite theology, the other theologies, we're actually seeing that there was actually other theologies that people didn't put us all the way up on. Because none of us know too much about Horus when he appeared as the crocodile in Hoot Hori Ib. But let's let them tell us. In Egyptian mythology, Kenti Kenti, Horus who resides in Athribis, is and you know it don't mean Athribis, so it's Horus of Kemet, as they clearly showing you the black bull gnome right there when I hover over it. It is a secondary form of Horus, the god Horus, worshipped in the 10th nome of Athribis.
Wouldn't that low key be a play on words? If Kemwer is Osiris, Horus of Kemwer is kind of like a play on words.
I mean, exactly. It wouldn't be Horus, but it would be Heru, and they just called him Kenti Kenti though. But they telling us who Kenti Kenti was, and he appeared in the form of a crocodile. He is a crocodile god with a solar character. He represents the young sun repelling the creature of darkness. And they show here how even Ramesses II had something about him erected. Well, it says in the garden of the Cairo Museum is the base of an obelisk that Ramesses II had erected at Athribis, but it don't say Kenti Kenti. Yeah, Kenti Kenti is probably on here. Horus asked Kenti Kenti. And so to get back to what we were originally talking about, when we talk about that Kim or that Kemet to you, we find out that Faulkner was smart to try to attach it to Athribis, but it still doesn't answer the question, because at the root of Athribis, we still have blackness. They wasn't talking about a building in the middle of Athribis. What they were talking about was the tutelary god of the region and the people who venerated him. And so that's one thing about that Kemet to you term. Now, grammatically, it gets bad when we go to other categories and we leave blackness alone. Let's just go to red. And this is the chief instance I want to point out. A term Jasher, we could put in here, and it'll lead us to Jesheret, which is going to give us red, right? Jasher just giving us the flamingo. Jasher is also giving us to become red, to be red. Red. But when we're going to look at, we can just look at that too. It's going to lead us to a few of the same attestations. But I want us to look at some of these things here, where just like Kim is at the root of Kemet, which they don't translate as black people. Page is not detecting language. Here, let's look at the color red. And now let's look at how these words are comprised. We clearly see the dot is indicating everything to the left of the period is the root. All right. So you know if you suffix a W, it's giving us plurality. So they translate here from this coffin text, blood red. All right. Emerging red. We could go look at why these are translated this way, but I just want us to get some context so people can see what they're following. The consistency while the red is here is because we have this root for red before the W. And since these aren't talking about people, they say stuff like redness to substantiate the plurality in the statement. Now here let me keep going. Jesharut, the Reds, not to be confused with people possibly. Jesheret, blood, related to red, the wrath of the red crown. We need to look at this side of the analysis as well. And we're going to see when they start to form substantive nouns off of these terms.
So now can we look at Kush?
Kush, yeah, we'll definitely look at Kush right after we run through this.
We got a similar word in
Because I got,
Wall for blood.
I'm glad that you typed in
Yeah.
red. Because I want you, because once you go to the Kush, I got a question.
Okay, word up. So let's check out these. These are the ones I want us to cite at. Substantive meaning they substitute them. They changed the word class to, but what they did was took a adjective and made a substitute for a noun. So that means that these are the ones I kind of want us to look at because they took a color and let's see if when they substituted, is it related back to? Do they dismarry the color? So those are out because it said no attestation, but all of them ain't gonna go like that. So let's keep looking real quick. Maybe I'll just go down. They appear green like they got attestations, but all of the I know the attestations is there because I go over them. I'm just not knowing which one they got it classified under. But even though we know right here they're using red as names or something, we're going to go look exactly at these instances. Let me get to the next page. Here they go. So this is what we need to trip off of. The reason why people miss these is because this grammar isn't easily well pulled up in text corpuses and things like this, as you just seen me fumbling, bumbling, looking for it, right? But because these names are formed in long sentences, but if we break down the sentences like they must have to do to come up with these translations, we're going to find grammatical anomalies. Now, note, the same things are happening. Look. The sentence is starting off with D, capital S-R. We all know that to mean red. But we have a period, and now we got the suffix being represented by a T and a J. This J is just, in this transliteration scheme, is just representative of the reed leaf, which means that this forms a nisbah to say that what it's connected to is an individual. Now, how the individual is related to the root is what we call, and it's hard to find this word when you Google it, but when you read grammar books, you'll see it all over grammar books. Nisbation, right? Now, again, that may be just some people mentioning it, but look, I'm all in the Czech Republic. So to find what I'm talking about, you're just going to put nisbah. Because I thought I made that word up, and then I had to find where I got that from. Now, again, what I'm talking about, let's go back so one won't be lost. We break it, and we could just use this one so people ain't confused because it's the exact same thing as this. We know the root is red. And then could be feminizing it. All right, the T, or it could be a false feminine built on a root jasher that already has a T, jasharet. But the Y is what we need to focus on. What I mean is this J, sometimes found as a Y in other transliteration schemes, which represents the single reed leaf in Medu Neter. Notice here they're talking about the deity Seth, and they're saying this phrase alone means that Seth is red, right? Grammatically. And then we're going to show patterns forming, because you could take the same just share T and read this one without reading the rest of the sentence, or you can read the rest of the sentence, and you'll clearly see they translate that this just share T is giving us a red man. Because we formed a nisbah by adding this Y on this root. So when I talked about nisbah, it says onomastics. Let's check it out real quick. In Arabic names, now it's not only Arabic names. If we go further, they figured out Semitic languages work similar to how ancient Egyptian works. But check this out. Also, the term nisbah, also rendered nisbah or nisbat, is an adjective surname indicating a person's, now what does it indicate? A place of origin, ancestral tribe or ancestry. It says used at the end of a name, occasionally ending the suffix I. So notice this. It is similar to exactly what they did in ancient Egyptian and what we do right now. If I say black, I have a color adjective. If I say black E, I added an I, and now you know I'm talking about a person. See how simple that is? Blackie. You're going to be like, who we calling Blackie? You're never going to think that I was still talking about an adjective for just the color. Now I changed that into a noun, you know I'm talking about a person. So it was the same in Kemet, and it's the same in Semitic languages. If you say Sudan, you're talking about an area. If you say Sudani, you're talking about one related to that area. But look at the different categories of relations things could fall into. Place of origin, what they like to exclude, and what I like to focus on, that a nisbah can be formed to show your ancestral tribe and also your ancestry. And then if I go into one of my, I have to pull this up in order for us to see a source on this, that they say the use of the nisbah in ancient Egyptian is far more extensive than the use of the nisbah inside of Semitic languages, right? Let's find that source real fast. So yeah, I popped that in this presentation so I could just be doing it from here. So, but while I'm looking for this, do y'all see what it's illustrating? Like why when it is Jasher, TU, can it mean red man? But when it's Kemet, TU, it is limited that it could not mean black man. Someone asked, go ahead.
I was just saying, I see that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Now let's look at let's look at what the source says. In Egyptian, nisbah adjectives have the same characteristic ji ending as their Semitic counterparts, but their usage is actually more extensive. So that means when you find that I on the end of Egyptian word, you can't limit it to no, they're nouns of relation. It means it was related to the toponym. It is not always related to the toponym. Okay? And clearly I illustrated that when I showed these instances here that I've copied into this presentation. So I guess I'll just go back to that slide. I illustrated that when I showed these, and you could tell me if these instances are related to a toponym or to the root of the color. Like for instance, a red man. This whole sentence said, and we could go through the whole sentence. It says a red man in his house of red linen fabric. Now, when we talk about ancient Egyptian wordplay, let me add that when they said red linen fabric, they used a term for red linen fabric here that ain't even based on just charette. So that if you know that you got to know they talking about red here now, because they said red in one term, a red man in his house of red linen fabric in another term. And so a still red man is just shared T. But when we come down to Kemet T or Kim T, they just put Egyptians. They don't say a black man. You see, that is breaking grammatical rules. Because what they're doing is they're exploiting the categories that a nisbah could fall into. You see what I mean? And I just tried to show that. They keep saying that it's limited to being related to being toponymic or showing that you come from this area. But I'm showing that it could also be your ethnonym and your it could be related to your ancestry or your tribe, and it's even more extensive in the ancient Egyptian language. But just grammatically, a simple grammarian would have to explain why all three of these are limited to without even nothing in parentheses that could say black man or black people. But here, they clearly admitted on another color that if you put the suffix I, Ti, it renders it a black man. Now let me show you, and I'll surrender.
How is Deshret any different from Kemet?
It's not any different. That's what I'm trying to say. And they always use it
No.
in juxtaposition. They always use those two in opposites, I should say. Like we see here, when manifesting the red land and the black land. So yeah, I'm not saying that every time. If you can form an isma to say one of the red land, and it'll be formed the same way, and you can form a nisbah to say one of the black land, it'll be formed the same way. But this one this one say of the red land, and this one say Egyptians. You trip off how they do that? So they always take the black out of it in every dictionary, and that has to be explained by a grammarian, and none have so far.
And to my understanding, from what I've had learned, Kemet to me was black people. I didn't think of it as black land or Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Until I started listening to you, I
Well, here's
see
the
that,
thing. Here's the thing. The argument that you saying that you learned is the school of argument. I mean, based on Sheikh Antioch's teachings, which Dr. Riketti Ahmed helped him with that work. And so she's definitely probably not going to teach this aspect that comes from the Eurocentric side. Right, and in order to rival that aspect, we would have to know everything they say in their full and complete argument. And so, what I do is lay out both sides of the evidence, and then show people what I tend to lead towards.
Right. So, Smash, you think is there a place where both arguments can be correct in some way?
Yeah, yeah.
Because that's kind of how I'm like. I'm not all the way. I'm not there yet. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I know, like in Senegal, for instance, and we could talk about how close the language is or whatever, But if we're just gonna go into the culture, it's interesting to point out that all the goddesses, all the spirits of like the water and stuff have a titulary that's basically the KMC. You know what I mean?
Wait, say that again. I don't know about that. Say that again.
They have like a titulary that's basically like the KMC.
Who do? All of who?
Like the spirits, the water spirits.
Do they? You might be teaching me about something. You talking about in a different
Oh no,
language?
not in Kemet though.
Okay.
I'm not saying not in Kemet though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you find some in Kemet, like they'll say like you find like goddess with the name Kim, but they might not give too much.
Kim R, you can say that one because Kim R becomes a great lake, a big lake. So you got that right.
So it seems like it's like a similar kind of tradition. You know what I'm saying? And even I guess Osiris could kind of fall under that kind of category a little bit. And you do have this emphasis on blackness, especially as it comes with Osiris. So it's just interesting to me, you know what I'm saying? Because you would imagine like a term like that would have so many, like it can't be everything, but you would imagine that it would have so many different meanings over time. You feel me?
Yep. So our brother asked us to look up Kush. What's the intent for looking up Kush? Just give us a breakdown.
Say that one more time.
Why are we looking up Kush?
I wanted to see the translation.
You want to go over the text to see how they look at the people of Kush or how they reference Kush?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So look, we got two of them here, right? One of them is red, so that's meaning they ain't got nothing on that. Let me look at the one under that. And they got this too. Let's see how many is in this one before we go to the top one. Place name 61. Let's see how many Kushes is in the top one. 61. So it's the same amount of, it's the same attestations. So as I teach, or as I like to say, bow, when we come here, start in the Middle Kingdom. And I just did a long story about how this occurs and how this happens. Middle Kingdom. Now, when we look at Kush, primarily, peace up, what's up, community of skeptics in the building. When we look at Kush, what we're going to find is it becomes a newly discovered place that the pharaohs of the 12th dynasty want their people to see that they got some control over, right? So right here, someone said might start at an attestation right before this one. I could look at the new TLA. But right here, just because it's slow and it's bulky, but when you're doing your research, it's best to look at a more updated search. But for the speed of YouTube, you dealing with what they're giving us. And right here, it says, I passed Kush, selling southward, and I reached the limits of the earth, and I brought gifts from my Lord. So the first attestation, again, we'll double check it too. I'm gonna go to the new TLA too. Right. But as we see right now, the first attestation of Kush is not saying I went to Kush, and we need to note this. It say I passed Kush and I went to the limits of the earth. And I hate when that happens because now the transliteration is switching because this is what they told me to use. Oh man, you were the codage, my bad. All right, there we go. Kush. In the new TLA, let's see, they got 86. So this is why we want to go from here because how many they got in here? Let's go back. I think it says 61. How many they say they had? Oh, I'm going back too far. Well, basically, the new TLA got a few more attestations. So this probably ain't it. It's over here. The old one got 61. The new one got 86. But when I click this, a lot of the times, it goes into limbo. But I'm recommending to people who want to update and one-up people with their research who say something ain't there if you don't go look in the new TLA. A lot of people ain't looked through the new TLA and updated their research either. But see, look how long it's taking. Maybe it won't do this on your computer, but it does this on my computer. So y'all might have an advantage over me to update y'all research, and I'm sitting here fumbling and bumbling. See how long this page taking to upload? So people be asking me, why you don't use the new TLA? It's because of this, man. And they even said, they gave a disclaimer, said they updating their systems. But maybe it's better for Macintosh people.
I think that's why you can't get on it now, because I've been trying to sign up for it, and they still working on it.
Yeah, but you can still use it as a guest if you want to, though. Yeah, see, it's giving me a 502 bad gateway. So obviously these other attestations, that's hecka bad because we trying to be thorough. They tell us they got 20 more of them, and we can't see them. You feel me? Because I'm going to share this link with y'all. Maybe somebody could pull it up on their computer. I'll share it with the whole chat. And if anybody could pull this up on their computer, all you got to do is simply click where it says occurrences at the bottom and see if it'll open up in your computer. Because it's definitely not opening on mine. I'm going to try.
Gonna do the same thing on the Android?
Try it.
Because I'm watching you on Android.
Yeah, try it and see if it opens for you. It should open.
I feel like my connection was acting slow before I even came on. I didn't know if it was gonna let me join the live.
Well, I'll look at the ones that we can see right now, and I'll wait till they get their system stronger. Somebody gonna be like, I got it open, and I'm beating y'all at the research. Y'all wrong. But we're gonna look at their old data text corpus. 79, 89, we missing 10, right? 86, so we missing not even 10. Let me see.
You get it.
So this is good enough for now. Now again, we seen the first time they mentioned. I'm back at Asiatics, 61 to 89. That's a bit different, but still, this is all we got to deal with. So, like for my brother who wanted to see these attestations, the first time my man say this, and this is Amenemhat and Beni Hassan. That's where that's found. I passed Kush, sailing southward. I reached the limits of the earth, and I brought gifts to my Lord. Next, we read Amenemhat from Beni Hassan saying, Then His Majesty proceeded in peace after he had crushed his enemies in Val Kush. So, okay, we understand that Val is what the ancient Egyptian term wretched or Kessi. And they amend this on the certain people in power. I argued once that it meant something like an infidel or anyone who ain't following the religious tradition of Egyptians could be wretched or Hessi, but I couldn't substantiate that all the way. But here we're going to find this term amended to Kushites a lot. But if we go and do something statistical and just look at the term wretched, they use it for Asiatics way much more for some reason. And they might use it for some Libyans at times. But the category you use for this vile word here is politically put in front of places that they want to rule over. Like one person don't often be wretched. It's often a whole people that's wretched. So this is wretched Kush, vile Kush. Now let's look. Sarenput, who was the boss of Taseti during this same time period. And I think Senrosetnem made him the overseer of that area, as you see here. His true and trusted servant, it says his praise governor and overseer of the priest Sarenput, who says the proceeds of his majesty to overthrow vile Kush. Let's go.
Definitely make me think about how you said it's usually in a political context.
Yeah, when it ain't gonna be, we'll see some that ain't in the political context, like not the Stella of a pharaoh, and even when we get out of the time periods of Senrosets, things change a bit. But Kush always was seen as a big enemy, and because they knew the name of that polity. Nubians were not always necessarily. Don't be confused with all Southerners being tossed into the same category. Like you don't see Val Nehes. You see what I'm saying? And that's something to point out. And we're going to look at over Val after this. But since they didn't translate this, I ain't even about to trip because it just make me do too much fumbling and bumbling.
But when you saying you don't see like Val Nehes, up until what time period are you saying like this is not occurring? It's only for Kush.
No, they say the times you see negative things said mostly about Nubians, as we just looked over, was all during the 12th dynasty. Everything over that, before they was royals and after they was royals. But we'll keep looking because we're going to look at the word vile after we look at this Kush. We just looking at Kush now. So it says, come with bowed heads or similar by the children of the princes of Kush. So this is that same 12th dynasty that I told you had to make sure that whoever Mentuhotep them used to do that unification don't take no power. The reason why I add that is because we get this term. We get this term Kemet out the 12th dynasty. We get this term Kush out of the 12th dynasty. We get this Magi pangrave culture where we find these graves in the 12th dynasty that mean they must have lived with the 11th dynasty. Or and those graves are people called Magi who apparently helped Mentuhotep II because we find some of his wives being the priestess of, all of his wives were priestess of Hathor, and some of their friends are in her Ashayet sarcophagus, as called by that name, Magi. So look, Senroset, wretched Kush. Let's see if anything get better or worse. After that, people going to start going to Kush and doing good things. Stella of any Neb. I've carried out many orders while traveling upstream to Kush. We'd have to see why he's traveling. Let's click into the text. All right. Well, I clicked it. I'm going to go Cotex just so it could take me right there. And thanks for asking to look over Kush because I want to see this too. Where did it go? I went way too far down. Yeah, I'm way too far down. So here is on this section of the text. Let's see. Now look. Now this is a very good one. Now it says Bibu. All right, wait. I'll start at the top. His daughter, and at Au, Bibu, his daughter, words speak through the officer of the Nubians, Any, where he says. So right here, let's click on this term because it's actually a phrase. I think it's this one. Zetiu. Wenu Zetiu. Administrator of the Nubians. Now, they always do this. This is like land of the blacks. This is not an administrator of the Nubians. This is a Nubian administrator. But you see how you do that and it make it look different? Let me show you why. Because Nubians ain't a people. So if they confuse you to think Nubians is a people, then they think this is the person who was the administrator over the Nubians. This is a southern administrator. But whatever, Atu and Zetiu. The officer of the Nubians, Any, where he says, I am a silent one who is free from lies. An excellent one of this kind that its townspeople love. I have carried out many orders while traveling upstream to Kush. No injustice was found against me. No complaint was made against me. No one complained about me. It was not reported that I was sleeping, with the result that I was restrained. I don't know what he's talking about.
Give him an eye.
But he riding past Kush, and he ain't got no problems. I can't get nothing else from that. You know what I'm saying? He carried out his orders. Now here go a good one. I'll read the whole thing. Worship of Osiris by Uripot Hatia. The king's confidant in the construction of his monument, his initiate in the court, whom the king appointed to head the work of his infinite numerous monuments, who made the monuments of the gods in the temple of the Thynos Gaus functional. He says, whom the king sent to open up Kush because of the high opinion he had of his ability. Open up Kush. Let's look over there. Make a way, make a road to. See, to open, to drill stone. They say to drill stone in Kush. All right? So this is not no war or nothing. The king sent to open up Kush because of the high opinion he had of his ability. He spread the fame of the two lands with the rebellious foreign lands. So when
this is still 12th dynasty?
Here we're in the second intermediate period. Great question. Stella of Abju. So after this second collapse, now we see in this Stella of Abju, Ibja'u. I don't know who he is, but I don't know him as being a pharaoh. But he got a Stella, so this kind of political still. And we see the view ain't negative. He could go open up some rock and Kush without mentioning no fighting or nothing. Now let's see if that continues. This is the Stella of Taru in the second intermediate period, where we have who made his north as far as Avaris, his south as far as Kush, who reached Avaris and Kush by the favor of Horus of Edfu. So let's go get more of that context. They're just talking about something the dude Taru did. All of the text above this is broken off, so we really can't get much. Who translates with his fairies, who plows with his plow, who sows with his donkeys, who plants a garden with his trees, who made his north as far as Avaris, his south as far as Kush. So they're just saying something boastful about Taru, saying he was a boss, but that ain't.
So what century would this second intermediate period be?
Second intermediate period is going to be after the 12th. So this is the funny part about this. Think about this. Them dudes who was hating on the Nubians, this is why Egyptology is so cold. Because it go like this. 1 through 6 is the old kingdom. Family 1 through family 6 is the old kingdom. Those are first dynasties. 7 through 11 is the first intermediate period. Now look at this. 12, we come up out of the first intermediate period. And guess when we go back into it? You won't even believe it. 13, bruh. Ain't that whack? Ain't that like the way they do that is way crazy. The second intermediate period is going to start about Dynasty 13 and run up to the end of maybe 16, where Senro them with their harsh policies towards the south couldn't even get it popping. It broke back up again. You see what I mean? Right after they was like, don't you pass this line and don't you do all that. The next family, Egypt fell back into, so going to the 13th dynasty, we're going to see it's not a solid ass dynasty. Going to the 14th, 15th, and 16th, we got all these Hyksos now.
In Lower Egypt.
All over the place. So now this is what he said. That's what they're going to start addressing, this people in Avaris, right in the second intermediate period.
But that's a key. That's key right there. Them talking about Avaris, because the Asiatics are in. They're coming in, right? We got the Hyksos coming in around this time,
right at this time. So that's why. That's the only reason why they're mentioning Avaris. Correct.
So this is the kind of like a connection with the Kush and what's going on up north.
But you know what? We got the Aamu coming in. In the text, they won't say Hyksos. The Hykakasu will be the people who eventually rule over those Aamu.
Okay, so I want to see what happens to, like, I want to see how it ends up in the 18th dynasty, because I got another question.
Keep going. Oh, okay, we can keep reading. Well, it says, in 13 days I freed my wife. Let me read this one to you, because this is a good one. This dude shook his Egyptian wife to go get a Kushite wife. I just had to laugh.
Bombs.
But let's read it. You see if I made this up. If I didn't make it up, it would be the wrong text. But let's see if this is the proper text. It says, a sacrifice given by the king Horus Deity and Osiris, lord of Busiris. It says, let them give a grave offering consisting of bread, beer, cattle, fowls, and all the things in which the god lives for the Ka of Ha-Ankchef, for his wife Hor-Mini, his son Hor-Em-Beodet, his son Ptah-Ur, it says, his son Beb, his daughter Neferet, his daughter Sati-Issi, and his daughter Hor-Mini, saying, I am a strong fighter, an accessee of Edfu. In 13 days, all right, let's see, is this the one before I read it all? Oh yeah, this is Kush, so it's going to lead to that. Let's just read it. In 13 days, I freed my wife, children, and prosperity household from the south of Kush. So hold on. In 13 days, I freed my wife, children, and property household from the south of Kush. Let's read the Medunecha. Reketi. All right. So we got a list and an amount. I want to see something about, this is his wife, right? And here go his children. Because again, there go his children. When they say jungles, that's going to be children. Child. So his wife and his children. Y'all can see this, right? Now I left off this word. To loosen or to release. I told you he didn't free him, y'all. Remember? He left him. But let's look. He loosened and released. In 13 days, I freed my wife and children and property from the south of Kush. Let's read that. Why they say from? M is going to give us in, or to, on, or from. Maybe those women, maybe that was, but let's just read it. I'm trying to get the context of what he did, because I said he left his Egyptian wife and went and got a Kushite. Let's see if this is the same text or if I interpret it wrong. Now look, I have acquired 26 debitors of gold, but it was the servant who ate it, namely Yai. Or it says, nothing was left of it. How do you eat the gold? Anyway, nothing was left of the gold for another woman. Look, so he's saying he left his wife and kids. His gold got stole. They didn't eat it. Let's look up the Medunecha. Bach is a servant, right? So that bhakti was sha. What is washa? To eat, to chew, or to utter. So he's saying he really chewed the gold, set it, he chewed it. So I guess he did say he chewed it. And that's a personal name. So dude, how he chewed his gold. This is just like the dog ate my homework.
Maybe it's like a euphemism for like they consumed it. Like
Yeah, he ate my gold. He took it. Yep. I said nothing was left of it, the gold, for another woman. Now look, up here he freed, he released his wife and his kids. Now he was going with his gold that he had, but some servant took it, and nothing was left of gold for another woman. Not like he's about to buy a woman, but to pay a dowry. You know how that works. Now I have purchased a plot of land measuring 2 square cubits. Where was this land? Was it in Kush or Egypt? It says one of these was for Hermione as her own. The other one in her possession was mine. I purchased a plot of 1 square cubit of land, which was given to my children, and I was paid for the service for 6 years. This ain't the one where he left his wife, but it's fairly close to it.
So he freed his wife and children with some of the gold, but he didn't have enough gold to get another wife.
But to say freed
it
him,
sounds like he had
no,
two
but
women.
check this out. When he freed him, and we look to say that this freed might be a bad translation, because when we click and say to loosen or to release, that's just like to let him go.
It sounds like he had two women. One was his wife,
but
he wanted to marry the other one, but the other one stole.
But it wasn't the wife; it was the servant.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
It was the servant who did the stealing. But he said after he freed him, he acquired the gold. I have acquired 26 Devons after he got rid of that family, which sounds cold, right? He got some gold, but it got stole. It got eaten by G. Nothing was left of the gold for another woman. So now he can't go get a new wife. So he purchased a plot of land that was probably for his original wife. Let's go back up. Oh, for his daughter, Hormini. See? And his daughter, Hormini. Now let's go down. I purchased a plot of land, and watch what this say. I purchased a plot of land measuring 2 square. One of these was for Hormini and as her own. And so he left, but he bought his daughter some land. So he ain't no noodle. He still was taking care of the kids, but he was trying to go. Either he left. Was they Kushite?
Go ahead.
My question I'll ask you is, was they Kushite here from the south of Kush? I freed my wife and children, property, household from the south of Kush. He's not saying the south of Kush.
How people moved up and down.
Pardon me?
I was just saying that would be wild because that would show how people were moving up and down and across, so-called cultural and ethnic borders and whatnot.
Exactly.
But this sounds like somebody that just got over there and they're trying to get right, because he had to buy land and he had to sell his wife and children. And no,
you messed that up. He didn't sell his wife and children. He said he released them.
Then he acquired gold after
But he didn't say I sold them for no gold. He could have just said that. And don't think that nobody sold their wife and children. Like, you taking such a context that is no reason for us to assume.
Released them, right?
Yeah. He said that let them go. To release.
He let them go, but he had got gold after he let them go.
He acquired gold. Man, look, that's like saying, man, I got a divorce. I left the house with my children. Then I came up on some gold. You feel me? That's not saying I sold my wife and children for some gold.
Okay.
Oh, man.
But let's keep on continuing now. If you want to reference that, that'll be the Stella of Hanachef. Anybody could pull that up and do further analysis on it.
That was found in Cairo?
This is found in Cairo. This means it's at the Cairo Museum, not where it's found. This is the Cairo JE. This is the number you can use to pull it up and see the actual text. Stella. So if we go to Cairo, let me show you how to do it. If we go to the Cairo Museum, it should be fairly easy. We take these last 2 numbers, right? Then go on Cairo Museum over here. And they're going to have a section where we can look at their collection, right? guess it's this one then. Egyptian Museum, Cairo. Then we're going to click collection and put that number in there. We should be right at the Stella. Collections, right? So we need to search that collection. Let me see. I don't know if it's masterpieces or what. So I need to see where do I search. But normally you could get into the collection things and just put the number in the search once you get there. Are y'all seeing this part?
Yep.
Hold on. Let me try to just click and try to get into that collection so I could get into the search portal. Or there's a way you can find the search portal. Right now, again, since I haven't done this in a minute, it should be on here somewhere, search. Well, once you get in there, you'll be able to, golly, well, I can't find that. That's cool. Well, maybe I came to the wrong part of their museum links, because they got another one that I didn't click. But anyway, we can go and find it just by, let's try this site. Nope, that's site of connection. It's not private. You know, you can do that and just go right through the collection. I've done it there and at the Louvre hella times, so I don't know why I don't see the search link on their collections. Well, whatever. Basement. Maybe I gotta go to the basement. Anyway, that's what you would take that number to go look at the Stella, but I don't want to clog this up too much. How about if I just do this? It might just take me there anyway. Yep, look, see? So I passed it up and found it on it, but this is a different egyptological source, I know, but you see they probably going to show me it now. What they're telling is they got a picture of it. So they put the text here that's all contained on the text, but they don't even, oh, let's see the picture of it. Oh, this is persons and names of the Middle Kingdom, the P&E. I mean, you know, don't trip. That ain't the museum. But let's continue. All right, y'all got anything y'all want to say or get in before we continue? Now look at this. The Stella of Seped Hor in the second intermediate period after Senroset's silly little policy towards the south didn't work. What do he say? I built the temple of Horus, Lord of Buhin, to the satisfaction of who? The ruler of Kush. That's very interesting.
That's the Satrus saying that?
This is Seped Hor.
Oh.
On a stele during the second intermediate period. Again, we know this is a time of collapse where certain people was down with this people, certain people was down with that people. Him right here saying he built the temple of Horus, the Lord of Buhin. Do you know how far Buhin is, bro? I told him this. You're deep down in denial like the Buhin king. I said, I forgot what I said. But Buhin, Sudan, you're deep down in denial like the Buhin king. We way down here, bruh. We probably below the second cataract. Let me see. Second cataract. Now north of the second cataract. The Buhin fortress, that it's not really a fortress. We got to look in the new modern work. But now what the brother said was, I built that temple for Horus, Lord of Buhin, to the satisfaction of who? Not the satisfaction of the Egyptian ruler, but he built it to satisfy the king of Kush. So that wretched Kush is out of here at this time period. As we continue, I was a strong, capable servant of the ruler of Kush. Another stellar. See, now you see Kush in time is getting some prominence. They ain't saying nothing about no Nehesi, no Nubians. They know the place by name at this time period. I built the temple of Horus, Lord of Buhin, to the satisfaction of the ruler of Kush. I was strong, capable servant. These are two different people. The Stella of Seped Hor and the Stella of Des-For-Ka, or Des-Ka. I was a strong and capable servant of the ruler of Kush, Still in the second intermediate period, people with enough Egyptian prominence to put up stelae ain't even rocking with the king of Egypt. Y'all tripped off that? Let's keep reading. This is way before the Kushites took over Egypt. I washed my legs in the waters of Kush, in the retainer or the retinue of the ruler of Magi. Where is that at? That's some southern place too. We need to find that. Magi. Where is Magi? Right here. It's going to be a Kushite territory. A personal name. So this is some personal Kushite ruler because I don't know him as the Egyptian. He washed his feet in the water of Kush in front of the retainer or in the retainer of the ruler of Magi. It ain't no of there. The ruler Ni belonging to Magi. Hakah Magi, the ruler of this area in Kush. This was found in Khartoum, family. Or this is Khartoum. I don't want to say it is in Khartoum now. All right. It is in the Khartoum Egyptian Museum. Or Nubian Museum. And this is in Luxor Museum. All right, this is Kamose. I intercepted. Now let's go here. This is very good. Thanks for asking us to read about Kush. This takes us to the point when Kamose, coming out the end of the second intermediate period, he starts to put the smash down on them Asiatics. But right here, the Asiatics was trying to send a letter. I told you the letter wasn't to the Nubians, Garfield. The letter was to the Kushite king. As we see here, look, Kamose Stella II, Kamose Stella II. Let's read what it says. I intercepted a message from him. That is the king of Avaris. That is south of the oasis on the journey south to Kush in a written letter. See, they was trying to send that to Kush. Asarah, the son of Ra, Apophis, greets the son, the ruler of Kush. Okay? So that's who he was trying to... Go ahead.
Do you know that Apophis is a ruler of the Hyksos dynasty, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. So the message is from Apophis. Look, I intercepted a message from him. I'm saying the him is Apophis. And it says that is south of the oasis on a journey south to Kush. So this go ahead.
So you see it says the ruler of Kush, Apophis.
No, it doesn't say that, brother. Look at what it says. Let's look at both of the contexts. Asarah is Apophis by his ancient Egyptian, this is his ancient Egyptian name. Okay? Then it says the son of Ra. So that's how we know. Apophis by his Greek name. Now it says, greets the son, the ruler of Kush. Okay? He's not the ruler. He's trying to greet the ruler in this letter that Kamose intercepted. So Kamose is like, oh, this fool trying to hook up with the Kushites. So let's go in and get more context. This letter is going to be trying to convince the Kushite ruler to turn against Egypt. Where does it go? And I'm gonna have some company, so I'm gonna get ready to.
I want to screenshot that.
All right, go ahead. I'll make it smaller so you can get all of them.
Smash. The question I got is, does the crown, the scepter, the wasp, where's all that stuff come from?
Those symbols of kingship were adopted by Nubians and Egyptians well before Egypt was formed. They come from the south.
So are you saying the kingship where come from the south?
It would appear that way. It seems that way. Now look, this is from my man. You can read it yourself. It says, as soon as he saw my ember, he sent all the way to Kush to ask for help. You feel me? So he was trying to send the Kush to ask for help.
But what I'm saying though is Apophis being the father of the ruler of Kush, which is Asura.
Hell no.
It just said that on the text. Didn't it not just say that on the text?
No, Asura is the ancient Egyptian name of Apophis. You know, they got many names basically. And that
So
was
can you go back to that real quick?
okay. Let me try it. I'll just click it for you. Where is it at? Now let me click this right here. Apophis, okay? A throne
So
name.
they're talking about Apophis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you that. So that's just his throne name, the Macedonian name for him. You feel me?
Okay. So Apophis is listed as a Hyksos king.
Yes, he is.
Okay, and he's also being talked about as the ruler of Kush.
Never, nowhere. You read the line for yourself and read what it says, because I must have read it wrong. Look, I must have read that wrong. Let me show you. You can read it, then you ain't gonna think that. Let me get down there. Read the bottom line. Since you know who Usaray is, that's the son of Ra, Apophis. He's greeting someone. He's greeting the son, the ruler of Kush. You see? So if he's greeting that person, he's not that person. We can even click on the word for greet. I think it's going to come right here. To greet. You see that? Nedge correct. That's a way that you can say hotel, like peace, what's up? You feel me? So he's greeting the son of the king of Kush.
Of Kush, yeah. I see him.
Now watch, let's keep reading the story. Watch how it go. They're gonna be asking for hella help and asking them to beat up Egypt. So hold on. I could go up further and give you more kept. Those who gave themselves to listen to the cause of the Asiatics, that is, to serve the Asiatics, they abandoned Egypt, their mistress. I intercepted a message from him that is south of the oasis on a journey south to Kush. That's the king wasn't on the journey, the message was in a written letter. I found there the following, written literally in script by the hand of the ruler of Avaris, Usur-Ara, the son of Ra, Apophis, greets the son of the ruler of Kush. Now these are the words. Why did you rise up a ruler, that is, take over without letting me know? Now this is a thing that I also wanted to point out. The son, I don't know what he's talking about, but the son of Kush rose up some ruler that was obviously doing some rivaling, or that wasn't cool to Usura. Because the word clear, this acronym over here, as you can see, M-Haka Nini, no ruler, without, Nini is without, giving me knowledge. Erdi is to give, to cause, to allow. And then this last one is going to be knowledge, to know, to learn. So he basically, and then it's just me. So he's like, why you got a Haka, this let us know Hekakasut, Hyksos ain't a thing, because you could break the word up and just say Haka something else. Hekakasut is just foreign rulers. They're not Hyksos. And then you can learn that we learned that from reading right here. Here go another Haka in Hut Waret. Where's that? That's the ruler of Avaris. Now, if this was a Hekaka, you can clearly see Hyksos ain't the people. This is the best one to show you, because the ruler of Avaris is literally called Hakani Hut Wart. Hut Wart is Avaris. So the ruler of Avaris is called Hakani Hut Wart and not Hekakasut. Hekakasut means the ruler of foreign lands. But let's continue. It goes, why did you raise up a ruler or a Haka without letting me know? Now watch him complain to the ruler of Kush's son. Do you see what Egypt has done against me? You can see it in the Medu Neter over here. Kemet to me. Kemet E. This is to look at, or to find, to catch sight of, to look. So you like, do you see what Kemet did to me? Now, this is the Asiatic crying to the Kushite. Now, let's look. The ruler who is with me, Kamose, the mighty Cartouche endowed with life, attacks me on my soil without having attacked him. Is that so? He basically saying, I rule Avaris, and it's this way, and he attacking me because he ain't even acknowledging that he took over a portion of Egypt in the way in which he attacked you. And he's also telling the son of Kush that Kamose must have put hands on him too. He devised these two countries to make them suffer, my country and yours, after he has devastated them. So Kamose is the man. We could clearly see it. And the Asiatics is crying to the Kushites, trying to do some ploy. Now here goes the ploy. Come, head north. Have no fear. Remember, this is Kamose reading this like, what? He trying to get the Kushites to fight against me? Behold, he is here with me. There is no one who stands against you in this part or that part. It could be this or that in that part of Egypt. So he telling him to come up because you ain't going to even have no contention because he up here fighting me. Behold, I will not give him the way until you arrive. So I'm going to keep fighting with him till you get here. Then we will divide the cities of this part of Egypt, and Kent Nefer will be full of joy. Now this is him. Watch Keparah the mighty, whatever, trying to get at. Now watch how dude come back when the letter stop. He's still trying to get them armies out. But you can continue because we got caught up in this attestation. So let's get out of this attestation. But we see how that went down. Because when I get caught on one for too long, I'll be like, hold on, we was looking at all of them. Kamose Stella, that was the one we was in. It's the same Stella, the next point they're mentioned. And he sent all the way to Kush to ask for help. We're at Kamose again, but at a different version, because it ain't the one in Luxor. This is in Cairo. We seen it. We read all that already. Taxes from Kush. Interesting. So now people getting taxed by Kush, the king's son, his majesty. I don't know. One will travel to Kush. So obviously, see, when we got out of that one time period, Kush failed to be now unanimously negative. Now when we look at the new kingdom, they're going to turn back negative when we get to the time period of Tadak Amen. The foreign countries of Syria and Kush, they belong to Egypt. Political view. The king of Egypt and Lower Egypt, Nefer, Keparu, Ra, Wa, En, Ra, and the great royal consort Nefertiti, may she live forever and ever, appearing on the large something made of electron and tributes of Kush and the West. Again, it is going to be hard to find them just being like Kush is hella negative after those certain points. Here we go. Tadak Amen period and after New Kingdom. Upper Egypt, miserable Kush. This is wretched Kush. So let me go on. We did this for too much. Let's go into this wretched. As we said this week in this vow, I argue what you're going to see here is going to be funny. They wrote a book called Wretched Kush based on bad data. When I click here, you're going to see 107 attestations. Most of them going to be for the Asiatics. So if somebody want to keep count, let's play a quick game. Who is the most wretched to the Egyptians? Kushites or Asiatics? Let's see. Then his majesty proceeded in peace after he had crushed his enemy, the wretched Kush. Middle Kingdom. Middle Kingdom, another wretched Kush. I ain't gonna read them all. Middle Kingdom, the eloquent barber, wretched Kush. Nope, this is just wretched. It ain't Kush. So 2 for Kush, 1 just for wretched. Another just for wretched. Another just for wretched. 3 for wretched, 2 for Kush. These are just wretches. Look, what I'm doing is looking at the red word over here and lining it up to see what they're talking about. This is this evil speech. We got Medut, wretched. Evil words. Medut, words, speech, wretched. So that's some evil words. So that your words could be wretched. The bad saying, shoot at the enemy, shoot at the wretched. All right. Now look, wretched retinue. Now, retinue is Canaanites. See, they leave this out. And they always say wretched Kush. But we only seen so far 2 wretched Kushes. Then the rest was just wretched people. Now we got wretched retinue. Retinue, Canaanites. Look, Syrian Palestine. Can't make this up. Wretched Canaanites. All right? So as much as Kush be wretched, we're going to see how much they wretched. Now we back to a wretched Kush. If y'all keeping score, we got 1 Canaanites, 3 Kush. Bad news is in your town. This is wretched news in Avaris. So this is really, let me click. He's taunting the king of Avaris. So this go back to the wretched Canaanites. Look, the great one of retinue, y'all just seen that means Canaanites. Where does it say bad news is in your town? He say wretched, they talking that wretched stuff over there about you. I know this text. Bad news is in your town. He taunting that boy. You are driven out together, you with your army. Your foul language, consisting of the fact making me a great one, treating me only as a great one and not a ruler, while you are a ruler. That's what he wrote him in that letter. So this is a reply back to the king of Avaris. He says, only the purpose of claiming yourself the stolen goods for which you will fall. He got back at that boy. Your back will certainly see misfortune. My army is after you. The woman of Avaris will not conceive. Their hearts will not be open. And then he says what we said now here about the great one of the retinue. So even that wretched was aimed at the Canaanites. It's just separated in the text. Now we have, oh, you ruthless. So that's 2. It's like 4 for wretched Kush and 2 for wretched retinue. Now it's 3 for wretched retinue. Oh, you wretched Asian. You see, they take this data and they tell you any story they want to. Now the Asians going to become the most wretched. Because we got 4 for Kush, 3 for Asians, but watch what start happening. Here go 4 for Asians. Oh, you wicked, you wretched Asian. Misery, that's just general. This is just general. So now it's tied. 4 wretched Kushes and 4 wretched Asians. But they wrote a book called Wretched Kush and told you that's what the Egyptians thought of the people to their south. Ain't that messed up? Y'all looking at the data, so none of them popped up. This is wretched hair, or air, I apologize. But it's not like a particular location. Uh-oh, another wretched Asiatic. So now it's more wretched Asiatics in the text corpus so far than wretched Kushes. Man, they be hating. Behold the shameful deed, wretched air. Wait. This is a wretched Asiatic. This is a wretched Asiatic. This is the Stella of Merkara. This is Merkara, line 811. This is line 2 and 2. So it say it twice on that Stella. So now wretched Asiatics is beating wretched Kushes by 2. We 6-4, if I'm counting it right. Because this is a statistical survey, it's really not a game. We showing, look, wretched retinue. 7-4. 8-4. Miserable Canaanites. Retinue is Syria, but it's the coast of Syria. So when I click on retinue, again, just to show you, it's going to show you retina, Syria, Palestine. Palestine is the coast of Syria. That would indeed be Canaanites in their time period. But they got a name for them. They call them Kanana. But retinue is the bigger area of that area. So now it's so many more wretched Asiatics in the text corpus as we see, and we're 8-4 at miserable retinue, wretched retinue. That gave us 8, I think. Here we have, now this is going to really be funny because we got wretched Kush, miserable Kush. So now it's 5-8. are 5 to 9, but they mentioned Nubians right here. They ain't wretched. Ain't that different and weird? Nomads from Nubia. So when we confuse this Kush and thinking that this cuss up here, wretched Kush, is the same as the Seti down here, we'd be wrong. This is not nomads. This is bowmen. Man, let me click this and prove it. Bowmen. Bow people. Because these are the people of Hermionopolis too. So this is why they mess up that word set to you. Look, these bowmen, yun to you or whatever, they say from Nubia, but they also say they're from the Sinai. They said to you, they're shooters. And we find said to you in the Sinai, and they try to say that those is Asiatics. But they didn't do this homework that we showing them. And I'll have to write this in a book one day to help. But anyway, let's keep it going. So now it's looking bad for the Asiatics, huh? At every point of data. You can't, look, miserable Canaanites. Miserable, wretched retinue. There's nothing
Those are Kushites they're speaking about.
No, they're not, bro. Retinue. So look, retinue, I'm simply clicking the definition to be non. Look, it say it right here. War campaign from Saul to Canaan. Canaanites, bruh. I'm not making this up. War campaign from Saul to Canaanites.
No, I was talking about the bows.
Oh, thank you,
Sinai.
good brother. You might have been looking a little later at the video. Definitely, you're 100% correct, but they wouldn't be Kushites. Let me show you. Because let's look at this. They have an insignia that takes us to Thebes. So this, let's look at these three pillars, right? Then I'm gonna go right here and I'm gonna go Thebes. Only place we got that is in Thebes, right? Thebes is not Thebes. Thebes is the home of the shooters. Look, but they only gonna give you one of them. They still tell you the word is the same word. Awenu. But if I keep going down, they should give you those 3 pillars. Well, I'm gonna make them do it by going gnome map EGYPT. All right, and let me start. I gotta start getting stuff ready for my family. So let me see. We come on to here. What we gonna see? Can I make this bigger? Thebes. Let's go to Thebes. That's why Thebes is so important, because that's where your shooters is at. All right, so look. They're still not showing it in the plurality, but let's just read it. Awenu, Shema. Now, Awenu, they say that this is a pillar. I just took you right here and showed you. Awenu Tu just makes it a group of people. So this Yan, however you want to call it, Yawin, however you want to call it, they're Bow people. And they say nomads from Nubia from the Sinai. So we know that we see this pillar, and then we see they show you the pillar. And we kind of see this is just say Shema of Upper Egypt. Or of Tashama'u, see? Tashama'u. So Awenu Shema ain't the pillar of, I say that this is a quiver with one bow poking out of it. And I actually corroborated that, because watch this. This is going to be hella crazy. You see this? They say that this is a pillar. But watch me go here and type the word quiver. Quiver. And I told y'all I was right. Click quiver. You're going to see the same damn thing eventually when we find it. Let's say 2 quiver. That's putting something in your quiver. This is a Semitic quiver. That's not the same quiver. We need that ancient Egyptian quiver. Well, I have found that same thing could be used to say quiver, but maybe it's not in the text corpus. Let me see if I can find it in the dictionary. But anyway, I've been talking for a long time, so anybody want to build? I want to find this quiver. Uh-oh. This is a little different when it got hella arrows in it. It got 4 arrows in it. But I'm saying that pillar that we see as a pillar, because I thought I found it. Well, I might not have. I don't know. I know I did, but it ain't. I can't show where. And right now, this quiver is giving us T65. Anyway, where we at right now? No, I ain't hate no Asiatics. They even asked me to go read all the Kushite attestations because I guess they thought it was gonna hate on the Kushites more than it hated on the Asiatics, but it turned out ugly. We still here. Look, let's go back. We still here. They still got more. I think it was like 9-5 with the term wretched that they called Kushites wretched more than they called Egyptians. Here's another. So now it's 9-6. The wretched land of Haiti, that is up there in the north. So that's back to the Asiatics. That's Hittites. So that's 10. 11. Wretched land of Hatti. Wretched retinue, that's 12. Come on, man. I'm going to keep on counting them.
But why are you saying the retinue is Canaanites?
Bruh, how hard is it for me to teach you that? Look, bruh, this is the simple thing I'm doing. Do you see this word, wretched retinue? Now follow me. I'm going over to the meta-nature. You see, I'm the R, the T, the N, and the W. Now I'm going to click it so they can define it for you. It's not me saying that. Now look, what does it say? Retinue is the area of Syria, but Syria is big. Palestine is where the Canaanites is from. Feel me? And so they had 2 ways to say those people. Pelashet, which backs up with the consonants in Palestine, and they also would say retinue, as we see here. Now, if I go to Syria, Palestine, and just pop that in Google, it's going to show you that it's the domain of the Canaanites. Look, I'm going to just pop Syria, Palestine, right? Like, look. See the map? Where they got that red? That's exactly Canaanite area. You see what I mean? But if you, to be specific, the area of the Palestinians who were Canaanites. That's the only reason why I'm saying that, bro. So when I see that RTN retinue, I know it defines back to Syria and Palestine, a particular area in Syria.
But not Canaanites, though.
All right, you can say that, but then Palestinians. You know what I mean? Ain't Palestinians Canaanites? Yes.
Nah.
Yeah, the people who lived in Gaza. Come on, bro, don't do that. They still getting beat up by Israelites to this day. Today, the day that we're talking on, they're still beating up Palestinians over the same old stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? If you saying that they ain't in the, I don't get it. Those is Canaanites still. But we know that. But if you want to say that they have a different term, Kanana, you're correct. But those people are so geographically closely related. Kanana is inside of Pelashet. And we know this from doing the text. So that's why I say that those are Kushite, not Kushites, but you know what I'm trying to say, damn it. I can't even think of the word. Canaanites. Wretched retinue. Yeah, we keep a score because we taking statistical polls. At that point, it was like 11-5. I ain't keeping good store. Wretched Asians. This one just say wretched enemy. Under that is wretched Asians. And then there's the wretched enemy of Hatti. Those are people of the, look, these are people of the Hittite Empire. Wretched Syria. There they go again. So they ain't even tripping off Kush. That book was pseudo. Wretched from Chatti. Man, they hate the North more than the South. The miserable, that is the wretched prince of Aleppo. Again, him stated over. And then the heart is just being weak and dismayed. All right, man. I want to let y'all talk and build. I've been talking too much. Anybody want to get a word in about the subject?
I missed out on a whole lot of
It's
stuff
all
because I
good.
was on the phone.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
So,
I need to prepare some food for my peoples. So I'm gonna get ready to get it in, but not just so abruptly. Hold up real quick. Y'all can build. All right, I'm back here. Now look where we at now. We still looking over these same texts. We haven't got to the end of wretched. This say wretched Kush again in the New Kingdom, Ramses II. So don't let nobody exploit them terms and act like they just wasn't calling their enemies wretched. They didn't have no particular hate for Asiatics, stronger than hates for Nubians when they wanted to represent themselves, or Kushites when they wanted to represent themselves as a strong nation. And still, statistically, we're getting more wretched enemy of the North, more wretched enemy of the North, of Hatti. So why did you want me to bring up that Kushites? You thought it was going to be more of that? More Kushite hate?
No, I mean what I'm looking at is the shift basically from the Nubians, basically the Egyptians messing with the Nubians to basically using the Kushites for their armies and stuff like that to go press out over in Syria. But I'm trying to see if there was a difference. I'm trying to see like the exact difference between Nubia and Kush.
Yeah, okay. For those differences, we take Kush to be received as a army that could bring big threat to Egypt, and they always wanted the people to be conceived like, don't worry about them, we got control over them. Nubians are just their southerners, Egyptians, who would encounter these people first. So this is why they made sure the people of the land of Magi, or the Magi people in different tribes like the Patati, was on point for them, because they had let's look at the map. They had a big, huge kingdom to their south.
Because when you read this stuff, they intertwine Kush and Nubia. So when I say the difference,
What you
I
mean?
want
Who
to
is
know the
they?
actual difference that it was actually was in history, like reds and blacks. You know what I'm saying?
When you say they intertwine Kush and Nubians, are you saying
When we read
archaeologists?
about it like on Wiki or something.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely do, and that's a mistake. And people are teaching that we don't need to do that. A very good video to watch about that is by Aaron DeSocia, called "The Complexities and the Cultures of Kush or Ancient Nubia." But you can put Aaron DeSocia up there, and you'll see that. You know what I'm saying? Now,
And
right?
the reason why I'm coupling the Kushites with the people that were in Avaris is because when you read a letter from Amenhotep II, he's writing to a Kushite about him having wives in Syria, in
Man,
Hatti.
well, where is that letter at? Because this is what we just did. We're in the middle of looking over a word Kes, but we just look over all the attestations for the word Kush, and we didn't see that letter. So it occurs sometimes that they spell it a different way, but we would need to pull up that primary, and we didn't went over like 150 primaries, so we got to be able to pull that one up. Is Amenhotep
Okay,
the
so it's
second?
when you go to Wiki, right, and you type in Amenhotep II, you go to the personality and later life.
Hold on. Amenhotep the second.
Yeah. And then go down, when you get to Wiki, go down to personality and later life and open that up.
We'll look at the personality and later life. I seen family life and early life. Oh, let's see personality and later life. All right, now what we looking for?
Right there.
Now, I ain't gonna read the whole thing. I don't feel like it. All right, here we go. His victory over Kush, Nubia, right here.
Yeah.
No, that's just Wiki messing that up.
Yeah, I know they do that. But what I'm talking about, though, this is the letter right there at the bottom. It's going to talk about what he's saying to the Kushite.
All right. It says, copy of this order which His Majesty wrote himself on the hand to the Viceroy Usserhat. His Majesty was in the royal residence. He spent a holiday sitting and drinking. Look, this order of the king is brought to you, who is far away, Nubia. Who is in faraway Nubia. Okay, so His Majesty is in faraway Nubia. A hero who brought booty from all foreign lands, a charioteer. You are master of a wife from Babylon and a maidservant from Byblos. Okay. You are master of a wife from Babylon and a maidservant from Byblos, a young girl from Alaka, okay, and a young woman from Arpaka. Now these people, it says, from Syria or Tekshi are worthless.
And real quick.
Don't make me stop, because he just said all the people that he cited is worthless though.
Just for some clarity, real quick. Alalak is a Hittite vassal. And most of these places are most likely Hittite vassals.
Yeah, that's exactly. You're right. Yeah, they definitely are. They're Canaanite, not Hittite, but Canaanite vassalage, because it say
no, Hittite for sure. It's Hittite for sure.
Well,
these are Hittite vassals. Alalak is a Hittite vassal.
All right,
for sure, I know that for sure.
I'm not arguing necessarily against that. It says a young girl from Alalak and another. And another woman from Arapak or whatever, Paka. I'm not arguing against that, but I do know that this isn't the time period when they were necessarily tripping off the Hittites so much. Unless I'm incorrect, let's see which Amenhotep this is. Yeah, this is Amenhotep II. So this is earlier in the time. They had not arose. As a matter of fact, there was a fraternity. Now you might, and maybe this is part of the fraternity, but let's keep reading it. Now you know how these women arose as to be. Who is this letter from? Let's go look up. Let's see, because these women were sent as a gift to him. If we understand how they got there, but let's look and see what it says. A stella from this pharaoh's point of view highlights its open and contemptuous attitude towards non-Egyptians. This document, which is dated the year 23 for Akid Day 1, the day of the festival of Amenhotep II, access to ascension to power, is a copy of a personal letter which the king composed himself to Usserhat, the viceroy of Kush. It says in it, Amenhotep II reminded Usserhat of their military exploits against Syria, and proceeds to criticize the way the official conducted his office as a viceroy. So that's what he's getting at. He remember how he smashed on them Syrians? But you using this to say that he had these Syrian wives. These Syrian wives were gifts of the, like you said, of the vassalage, whether you want to call it Hittite or Canaanite. But if you call saying Hittite would be probably a few hundred years out of order. But let's see. Let's go to Alakot and to prove what I'm trying to say and see if they give us more information on that. I like what you said about that being a Hittite vassalage, and I believe it, but we probably would know this place to have been there for a while. Hittite, like you just broke down. It's an ancient archaeological site approximately 20 kilometers north of Antioch, which is now in Turkey. Okay, it flourished as an urban settlement. So now we way over so far in the Syrian area. We ain't even in Syria. We're in Turkey. So these would be where these women, these wives, was from. Cool. I ain't mad at that. Now these people from Syria, just like they say, are worthless. What are they good for? Another message for the viceroy: do not trust the Nubians, but beware of their people and their witchcraft. Take this servant of the commoner, for example, whom you made an official, although he is not an official, whom you should have suggested to his majesty. Damn. They like, why you give me this boy? This boy boo-boo. This ain't going to be my official. It says, or did you want to allude to the proverb, if you lack a golden battle axe inlaid with bronze, a heavy club of acacia wood would do. Damn. Did he give him a bar?
So you see how he's dissing the Nubians?
Nah, man, you so messed that up ridiculously. Actually,
he just said, "Do not trust the Nubians."
But he said, "Don't trust them." That's not a diss. The diss is the trust mean don't get got. He say, "Beware." Beware also ain't a diss. Beware is saying be on your P's and Q's of their people and their witchcraft. Here is the diss, my brother. Now these people from Syria are worthless. What are they good for? That's the diss. And then it literally says another message.
So you telling me if me, you, and somebody else are speaking, and I tell that person in front of your face, do not trust this man, that's not a diss to you?
Well, it's a diss because I want to be considered trustworthy, but there's no Nubian in his face. So he's actually saying, don't trust the Nubians. Like if I was telling you, don't trust the Mexicans. I'm saying you might get got. And if I say, don't trust the Mexicans, beware of their people and their witchcraft, that ain't a diss. That's telling you to be on point. But the Nubians could take that as a diss if they want to be considered trustworthy. You see what I'm saying? But the stark diss is when someone says, now these people from Takesh or Tekshi or Syria are worthless. What are they good for? Okay? I love those long silent moments because our brains fire off trillions of neurons in a split second. And if all those neurons couldn't think of nothing to say, that's called brain freeze.
No, I want you to keep going. I get what you're saying.
It's scholastic brain
time,
freeze.
That's still you don't want to call it a diss, but that's still disrespectful to the Nubians. You're telling them your loyalty is to your Kushite soldiers. You don't trust the Nubians. You're telling them do not trust the Nubians.
Yeah.
So obviously there is a problem.
Don't trust them. No, because you could get your ass got. He tell you.
If I tell you I don't trust you, or I tell somebody else to not trust you, that's not positive. That's negative.
So why don't we read the complete sentences? Do not trust the Nubian, but beware of their people and their witchcraft. Beware. They might get you.
People and their witchcraft.
Don't trust them. Beware.
So there's a division within the population somewhere.
Oh, definitely that. When you go south, them people know some magic and you might get your ass got. That's what it's saying clearly. But you, to make that as if that's like, oh, that would be a good question. It's going to be haka. I've seen this text before. This word here is haka. It just says beware of their magic. We actually went over this one today. I think we still got it on the screen. Watch this. Let's snap back out of wretched. When we was looking at when we was looking at Nubian, I think it was right on the screen. We went over that attestation today, right? So I'll just put haka in here to show you. Now, Haka could be a ruler if stated in one word category, and it could be magic. So they put witchcraft. I'm going to put a HKA. I should put a capital A. Dang, why I won't get a capital A? Oh, my thing is cap locked. Hopefully this give it to me. Haka probably got a capital H too. So let's try that. Yeah, my thing is cap locked wrong. Hold on. Should be an H, a lowercase, and like this. Where's the cap lock, dude? All right, there we go. Haka. Let me go. All right, now you see it says personification of magic to bewitch. Now, when I click in the Haka magician, this is the word they're going to use for that attestation, but it's only 5 of these. So I know it's not coming from this one. It's probably coming from this one. Well, it's 5 of those too, so let's see. And one of them going to line up. We'll see, though. The eldest Haka, they're using it different. All right, but let's find the one they use the way we talking about. Magician. Beware of their magic. So we don't want to see magician. We kind of want to see magics right here. They leave it. Let's find the one that got attestations. Here go a book of magic. Where's a book of recitations and incantations that should bring us back physical results. It's not really magic. 15 for magicians. Let's try this. This Peppy is a magician. Another message to the king. Now here we go. Told you. That's the word. Another message to the king's son. Do not have pity on the Nubians. See, the other one said, do not trust. So you got to look at the initial words because these scholars translate it that way. Now this one say, don't have pity on the Nubians. Beware of their people and their sorcerers. Let's click the word.
Be harsh. So to be harsh on them, don't
hold
let up.
Last you argued it meant trust. In order to not have to switch up whenever the Europeans tell us a different definition, let's go to the Medu Neter. And then we can have this argument because it says Nubian, so it got Nehes here. Now let's look right before Nehes. Zanisut, the king of the area. Let's click this. At all, nope. So let's see. Nai, to be mild or to be pity. So this is the word that they said is trust. It's saying don't be mild with the Nubians or don't pity them. And it say beware of their magic. Now let's look at their magic. That just means don't be soft. See, when you go to the Medu Neter, it starts to reveal more. Look, it says beware. Let's look at the term for beware. It says nasin remech. But this za'u will give us the beware probably. To guard, to heed, or guard against. It's saying guard against their people. Yeah, it's making sure you don't get got by them Southerners. But now clicking into the Medu Neter, and now here's the word Hakayu. They put their sorcerers. Nasin, their, they, and then we got sorcerers or magicians. Now it's not magicians, it ain't really magic like abracadabra. It's the stuff that the ancient Egyptians don't know that the Nubians do. I don't know the magicians. Now we own magicians. Who are the two jaws, your wizards? Behold the sorcerers. All right. So not really sorcerers. That's a bad translation. But let's see. But what's wrong here? Because everything you're saying, it ain't working. You're trying to make them Nubians look ugly, but the text ain't doing it. It do it when it do it. It do it when it do it.
I never tried to do anything. All I said was that what he said about the Nubians in that letter was not in a positive light.
Do not trust the Nubians. Well, yeah, somebody you don't gotta trust is not good, okay? But we just looked at that word trust ain't even there.
There's a division within the population that's going on between the Egyptians, the Kushites, and the Nubians.
Nah. You want to know why? Because the only one that's a real people group out of the 3 that you just mentioned is Egyptians and Kushites. Nubians that's an archaeological tag. That's just like saying the C group, the C group was fighting the A group. Those are all archaeological statements. This is what I mean. You'll find terms that represent Kemet, the people of Egypt, in the text. You will find terms that represent the people Kush by that name in the text. You'll never find Nubians in the text by that name. See what I mean? And so when it say don't trust the Nubians, it really say Nehesi there. We got it open. Let's go back. Watch it be a Nehesi. And when I click Nehesi, it's going to say Southerners. So if you think that this division is between two people groups, that's looking at it wrong. If we look at that as don't trust them Southerners, yeah, they were saying that. Because it was people in the South who knew different stuff that people in Kemet didn't know nothing about.
I wouldn't argue against that. It's trying to use the term for Nubians as Southerners. I wouldn't debate against that. But there's still the division within those populations. So there's obviously a different population that we are using the term Nubian for, and we have the Kushites, and then we have the Egyptians, and we can notice from just off the letter.
I don't know what to say.
So if we got to get specifically into what Nubian group or people he was talking about, then we'll have to do that.
Bruh, he explained the whole thing for you when you read the whole text. So let me continue it. Listen to what it say. Now, these people from Syria are worthless. They're your diss. What are they good for? Now he's going to come with another message. Another message for the viceroy. Do not trust these Nubians, but beware of their people and their witchcraft. Take this servant of the commoner, for example, who you made an official, although he is not an official of whom you should have suggested to his majesty. He like, you shouldn't have suggested this bum to me. Now watch what he say. Or did you want to allude to the proverb, if you lack a gold battle axe inlaid in bronze, a heavy club of acacia would do? Now listen, so do not listen to their words and do not heed their messages. You see? He's just saying, don't trust them, don't listen to them, don't heed their messages. Because if you start to listen to the Nubians, they going to tell you, look, we founded Egypt, and then you going to get mad. They going to get mad, and then it's going to go like that. Peace, we got Brother Reggie in the building. I'm going to ask Brother Reggie to hold it down for a minute. How you doing, Brother Reggie?
I'm doing all right.
Brother Reggie.
You're doing a great job. My problem, Smash, before you take a quick break or do what you do, is that we have all of these arguments, and it seems that the people who make the arguments are just reading the text the way Europeans are translating it. So Dr. Mario Beatty on the word Hesi did a whole thing that Hesi doesn't just the Europeans use wretched. Dr. Mario Beatty proved to Europeans, Egyptologists, that it has a broader meaning of like being formidable, right? And so then when you read his examination of it, I would tell anybody to read his examination instead of having me argue with Wiki or a translation that one person did, and that's one person's translation. But anyway, I wanted to say that, and when you come back on the
Okay, I'm going to give you the whole flow, ask you to hold it down, but let me read why people shouldn't be fooled by avatars with pseudo-African names that don't go as far as to put up an image of themselves. We have Feti Kalunga here, who says, that's cap smash. Now listen to how bad this sounds if you know any of these terms he tries. Nubians are Nilotics that stayed in Aswan and intermixed with Afro-Asiatics. How bad of a sentence was that? I'm going to show you what he just did. He thinks the language group Afro-Asiatic is a people. He clearly said Nubians, who he thinks is a people too, are Nilotics that stayed in Aswan. All of that is error. And they intermixed with Afro-Asiatics? They intermixed with a language group?
Oh, Smash, it's not worth your time.
So who are Afro-Asiatics on the planet? That's a language group. Wow. This shit is
Afro-Asiatic
crazy.
C group people. Then he says Afro-Asiatic C group people.
So C group people, what? Who? C group people, bruh.
Yeah,
You're using
smash those.
archaeological terms for material culture. C group people were analyzed through ostrich feathers and what is it called? The rings, Nubian rings on the thumb finger to let them know they was archers. And you saying they mixed and they were Afro-Asiatics? What is an Afro-Asiatic people group? Like, what's the people group Afro-Asiatic? See, when you go into the people who spoke Afro-Asiatic, you're going to have to talk and say what their tribe actually was. You can't
we
say
don't
they
trust
mixed with
those
Afro. Yeah,
terms.
yeah, that's
We
pseudo.
we
Go
don't
ahead,
trust
Reggie.
those terms.
It's on you. You on the big screen.
The reason why we don't trust those terms is because we can never find in these groups, the C group, the A group, and the B group, right? Any real Asiatic connection that they would change their that these people were in those groups. So you're talking about language, but those are just terms to talk about and linguistically families of languages, right? So that those families of language could have developed in Africa and went to those Asian parts that speak that language, and that's why they call it Afro-Asiatic, to talk about the two groups that share the common language. We're not talking about we're not talking about people. We're not talking about people. So I don't it would have been best if you source something to prove your point. But and so when we have any of these texts, then we should follow a methodology which Smash follow this methodology of at least trying to identify the word, right, that would have been in ancient Egypt and find the text, which he in fact did. So Hesi doesn't necessarily mean Hesi means more formidable, right? We can't get along with them, right? Rather than wretched, like in the sense that we would use wretched in the English language. So that's what I want to contribute to this. So if you can pull up the text, if you have the methodology to pull up the text, to take it from the English that you're reading and go into the text, then Smash may have the time to do that, but I don't have the time to do that. So the point is, the people that we call the Egyptians or the Ramesh, right? Or in this time period, Kemet, when Kemet is used, right? Because it could also be Tameri, but nevertheless, they are a government. They have borders. They have their own agenda versus the agenda of the other groups, and there are many other groups of the Nehesi. So the Nehesis are not getting along. They're fighting each other. But the Egyptians, they're not concerned about them fighting with each other. They're concerned about controlling their borders, their northern borders and their southern borders. But what we do is we follow the Europeans and we do Berlin conferences, right? In our work. We want to take all of the Nehesi confederations and combine them and just call them Nubia. Like, and you can get away on YouTube on our little ping pong tables that we do, but you can't get away with that if you write anything. And that's my problem with all of these arguments that we have. People are master Google scholars now, master. So now but when you ask them to actually verify it in a language, there's a few people who are that have formidable, formidable alternative conclusions that we have to air out. The biggest one that I've seen lately is on the word black. And that's what I want to deal with, ask Smash about, because now we have the genome people thinking that genomes and what's this other thing that they have, the sickle cell trait, that these are people, meaning that sickle cell trait itself and genome people, genomes actually have minds that they walk in itself. So sickle cell has a brain, two eyes, right, and two legs, which is ridiculous.
I was just
And
about to
so
say
what
something.
their failure, their effing failure, is that we have a civilization, and this civilization has a large radius. And so now we have peoples, they don't have to be bloodline. So these people who I'm arguing with and Smash is arguing with are making a bloodline. We're not them. These people are not them based on bloodlines. What we're talking about is people that people are not the same peoples because of culture, differences. That has been a problem of Africa in the ancient world and the problem today. But a person could join another group by marriage, etc., by war, being a captive, and they could have a different bloodline, but be admitted into that culture.
Yo, I gotta give a shout out to Feti Kalunga for the contribution to the show, as he wants me to read. The C group people spoke. See, I told you messed that up. The C group people spoke an Afro-Asiatic language, bro. You keep saying they was Afro-Asiatic people. Nah, you don't call people by their language group like that, because that is not a language. That is a language category. God, you see, it says of the Cushitic branch. Even your own source teaching you what I'm telling you. So they of the Cushitic branch. So you're gonna call, you see, people of the South and Upper Nubia possibly speaking Nilo-Saharan languages. Yeah, we with all that. So you got to understand that the difference when they talking about language and actual people groups.
It's
That's
the
all.
pods. It's the pods and people conversation applied to linguistics, right?
Shout
Just
out for the contribution. I was just about to say, man, where y'all at? Kick in. We do hard work, and we always want to see people making the show go right. You feel me? I be like, I want to say thank you, but now I got my people who always support, and we ain't never look. There you go again, popping up, man. Chris, you's one of the most constant supporters, right? When I say it, Chris, right there in the Cash App, and Fela right there. And so we need the people who just come here and get all the free knowledge to kick in and know that it's worth your wow every time. As I'm about to break something down, I'm about to break something down right now that you can use forever to dispel this stupid ancient text whenever they mention it. And it's called Edicts Against the Blacks. Okay? This is old Egyptological work to make you think that Usher Sin wrote an edict against black people. But watch how this is illustrated here. Make that Cash App go off again. Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Feta. And I'm about to read this for y'all, and then I'm gonna get back to the thank yous for the contributions to the show. Now look at this. Look at this. Let me switch it over. My man in the chat just asked me, can we see edict to the blacks? And if y'all follow anything I tell you, I want to see how sharp anyone who's been watching this show today is as I read this. The southern frontier in the 8th year under his majesty of the king of the south and the north, Kakaura, Usher Sin III, endowed with life forever. No black whatsoever shall be permitted to pass this stone going downstream, whether traveling by land or selling at the boat with cattle, asses, goats belonging to the blacks, with the exception of such as cometh to do business in the country of Akin or at the embassy. It says, such, however, shall be well treated in every way. No boat belonging to the blacks shall in future be permitted to pass down the river by the region of Hay. Now, is there anything anyone wants to say before I break that down about that passage right there?
They're gonna die.
We know they definitely gonna die. But you wasn't even on the show. Now, Reggie, the funny part about this is we read this passage on this show today from the ancient Egyptian text. And now we get to see how the fix is truly in. Because when we go into the TLA, the word blacks ain't there. Remember, it say no Nubian. Remember, and I argued that, I'll just show it again, but I argued that Nubian in that context should be related as Southerner. Remember? But look how Egyptologists have used this term Nubian to make you think that there's some edict against the blacks. This says no Southerner, and it's even on the southern frontier. Where they say no Southerner, Nehesi, which Egyptologists say, what does Nehesi mean? Oh, Nehesi means Negro. Mm-hmm. What does Negro mean? Negro means black. Mm-hmm. So then they can make up a fake edit like this, which is aimed at Southerners. And then check this out.
Based on skin color.
Yeah, and they made it based on skin color. But then check this out. Why would it say, if this was an edict against the blacks, why would it say, with exceptions of such that cometh to do business in the country of our kin or the embassy, such, however, shall be entreated in every way. That means well entreated. So we hate these people, but if he come with something to do some trade, now we don't hate him no more. Now you treat him well in every way. That kind of don't make no sense when you pin this down to a particular people group. But when you say people just coming from the South, don't let them pass here. Again, let's go into this exact passage in the TLA where we was just reading a few moments ago. All I probably do is got to click back. And we can see that edict towards blacks is old egyptological jargon to make people think that the word Nehesi was related to blacks, and then we'll get the result that we just got. All right? And so, yeah. I mean, but y'all could build while I try to see if I could get back to that. If not, I know we was looking up Nubians. But that's an easy one. There's no ancient Egyptian edict against blacks.
Against skin color.
This word ain't even Kim. So they really is pseudo. Like, this word right here is Nehesi in the text. And so, and again, they're showing you that this occurs at Simna, and we went over all of these earlier. And so calling this an edict against the blacks would just be,
and Utersen
it's just bad.
And Utersen is the sorceress or sin worship.
Exactly. That's what I was telling them. That was the Sin Rosette, Stellas, and Simna that we just been going over. So thanks for the question, so we can dispel that nonsense. Like, I mean, the word for black in ancient Egyptian is Kim. So,
yeah, I love when people do that, and then you ask them for the actual metal nature of it, right? And then it all goes away, right? It becomes really silly. And like I was trying to talk yesterday to Jabari's student, and I asked, and Sanetta, he gets upset with me because I just asked the brother, do you read the Medu Neter, right? Do you read any of the Medu Neter? And he says, no. And I'm like, wow, young brother, he's a good young brother, nice guy. But I'm like, they're going to get you, right? They're going to get you with things like this because now you're stuck with the same text and you can't verify it. They're going to get you. So you're going to have to up your skills. We've been doing this for like 8-9 years on YouTube and in many years before this.
Let me ask you a question. How could that brother prove that this wasn't an edict against the blacks if he don't read Medu Neter?
He cannot, and he can get got. And then I'm trying to help the brother, give him help. Tell him, come to Smash's show, right? Stop looking at this thing religiously. Come to Smash's show, come and we can and we can learn together. But if you're going to do this religiously, this mod stuff and all of this things and funerary text, you're going to get slaved when someone does an edict against the blacks. You're going to waste so much time thinking about how you should do it instead of doing it the right way. First, like I said, Ertesen is sorceress in Greek, and Sinwarset generally for Egyptologists. So you may be confused. You may not know that Ertesen is Sinwarset. So you don't even know where to look. You need to know the meta-nature.
Yeah, exactly. And they do that on purpose. They say Earth descent so you can't look that up, but then they're going to tell you blacks blatantly so you can just understand that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, that's the fix. That's so, but how we classify that is old, outdated,
Petri, Reisner,
exactly.
the
Antiquated or, Egyptological. Old work, bro. That ain't new work.
Right, but the text, the beautiful thing about the text tells the truth. The text is our primary weapon to understand disputes, peoples, right? The text. And so yeah, you can use things like linguistics. You can use linguistics when it matters, but here it doesn't matter. The meta-nature has been deciphered, it's been translated. So you don't need to do no linguistic backflips on this. You don't have to redecipher or retranslate, right? You have to, and then you find that secretly the Europeans, they always really agree. I'm talking about the ones who read the meta-nature. They can't get around it. They'll be like, okay, I think that you're right. Okay, I see what you're saying. But to the public, they're smashing us. Anyway, so you were still looking for the Ertesen 3.
We broke that down basically.
So yeah, so if you don't want to look at the meta-nature and show that the fact is in the Hesi, then my brother that was making those arguments, what is your argument now?
No, it was Sot 12 in the chat who was asking us to break that down for him so he can know how to dispel it. But the actual brother who was making the arguments, all of his contentions got dispelled because when we looked over the text, everything towards Asia was way worse than it was towards the South. Like they just kept on being, it was even more wretched Asians than it is wretched Kush. But they went and wrote a book called Wretched Kush.
Right, and that's what Mario Beatty, you can look it up, Dr. Mario Beatty on Hesi, right? And then you this whole, yes.
I wasn't saying that there was more attestations towards Kush. I mean, I agree that it would be more attestations against
Asiatics,
the East.
Yeah, the East.
Yeah, the Asiatics. So that wasn't my point. My point was that there was a division within the populations with the people in the South, the Kushites,
always.
and the Egyptians.
Of course.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. But don't exploit that because that is the same contention that brought in intermediate periods. So that's just a part of Egypt. As I pointed out today, the difference between the first intermediate period and the second intermediate period is the 12th dynasty, bro. No one ever talks about that. That only one family held it down and they tried to put this harsh ass policy towards the South and the shit broke up again. Excuse my language. But we have to note that the 13th dynasty, we back into an intermediate period. 11th dynasty, we coming out of one. And so that's craziness to act like even Egypt was even all that. Whenever it started to look away from the South, you get what's called an intermediate period. Some beef about to pop off.
But the connection between Kush and the Asiatics, this is what I look at, right? So I just want to read this real quick, this source, right? It says, this is a genetic study source, right? It's from the WordPress. It says, the ancestral origin of the Afro-Asiatic speaking groups inhabiting the Horn of Africa has long been a subject of debate among scholars. in the 2000s, with advent of genomics, a number of scientists proposed that these communities were formed through contact between ancient West Eurasian and sub-Saharan African individuals, right? That's 2000s. Then we
Wait,
get
stop,
to,
stop, 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 stop. So stop. First, where are you reading from?
this is from the WordPress. This is a genetic study
And the
that they were
WordPress ain't
doing.
no. WordPress ain't
You
ain't
know,
a source.
you know
WordPress
what?
is a place, a blog where anyone can
Yeah,
put a
you know why I
blog.
was smelling something? Because when you write, right? When you write, if you are anywhere in academia, student, professor, what smelled about that was he kept making assertions without footnotes. Now, if you admitted the footnotes, then read it back with the footnotes. If he just started talking and he didn't put no footnote for every 2 lines to make his assertion, now you know it's a WordPress blog. Now read it back with the footnotes.
It ain't got no footnotes, probably. He said it was from WordPress. Now, I'm not about to get on your head too hard, because if you thought WordPress was the source, then we just need to deal with it the proper way. That's just a blog, and inside of the blog, you will be able to find whose blog that one is. And so,
Yeah, listen, somebody who writes this, read Smash's blogs, right? Right? Read Smash's blogs. He don't go on and on and on and on. He got to stop and he got to say where he got it from. You go read my papers, even any of my work. I don't go on and on and on without a footnote. You can't do that. Because then you're hiding your hand. You're making me believe what you say, and I'm not going to believe it. And I need to see your footnotes. Now, are you trying to say who's calling me? Are you trying to say? What are you trying to say exactly, good brother, about the relationships between you? Oh wait, I heard that. That's what I wanted to make. So, are you trying to say that the Kushites had relationships with out of Africa, Canaan, or you were saying the Kushites had relationships with the Northerners?
No, with the first one that you said, basically, with out of West Eurasia, there was a relationship with them between West Eurasia. So
Prove
that's
that.
why that's
Prove
what
that.
I'm saying.
Prove that. What period are you talking about? And prove that.
Okay, so this is why I say that, because when I'm doing my research and I'm looking, I ran into this, and it says, right, from the 2000, what I first read was from 2000, was from a 2000 study. This study is in 2020. Okay, it says in 2020, Wang et al. Released an uh, archaeogenetics paper that included a number of never before analyzed ancient specimens from Eastern Africa. These newly published samples helped unveil several layers of ancestry in the Mota forager, which had previously been hidden. Mota's ancestral makeup was revealed to actually consist of various hunter-gatherer elements, Hadza, Mbuti, and Khoisan related components, as well as minor Niger Congo /
Okay, that's
Nilo-Saharan
fine. I
related.
have to ask you. I got that. Okay, I got that. Now,
but I'm not
what
finished. But
period?
I just can I just finish this real? I'm not gonna read a lot.
But no, I have problems with you already read that I want to address.
Okay, but can I just finish before you do that? I don't have a problem with you doing that. I just want to finish. This is all I'm gonna read, and after that, then you could correct me or whatever. You feel me? But this is just why I'm saying what I'm saying. So it says as well as minor Niger-Congo / Nilo-Saharan related admixture and considerably higher Eurasian admixture than previously had been realized. Okay, it says, additionally, genome analysis found that the earliest Afro-Asiatic speakers yet to be analyzed in Eastern Africa, i.e. the Cushitic settlers of the pastoral Neolithic time period, carried a predominant West Eurasian ancestry related to ancient North African / Levantine groups with ancillary sub-Saharan Africa admixture. The analysis showed that the 300 BP individual, which is the motorman they're talking about, individual from the Kakapel site in Kenya bore the most such sub-Saharan Africa ancestry, thus supplementing Mota as an ideal proxy.
Where you get this survey from? How old is this shit?
No, wait. So wait.
Yeah,
So
you
now,
over there messing
wait.
everything up.
Pan
It's
African
from 2020. It's from 2023, bro.
Pan African James.
All right,
Give me a
share it with
second.
us. Share it with us.
No, I don't even need to. We are talking about the period of Sinwar Set, the third. We are talking about this period. We are not talking in the periods that you are talking about. You're mixing disciplines in a different time period. And the discipline that you're mixing is you're mixing linguistics and genome data, right? And what we're doing is we're actually looking at philology.
I never used any linguistics.
You don't.
I said the
Afro-Asiatic.
relationship. I'm talking about.
See, that's the bullshit.
You don't even know, bro.
See, that's the bullshit. See,
He don't know, Reggie. No, he don't. He just don't know, Reggie. He just don't know, bro. He don't know.
No, but you know what it is? He don't know, and he keep goddamn talking. You know, so one thing is he forced me to listen to all of that BS, and then when I start talking, he immediately cuts me off. See, that's the bullshit. You don't know.
Somebody gotta turn off they other mute out or turn off your other thing, Dahootie. Because you have a YouTube playing in the back, Dahootie.
You already believe what you believe. You're a believer. You read something again. I asked you for the footnotes. Don't read me no BS. Well, listen, that paper that you might have read might have had footnotes, but guess what? It was off topic. It was off topic. We're talking about Sinwar Set, the third period, and we're looking at a particular text about wretched people, and you're gonna read me some DNA, genome, linguistic, and you're gonna use that to say what you're saying is true. Hey Smash, I got other things to do today. I'm not doing this. I mean, if I listen to Pan African James, but I'm gonna tell you, what's your brother name? What's your brother name? See, you can only do this stuff on YouTube. You can't do this. Even watch this. Even if you read that in front of a bunch of white people, they will cringe. That's that part. If you got up and asked a question to a European based on that, he would say the same damn thing. It's off topic, right? That doesn't prove the people at this particular time period. But I guess you probably listen, to talk to white people, you have to go to conferences, right? You have to go to where they are. Guess what? You don't see them because you don't go. So you did that because you wanted to cut me off and make me listen to something when I just said stop.
So what's the name of that
article? I
article?
could have been nicer to you.
What's the name of that article so we can vet it real quick? Simra, if you will.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna post it right now. I'm gonna put it in the chat. But Reggie, you know, you said a whole lot, but you really just talking out the side of your neck right now. I never said anything to prove anything. I'm speculating, if anything, and I told you if I'm wrong or whatever, you could correct me. I don't
I
have
asked
a
you to
problem. I don't
stop.
hold on. You're
Let him
cutting me
finish,
off.
Reggie.
You're
Don't
cutting
play
me off. I just let you
Reggie,
talk.
let him
I just let
finish.
you
You
talk.
gotta let him finish.
And when I started talking from the jump, you was cutting me off. So I don't know why are you postulating that I'm just cutting you off as if you wasn't cutting me off from the jump. So all this YouTube shit, I'm not. Trust me, bro. I'm not with it. I could talk to you like a man to man in my face about what I'm talking about right now. I could hold up a conversation. Now, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna post what I'm talking about in the chat, and you could do whatever you want to do with it. But at the end of the day, it is a part of the topic because what I'm talking about is the relation between West Eurasia and the East Africa part where the Kushites settled and how that connects through DNA analysis, which what I'm speaking about is 2023 study. It's not old at all. They go through the studies actually from 2000 and up until now. So I'm gonna post it in the chat.
Yeah, we could address each other better. It's cool.
Well, yeah, we can, but we don't have to take sleigh rides. We're talking in this particular period about ancient people of Egypt called Egypt and their neighbors. And their neighbors, in this conversation, we're looking at a particular time period of a letter, right? And SAT 12 asked us to pull up the edicts. We did that, right? In this particular letter and time periods that we are talking about, we don't have to bring in who we think people are. We have a speaker, which is an ancient Egyptian, and ancient Egyptians has their own biases based on control of the territory, and so in this particular instance, right, we don't have to talk about all of those other type of matters. The question is, if you want to prove that these people are Levantine, well, I'll say that Levantine people cross over into Africa, and when they're in Africa, they're not Levantine, they're African. So that means they have to mix in with the Tamehus, the Tachinus, the Meshwesh, right? And the people that we call Kemet. Now, if in that paper show the relationship between the Nehesi and them, it would be relevant. If there's no connection between the Nehesi and people that you're calling West Eurasian, you're making an argument that for your own purposes. See,
And I
yeah.
get you. Not to cut and not even to cut you off. And I right there when you said, are they making a connection? So if they're making a connection, wouldn't that connection be termed as what they're using the terms where is this term at? Where are they? Basically when it says as well as minor Niger Congo / Nilo-Saharan.
You tell me in the letter in this conversation how does that fit in? We know that they are Nehesi groups, right?
Would that be Niger Congo?
See, nah, you messing
No.
up a little bit.
Where's the Niger Congo? What are you talking
I
about?
don't know what you're talking about.
I can't do that. No, I can't do that.
Because now you're going back to language groups. He told you something that was a people group, and you asked him, would that be a language group? Niger Congo language group, correct? So you asking, would they speak Niger Congo, or would they be related in the area of the Niger or the Congo?
Yeah, would that be yes? Would that be where they related?
No to both. No to both. The Hesse wouldn't be in the areas of the Niger Congo, and they wouldn't be in the language group of the people who spoke Niger Congo languages. Think about it. Niger Congo.
At best, we're talking about Nilotic groups, right? At best, we're talking about Nilotic groups.
Yeah, now he's more on point, and they even have isn't a Nilotic? Isn't there some Nilotic language group or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, you could talk about the Cordofanian grouping, but that's still very south, you know. And I don't know. It seems like the brother wants to talk about DNA, you know, and these connections, but that doesn't necessarily translate into influence directly all the time, you know. And what time periods are we talking about? At least that's what I'm gathering from it. That's what I'm questioning.
The Egyptians or Mad at one group at one moment of the Confederation, right? And friends with another group, right? At another situation. They don't all Magi's are not the friends of Egyptians. Some Magi's are, right? Some so with all the different groups, why can't we just drill down to the particular groups? So there, the ancient Egyptians is talking about the Nehesi, right? Not they don't care the language that they speak. They care about their daggers and their bows and them encroaching on their land. And then in one letter, to be careful of them, right? Right? To be careful of them. And I guess in the other thing that we was reading for some other reasons, right? And then it's just particular time periods. One king, ruler of Egypt, is more friendly. Another one is less friendly, right? Some is dealing with internal politics, right? Of what's going on in their land, and then more so than they are dealing with external politics, right? Some are very heavy external politics. The Sinwar sets, they are dealing with largely external politics, and they're just chipping off their enemies as best as they can. They're a very agitated group of Africans at this time period. So again, I don't have to make it connect because now I know the terminology is all wrong because we're talking about Niger Congo, right? And you have to show me that Niger Congo is Nehesi groups, that they're speakers of Niger Congo. You're gonna have to show.
Yeah, that's not that at all.
I can do that for you, Reggie.
Nah, who can do that?
I can do that.
What's up?
This
what's
Freddie
up?
Kalunga. Peace to y'all, yo. Peace,
What's up with you? How you gonna do that when that's all Bantu languages going down south? You about to do the Asar Imhotep?
Oh, nah. Don't make no assumptions, my brother. You know, I'm trying to bring archaeological. I mean,
all right, you got the floor. You got the floor.
When we talk about why I said Afro-Asiatic, right, is because we're talking about the Savannah Pastoral Neolithic, right? And when we look up archaeological, sites dealing with that, those are Cushitic people. That's why I said Afro-Asiatic. You feel me? So when we talk about where our story lies, right, it's the Middle Nile, dealing with the Wadi Hawa. Reggie, you know about that?
Of course, I know the Yellow Nile and I know the Wadi Hawa. I know the Abu Balas Trail. And what?
So dealing with the Niger Congo and Nilo-Saharan languages, you got to look at particular ethnic groups who practice certain practices. So when you look at those Savannah Pastoral Neolithic people who were Cushitic, they were agro-pastoralists. Nilo-Saharan people were, people who had cattle. And when you talk about us, the reason why they say the word black is because they know it's a Sudanic Sahelian connection that brung West Africans to the Wadi Hawar near Lake Chad, and where you see a lot of similarities dealing with the pottery, right? The wavy line pottery, the dotted pottery. So you see a mixing going on, and it's actually genetic articles, population, articles as well to show exactly the influx of where these people came from, based off the language, based off certain practices that they did. Because as we know, agriculturalists, pastoralists had a lot of beef. You feel what I'm saying? So when you just look at the ethnic groups, and that's why I say the Kushites are the Dinka, Luo. Those are the pure Kushites, people who spoke the Eastern Sudanic language that was connected to the Wadi Hawar. Because Kerma, if y'all look at this article, my bad if I'm going in too long, my bad. But when you look at a lot of PhDs, historians, they'll tell you that Kerma had an influx of people who came in from the Wadi Hawar. That's why they say Kerma is a mix of Afro-Asiatic, Nilo-Saharan, and Niger-Congo people. That's why you got the Niger Cordofanian language in Sudan near the Nubian Mountains, if I'm not mistaken, right?
And it's the capital of Kush.
Right. So when we talk about black in our story, we are Nubians and Kushites that had a story in regards to the Middle Nile Basin, and we were a part of the aquatic culture, some of us. Because if you go on Wiki right now, you can look up the Takar, Bassa people on Wikipedia right now, and it'll tell you their migrations from Lake Chad and showing that they came from the Kingdom of Kush. The Bamalinke too. And that's fire because a lot of us come from these places such as Cameroon.
But look, those migrations, not to cut you off, those migrations are indeed documented. A lot of them are documented in the Bantu expansion. But we know the areas they went.
My bad to cut you, Smash. The word Bantu, I'm not with really the classifications like most people are. I'm just using it because that's the most reliable thing we got right now. But I do agree in a sense with people like Obinga and things of that nature, because they show how this Sahelian culture that was in the Sahara, the Green Sahara, and things of that nature, when they went into the Wadi Hawar, they already ran into a lot of Afro-Asiatic, quote unquote, Cushitic people who were mixed with Natufian, who were practicing agriculture in those areas of, the Middle East and all that already. So that's why I say, if you just look at the ethnic groups and try to look at populations and where they migrate, you can get a good connection. And with the Bantu people, that's really not true, because they group them based off of location versus actual language. Okay. Because again,
I've been wanting to talk.
Well, just to finish what I was saying.
The Tikar people speak a northern Bantoid language. So a lot of ethnic groups who are classified as Bantoid, they'll tell you that Greenberg and these people made a lot of mistakes. So they made quote unquote hypotheses and say they're a divergent language that's isolated. So that's why I say, when you talk about us, even when you look at the term of Beled as Sudan is the land of the blacks, that's talking about that whole Sudanian region, or the Sudanian savannah that connects with Nigeria all the way over to Senegal and Cameroon all the way to the Ethiopian highlands. So in my studies, I just try to incorporate history, linguistics, archaeology, all that shit to get a better picture.
Okay. I want to know, I want to ask a quick question. You right in the middle of the dialogue. You're not holding us up. I wanted to ask, just a simple, if you could say it in a few words, are you saying that people from the Niger-Congo area migrated into Egypt and became the ancient Egyptians?
Absolutely. Look at things called schistosomes, the Benin sickle cell trait. All of that shit started in, places such as Nigeria and Cameroon, where the quote unquote Bantu expansion took place. That's why I don't really agree with that, because if you look up a terminology called Chari now, that's the Chari River, and a lot of these rivers was connected during that during that time of Lake Chad and all of that. So again, if we look at the ethnic groups, and if we look at particular ethnic groups that we descend from in particular, such as, the Yoruba, the Tikar, the Mande, all of these people got oral traditions that's saying that they came from Aswan and
can I talk?
And certain places.
Yeah.
Okay, so make it relevant to Urchison III. We're talking about.
Oh no, I wasn't. I wasn't trying to really connect that. I was just trying to more so make my point from earlier. I ain't trying to, cause no further I guess confusion in them. But I guess talking about certain things that we discussed, on
Right.
this platform. I
I
do think
listen,
bringing
we
it.
can talk about those things,
Yeah,
but
let's deal with what you said in the moment.
Oh
Let's
no.
wrap up the Earth Ascend because I want to deal with that
Oh yeah,
because
PJ, y'all keep going. Peace to y'all. Peace to y'all. Peace to
don't
y'all.
go nowhere unless you have to. You're at your
Oh no,
own. You're on your
I'm on.
own prerogative. Cool, cool. All I want to say
What about
about
that?
that is the majority of attestations we got. I just want to say the trails lead. The Abu Balas trail leads as if Egyptians was going that way, and not the opposite. The attestations read that they met up with some people from that area a little bit beyond the inscription of Mentuhotep that we had read from that time period. I'm just talking about that. And now we get no language coming from the opposite direction to say that, oh, these people were going the opposite direction. You know how if you're going into a city and you see the city sign entering Egypt, entering Oakland or whatever. Well, that's kind of like how I'm assessing it if those two people did speak unrelated languages, because as we see, the Egyptians wind up speaking Egyptian, and that's classified in another language group than if I'm not mistaken, at least not another language group, but its own
Nilotic.
entity. Yeah, its own entity besides Niger Congo. So what is that? What would that mean linguistically? That they came from there, but they ain't what they speak ain't related to their ancestor language. And so it will be a few more points that probably
I
have.
would say
I think that's why they have a conundrum with Egypt though, and the rest of those Sahelian languages. You know,
right. Yeah, they do. Yeah, and
languages
that's why I
like
think.
Chadic
Right.
have like 50 offshoot languages, right? But Egyptian is an isolate.
yes.
And you know, it's how is that substantiated historically?
Exactly.
You know,
The Buddha have stories. The Book of the Dead talking about the Duat.
right. That's what Smash was kind
Chadic,
of talking about.
and they
But what you were saying, that was more pre-dynastic times, right?
yeah, but that just showed that certain connections to where like we act like animals can move, but we can't. And you know what I'm saying? We can't absorb. And that's why I say just pay attention to the cultures and what exactly crops they're growing, such as sorghum. The rabbit hole or the thing that made me see things clearly was things such as crops such as like sorghum. And you can see where these particular plants and crops are grown and flora, fauna, and shit like that. You can see the trail. And if you look at your haplogroup and you're able to detect certain genetic, markings and see where those dates was formed, you can get a better picture. So that's why I say,
Those are things that are traded, right?
huh?
So cattle culture. So we have the whole African cattle culture, and so it's very expansive, right? So there's a lot of trade, there's a lot of exchange of goods, but then there's a separation of people. In this particular situation, you have a government that is the Tabi government, and they're speaking about other governments or confederations,
Like
right?
Yam, right? Jet and all of that. If I'm not
Yeah. So these are confederations. They're not always friendly to each other themselves, right? On Harkuf is going down, and he's got an escort, and he's saying this shit is wild out here. You know, they see
sure.
fight between other peoples, right, on their way to go to where they're going, ain't got nothing to do with them, and they just keep pushing, right?
Yeah.
So there's groups that are not necessarily the same. Maybe they have some linguistic differences, obviously culture differences, but in this particular conversation, we can't make genomes, right? Uh, we can't make those things walk. Those are
I'm about to show you though what a proto. Okay, so terminology such as proto Nilo-Saharan, right? That will show you that these groups that are now branched off, such as the Daju, the Nilotic, the Nubian, that shows, like you say, they were different confederations, but at one point they were all together, and later on they branched off into certain places. Certain people was in the Wadi, like I.
Yeah, well, but there's governments, there's culture, there's tribes, right? Those kind of or the controlling factors. don't matter what your groups of people are, it means what the chief, the leader, right, or the families decide that they're going to do for their purposes.
Absolutely, because I do think a genetic line can rule a foreign group of people. So you're right.
Or a genetic line could be a government could have different genetic lines in it, like
for sure
Egypt. So but when in this dispute where someone is giving advice to someone about a particular group of people, we can just sit right there and analyze what the Europeans tried to do, what their mistake was, and so we're not enemies at that point, or we don't have any disputes. We have disputes as to say who these people, what's in their bloodlines. That's what I was saying to Smash before he left. I figured out that Ankh and Garfield and a lot of people are having bloodline arguments. They're not us based on bloodline. They don't seem to understand.
Yeah, because Reggie,
yes.
No.
1B, and that's in the Nile Mandinka people that got the L1B haplogroup that's in West Africa does have. You can look that up on Wiki right now. Just look at because we mostly belong to L haplogroups, L0, L1, L2, L3, and stuff like that.
On the mitochondrial line.
Yeah, on the mitochondria, and on the maternal line it's A, B, and E. Because look, my bad. This I'm give you 20 more seconds and I'm done. It's a genetic article showing. It's a genetic article showing.
Right on the Y DNA.
Yeah.
But
what
I'm saying is when you got a ruler and you have all these haplogroups, the ruler tells you what to do.
For sure.
Right. So culture and government tells you what to do, not necessarily what you look like, unless a ruler favors a particular lineage. Maybe like, for example, Shoshank and the Meshwesh and the Tuchinel, he favored those, of course, over the Egyptians. He ruled the Egyptians using those populations. And right.
So how was they banging on the Nilotic like that though?
Say what?
Like it's a lot of Nubian slaves. I think they was banging on the Nilotic people for some reason who were further south. Because when you look at a lot of just wall paintings and just a lot of, I guess,
they was banging in with people who didn't want to do what they wanted them to do. That's the term Hesse. The term Hesse helps us understand. The word Hesse helps us understand why they're on them, right? They're banging on them because they can't rule them.
I got you.
They're not listening to. They're not listening to the so-called mighty Egyptians.
They were controlling the Central African trade routes. That also were coming into the Nile.
Maybe we have a connection problem. Do you understand the governments?
Hey, Reggie.
Chieftains.
Yeah. So they like the viceroys and shit like that. So we're viceroy.
I think also people are kind of or underestimating how African kinship systems also work.
I think so.
Say for instance, there's something.
Reggie, you let them say they had a lot of Nubian slaves, bro.
No, I'm fighting too many battles.
They did.
I caught that though.
I'm fighting too many battles here. Huh?
They did. They had beef at sometimes, and it was cordial.
No. So you need to learn some of the stuff that you learned from some academic institutions. They're gonna be
Nubian. No, I ain't saying Nubians. I said, my bad.
What did you say? I'm listening. Hello? You said you.
So like, when I see, have y'all seen that inscription with the sandals and how like they got Nilotics and I guess people are acquainted with the certain periods. I'm still working on that, but I do see certain inscriptions where they got certain Nilotic people tied up the head count.
Like in the nine bowls.
Yep,
Okay,
the
but that's
Assyrians
what they
do
are.
too.
But that's what they are. They, if you look at the nine bowls, if you've ever studied them, they change. The ancient Egyptians are friends with one group, one family, and in the next minute they fall out of favor, right? So there's more than nine bowls. If you looked at it, right, it's nine bowls for a particular time of a king, right? And then there might be some other relationships with another king. But
Yep.
getting back to Nubian, there was a lot of Nubian slaves. Wow. What Nubia are you talking about? Where? Because
That's a broad statement.
All right, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. So I want to ask him a quick question. Did you hear any of the points where I was trying to make an effort to show that Nubian ain't really a people group in any
Right.
parts of the show? And so that's a first point. And then the term slave or the
No,
way
I agree. When I said Nubian, yeah,
Are you
are you
are you
breaking
familiar
up?
with any of the
yeah,
indigenous
word,
terms? Okay.
the
think
word, but all
Your phone breaking up, bro. We're not getting what you're saying, Feta. Your phone breaking
tied
up.
up with on that, and they giving them a head count. I don't know what else to think. I mean,
So no. All you should think is that you don't
Steady,
know how to
steady,
read the text. You
steady.
got to learn how to read the text. I know exactly I know
Can you hear me
exactly
now?
yeah, but you can't hear us, huh? I know exactly the little portions of what I heard. I know exactly what attestation you're determining to, and that head count ain't even. That's not what that was. And so sometimes when we get our sources, like if you Google slavery in Egypt, you'll get all the sources that you just cited from Wiki. But when you start to look in that, it's different. Now, be it clear. Yes, they had servants, slave, whatever you want to call them, from different places, but they did not have hella Nubian slaves as it was put it, because half of their culture and civilization was what we know as Nubian, people from the south, the southerners. And when we look through the primaries, we start to see, just like we look through everything else, Asiatics start to occur, like, well, it's a natural phenomenon. After a war, what do you do with the people who was rivaling you? And so sometimes I just found one where they impaled all the Asiatics.
So, but man, so that term Asiatic, that's really referring to the Anu, the Sashu,
Well,
like
let's
the
let's
Semitic, Semitic.
Reggie seems to have another way to interpret it, but all I'll say is in the Egyptological sources we get right now, they don't put a parenthetical behind
Okay,
Amu to say Easterner, but they do put
exactly.
parentheses behind Nubian because it say Southerner.
Because
Then in
Southerner.
parentheses they
Mhm.
say Nubian. You feel me?
Yep.
So we need to note
Yep.
that. But go ahead,
Yep.
Reggie. Tell us more about that Amu term.
yeah. So the problem with Amo is if depending on the literature that you're reading and where you are, you see this Beni Hassan.
Hmm.
In the Beni Hassan, you see Amo right there, right? And many people have taken Amo to mean a generic word for Asiatics, right? That's Europeans. And then, but the problem is that you see Shoshank. Shoshank is an Amo, so he's
Hmm.
West, right? So, so there can't be no concept of that they are Asiatics, and that's a fake word. So the
Well,
concept would be that they're either um, foreigners, right? Um,
exactly. Heck,
but and the problem with calling the Amu Easterners is those people in the Tamehu area, right? They're not Easterners, right? So so Amu must mean more, in my thinking, as a term
broader
for a
term.
foreigner rather than a term for a particular location. And so,
Mm.
and then the other issue is that this whole thing with the Hekakasu in Tamehu that took over aspects of Egypt, those those groups of people that were there, or they actually Canaanites, that's the lie, more so they're probably Libyan groups who always, that was their foothold into Egypt. The Libyan groups almost surrounded Egypt and has been their enemy since the very beginning, not the Canaanite groups. But what if you are not reading the text and not looking at the locations, there may never have been biblically, certainly not biblically, but even in history, exodus to Canaan. The
I
archaeology
disagree
on
with
that
that.
side does not
I disagree with
support
that.
it. You can support all you want. You show me where hundreds of thousands of people are moving from Egypt to that area. You
I
have to
can.
show me
So
that.
Reggie, brother Reggie,
I'm
okay.
not
So
finished.
okay,
I'm
go
not
ahead.
finished. I'm not finished. So the evidence more looks like those groups that was in the Tameho group, of another group of 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 Libyans. Actually, it was another group of Libyans that controlled that group of people, and they built up the delta. And then when they after the Amos and the Kamos and Amos issue, they didn't go to Canaan. They went back to the Libyan populations, and then in the later dynasties, they Shoshank and them would come back. The Libyans would come back again and take over the area. I'll stop.
Some went to Palestine though too as well, Reggie, during the Hatshepsut disbursement of the Asiatics. A lot of them did go back to Palestine.
Yeah, okay. So when did the Exodus happen?
That's
So
like the 18th
so
dynasty.
no, I'll go to maybe 1549 BC. Well, that is 18th dynasty. So it's various Exodus, right? So what I would say is I would go back into Amos, and then I would go to Hatshepsut. So I would say around 1549 BC is when we see the Asiatics being expelled out of avarice into the Levant. But they do go, they are dispersed according to Hatshepsut. They are dispersed back into Palestine. And there are several disbursements because Amos didn't get them all out. You know what I'm saying? They still were there. Hatshepsut came later, and you know, some of the garrisons. They say she found a lot of military stuff. You know, got them up out of there. But
Okay,
I was there.
that's fine, Eddie. So get me into, watch this. Get those groups into Tamehu, because the last time I checked, the Tamehu groups, right, spoke and wrote Egyptians, even though they didn't write it well. So the populations that would have known the script would have been the Libyan groups, because they had been doing trade. So get me to the Canaan groups.
Okay.
Get me to the Canaan groups reading the writing and possibly speaking the Medu Neter.
Well, I think that's a false premise, Reggie, because at that time point we got to realize that Akkadian was the lingua franca, and we got to go back to like linear A tablets, linear B tablets. My point is this: that there was always a trade network. You know what I'm saying? Coming from the
Why do you say what I'm
Mesopotamian.
saying is false? Because then I would see
Medu-Neter wasn't that
I
they
would see
wasn't
during the
trading in Medu-Neter,
Hekasu
Reggie.
period, I would see during the that particular period, then I would expect to see cuneiform that those people, since that was a lingua franca, supposedly, I would expect to see I would expect to see cuneiform, the Hekasu using cuneiform, but I don't see that.
That's a good point.
I don't see that.
That's a good point. But we don't see them trading in Medu-Neter.
We don't see. Sorry, what?
So, are you familiar with the clay, with the clay coins that they were using for trading?
Well, those clay
the
coins is
cuneiform.
that's your area though. That was the clay coins that preceded the cuneiform script that turned into
Right.
cuneiform.
Kabbale.
That's not
Okay,
in the
okay,
area of Egypt. That ain't in
okay,
our area. You feel me?
Right.
okay. I'm
If
building and
anything, you
learning.
would say seals. If anything, you would
Seals.
say, but
No,
seals is
no, no, no.
more of a technology.
Before the seals, they had these coins
Yeah,
that they would,
boule.
yeah, they would
They're called
trade coins. Exactly. Yeah.
they
So
were
you
called
saying
boule.
that didn't get into the Nile, none of the Nile Delta area, the Fayum or the
It
Marim
didn't
Desert?
precede the Medu Neter in the way that it preceded the cuneiform.
Okay,
Basically, the
okay.
like if this coin had one marking on it and another coin had a marking on it, that turned into they first writing system. They stopped taking the
Mm,
coin markings and would just write it on something else, and it became
for
known as
sure.
cuneiform. Medu Neter
Mhm.
developed in a different way, but what would be similar to that would be the old box labels. Remember, they labeled some of the first Medu Neters on labels to
Okay.
some boxes that they found. I don't know if you can expound on that, Reggie.
No, I think that you're right without expounding on it, because then you have the label form. Well, you're talking about like the
Even with
what?
the Siali seal, isn't it a little hole to the upper? Or how? I mean, some of those oldest things. Basically, we could look at all of the old kingdom kings had some type of boxes, and they would label what was inside of the box, and we would see that language developing
Right.
out of that.
So
Yeah.
we see a combination of different things in pre-dynastic, time periods leading to the dynastic period. So we would see the emergence of seals, right? But that's
Hmm.
technology, right? So these labels, they weren't necessarily some of them maybe were handwritten, but most of them were kind of like seal based. They were using seals, I believe. But this is out of the period. This
Okay.
is totally out of the periods in which we're talking about.
Mm, okay. I'm listening. I'm learning.
No, I'm just making points that would have to be countered as to what this exchange from the Western Eurasians would be. Now we do see a communication later when those groups, the descendant, not the descendants, but the forebearers of the Akkadian groups, we find them encroaching into the Levant, and then we see this during the Amarna period, where they are using cuneiform. They are using cuneiform at that period, right? But now there's still some problems about, well, it's just this whole time frame
So
problem.
let's be specific. We're talking about 2000, 20,000 BC, 2000 BC,
But
2000
but
BC.
no, a
No,
little
that's it's
earlier than
not my
that.
problem. My problem is with chronology is I'm just asking when.
Well,
So,
and also note, Reggie, these were correspondences going to the Egyptians. We knew the
right,
Egyptians could read it, but we don't have Amarna tablets going to the
Facts.
Canaanites. So you can't say the Egyptians really read in it, but unless they was trying to talk to them. All of the Amarna tablets are correspondences going to the Egyptians.
Mm,
right. Well,
mm,
we do have Egyptian scribes, because what they would do is they would take prisoners and they would have
of course. Of course.
and so in order for it to go one way, there had to be readers in Egypt, and then
But look, check it out. Not I'm adding a point in there. Not to mention the wives. Remember, they most
yes,
would have foreign wives as well. So
right,
they yeah.
right.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So
Of
one thing is when I don't know, maybe on this channel we do more material culture,
course.
more philology, right? Other places try to match it up with genes like genome and linguistics. We have enough text to say, well, let's examine the text that we have to give us some information, rather than to build models based on what a person might speak, right? So that might be the difference. I think you could go and on, but I have a problem with Garfield's analysis and Ank's analysis, because they're not doing philology. They're doing sickle cell and uh, haplogroups, and we're looking at a specific period right here, Senwar said the third, or Utershen the third, We're looking at this particular period and what they're saying to groups of people. I'm not sure the Egyptians care what they speak, who they are, except for you're not following our rules, right? And internally, Egyptians are telling internally to be wary of these people. That's where we were, and then we go on a sleigh ride to all these periods to address arguments that shouldn't be in this particular group. We know that there are different Nahesi groups, right? The ancient Egyptians get tired of that and just call them Nahesi, right? And maybe a particular group might pop up that's more troublesome, right?
Well, they just called them they just called them Southerners.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Nahesi, right? So there's a Haku, what's his name? Hakuf.
So
Right.
so like Urkjet, they're Nahesi.
Who?
IRTJET.
Um,
Urkjet, Magi, of course.
You trying to say Arthat? Yeah, they was
Urkjet.
down there. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I don't.
Okay,
I
yeah.
still said the English for it. I don't know how that would translate in ancient
Pronounce
Egyptian.
it.
But the Arthat
Right.
Negroes is the first one that. Well, I said Negroes, but Nahes is the first one that Winnie mentioned. Arthat, he said Magi, Yam, Wawat, and he
Yam,
put
yeah.
and he put Nahes after all of these terms. And then
Mm-hmm.
the cold part is in another attestation, it was Kush who stirred up
Good.
all of these different Nahes tribes. So that let us know
Mhm.
Kush wasn't Nahes. It said Kush stirred up the tribes of Nahes.
Facts. So Kush would be the founders of the land of Wawa.
No, they way further more south. Wawat
From
is
south.
Wawat to you. They got their own thing. Like Wawat is the people of Wawat. They some Nahesi. Kushites is
Exactly.
further south. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm familiar. I'm getting acquainted exactly where you're talking about.
So when we have these names, it don't really care what's in their bloodline. It really cares about who their leader is, right? What government confederation that they are. Are they uniting against us, right? It's like America. America, when America fights a war, America got Mexicans, blacks, Chinese, Arabs, everybody, right? In this time period, yeah, there's groups of people that wander into a particular territory, and then what the magic word is ethnicity. They take up the ethnicity of the region, right?
Question. In regards to that, when you look at these regions, like you say, they grouped them all into one, but they had different things. I don't really know this. That's why I'm asking. When was like iron working and things of that nature introduced in that area? Like, was it the New Kingdom or?
Yeah, we go into the Iron Age, and so I guess the late New Kingdom, right?
And I think that can be an indication of certain people, and even I know I'm going all over the place, but like you say, I even think a Amenemhat wasn't his mother considered of Nubian origin.
Yeah,
So I
hell of
think,
them
like you
was
say,
of
like
Nubian origin. You're right about that.
yeah.
But you go into South Central Africa kind of easily.
Yeah.
Because you said Nubian origin, that's fine. But I just was noticing some of your attestations took us into Central Africa.
The Wadi Hawar, the Yellow Nile, because I think the water source shrunk up or something.
You are right. You're correct about you're correct about the tributaries, the aquatic. You have Musa Lam talking about that, and so yes, all of those things, but they link into Confederate. They link into I wish I could turn on the AC in New York. Shoot,
I said
man.
turn it off. My daughter just be using energy for
And it's
nothing.
crazy though, because the Igbo,
Turn off that.
if you look at their hairstyles, they got similar hairstyles to the Nahesi. If you compare them together, that's why I say like we do undermine West and Central Africans.
Well, that's
Involved.
Garfield in them. That's Garfield in them. And over here, we
That's
know
why
that
earlier
there's
I was just trying to get the chronology straight. I was saying
right,
that some of the stuff you were talking about was pre-dynastic. I wasn't trying to
right.
shoot it down. You know what I mean?
Well,
But we do have records of them trading with those same areas.
yeah, we have the Ding populations, right? We have Bess. We have Bess is a how can I say, a deified Ding, right?
So we got to remember all of these stories we got. They go down to Punt too far, but remember what happened when they get there. They hook up
They
with the
find a midget.
logos. They find that's funny. That was actually that happened by accident. And then when he told them that he found them, they told him abandon your mission and find one that'll come back and make sure that you treat him with all this so that he's happy so he could do the God dance when he get back. So if they try to equate that to some type of captives and slavery, that'd be crazy too. Because I'm like, if the king said make me happy and they trying to get me so I could do like the Dougie, because they like, okay, we need to find an American who could do the Dougie. I'm the king of Canada. Go find one, make sure he happy so when he get here, he do the Dougie right. Now, I already know, well, just real quick, I already know that I got the prerogative to see if I'm the one that's going to go. Because if I ain't happy, I ain't going to do the Dougie the way the king, it's called the God dance, the Netter dance, I forgot what it was. And it's the truth. So they would have to have that Ding brother in the best spirits. And if we read the text, that's what the king say. That don't
So
be
Smash,
like,
quick question to build on that real quick, Smash. So are we also saying by what you just said, this is their first encounter with these?
It can't be because we have Bess.
Nah, say that, Reggie. We got Bess, and guess what else we got? Just listen to the knowledge. When he told him he seen some pygmies, he said, ooh, they know how to do the God dance. Well, how would he have known that? How would he have known that?
If you look at the Takar people right now and you look at their clay figures, they show commemorations to those Twa people, and they even share languages with them. So I think these connections of these hunter-gatherers who possibly could have been in the Sahara pre-dynastic did, like you say, establish the actual culture. Fuck the actual people there. I think what we're more so talking about is who really set up the culture.
Right. Exactly. These are the foundational elements.
Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt is just a blended pot. Naturally, if you look at science, and I think that's what Ankh and them talking about. The further you go up, it does get lighter, but that don't mean
they're out of their mind. They're not thinking.
And Ngozi threw me when he said that they were the people who built the pyramids.
Ngozi just be wrong as hell, and
we flipped that Ngozi the other day.
He got, but I already hold on. I already invited him to the big stage, so let's see what happened with that. But he was supposed to be back today with a presentation. He's a no-show. So
they show the archaeological evidence showing that those I forgot the particular name, but they show how those mounds were built in progress, Noptoply. All that shit is connected. So for him to say that these Egyptians there now was responsible for that is wild. Like, look, he ain't really studying.
Can y'all see this? Can y'all see this map? Can y'all see this map? Oh, I muted myself. Now let's just keep it clear. Let's even on the map. You see that number 1. This is the first nome of Lower Egypt. So when people mess this up, we often think that these areas had something to do with the unification of Egypt because it was between upper and lower. But as Maria Gatto teaches us, the upper and lower that they talking about was this upper way down here, Nakata, and this lower at Combe Ombo. This is before the big unification, so we can't consider all of these areas that goes in them keep considering to be significant at time periods that they wasn't significant. For instance, we know, just one question, we know we got people in the Fayum Oasis going back to 8,000 BC. We know about all of that. But when Egypt was unified, it was these Nakadians who went southward first, as Maria Gatto puts it, and then the conflict is between upper and lower down here. Now, when I zoom out the map, it's going to be kind of funny because look how way down here we are. Y'all see how far this is? So for people who keep considering that it was people from up here who set up the civilization, because they don't know, again, how far down the map that these unifications
The
actually
writings came,
happen.
the writing, and we know this because of material culture, the writing came from the south to the north.
Thank you.
It's the south that named the north. They had no writing script. They
Hey
had no
Reggie,
writing script.
hey Reggie, you can answer this question for me. So this is kind of a curveball because nobody ever really talks about it, but I'm just looking at this Nile River, and we're not even going down to the beginning.
Your mic kind of going out. You got to speak for.
Can you hear me now a little better?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're not even going down to the beginning of the Nile. So look, if we go down to like Lake Elizabeth and like Tanzania,
Your mic went out again.
can we go down to like Lake Elizabeth and Tanzania?
Dang, you just got a bad connection at the moment. But I think I know what you're saying, that if we go down to Lake Tanzania and them, it's going to be what?
Yeah.
More of the same people? Or how are you going to assess that?
I'm basically saying that's where it started from.
Well, let's look at this kingdom of Kush. But because you got to ask yourself this. We know why it stopped going towards the north, because they had Egypt. Well, this is at the time period when they took over Egypt. But if we could look at the Kushite heartland, which is this circle, that we must assume hold on, I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, so what I would answer that question, I would answer that question is, it came from the south because of the okra writing, the cave art. The cave art comes from Southern Africa, right? And it comes up, and the oak, and so then you have this whole period of cave writings, right? And inscriptions. All of that was from the south, but what we
So these are hunter gatherers, right?
Yeah.
That's the Capsian culture, right?
Yeah.
The Kenyan Capsian culture were hunter gatherers, and even when y'all talk about how like Asar is the god of agriculture, I think that corresponds to those pastoral Neolithic people who practice agriculture as well in Kenya and
but
Asar
Asar steals his name from Soker, right? It wasn't
Sakar. Yep.
So they borrow, but what we have with the material culture, we have the okra, we have the style, the same style of the rock paintings, right? This is South Africa. We have that style, right? And coming up into the region, we know that the Northerners weren't writing, because we have the Kustel incense burner, and we have the god Men, right? But in the Western Desert, is Amenta, right? Amenta is in the Western Desert, and there's a good article saying that the Book of Caverns and stuff is really about geography in the Western Desert. So we have lots of different people coming into the region, and then we have a kingship starting, right? That starts in the south, right? With Scorpion King, and then Nermer, and then that whole first dynasty. But we know that those other cultures that were there before, the Bedarians, the Merinde, right? All of those cultures, they were stagnant. They was just in that area. And then the Southerners was much more aggressive going down the Nile, right? While the other ones were just stagnant in their areas. And so those that were in Talmeho and the Delta, they weren't trying to go south. They weren't trying, they were just trying to chill out in their own areas. And then the Southerners met them, right? I guess before the unification, right? And then there was a different type of peopling. So we have peoples, but ultimately, I look at it as, well, what are the controlling governments and cultures? But
for sure. And if you look at the languages, that can help you put the ethnic groups into certain ethnic groups that may speak a certain language now, because they'll tell you when they say, Proto or the C group, they say that the C group And people like the Magi, they were Beja people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Well, there's dialects, right? And
yeah,
so
yeah.
there's a
So
change, there's a whole change in ancient Egypt from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom, right? It's a whole change, right? So we know and we know that different groups of people coming in, they're making alliances, they're marrying each other, right? They're doing like what tribal Africans do, right? Okay, but but the problem is the old European thinking, and then the new blacks that just want to do linguistics and genome, where that helps us with parts of the pieces, right?
Facts. You got to put it all together. Yep.
Right. But you can't throw hard and fat. The you know what wins out all the time? The material culture. So you have not the playa, right? You have material culture, the cave art. You have material culture, right? Then you and then you have the writing, and then you have the types of pottery. Then you have all of the stuff I call Genesis cultures. You have the tumuli, the burial practices, right?
Yep.
So
that was the word regitumuli. That tumuli was being progressive all throughout the Sudan Sahel region. Yeah.
Because of what I think Smash showed a video yesterday, right? Because the emphasis is that all these groups of people, even from the South, they went to the best climate, which was in the Green Sahara. The Green Sahara was paradise. It had water, it had food, it had good climate, right?
So basically, they went to their Fayoum for vacation.
Right. So, or just they didn't want to deal with some people. I don't like the people. So we're gonna go over there. And when it started drying up, the people now go to Central Africa, West Africa, and East Africa. But so what we don't like to do is we don't like to look at the parent people of Africans. The parent people are the green, or kind of like the Green Sahara, right?
Yep.
Well, what we like to do is we like to, yes, the people from the Levant, they actually came in. I heard an argument about the Natufians. The Natufians, maybe they got 20-25% of North African DNA, and they got more Western Eurasian DNA, but it's basically a Levant type of culture, right?
Yeah.
But
my bad to cut you.
Not the Natufians.
That part that you talk about, the Natufian, that's what connects the West African agriculturalists. Because if you look at the migration patterns way back in history, it shows that possibly, because even when you look at the phylogenetic tree, you see the Bakongo and Nubians have a part. They don't compromise the entire genome of those people. They were different ethnic groups, but they show how there's a component of West Africans that played a part into agriculture in that area. So that's why I say, like you say, when you just look at the material culture, who was farming, who had the cattle, who did.
So are you saying?
That's why studying the kingship is so important, because these states absorb people, and African societies have, or kinship systems have, these different. So say like in the Wolof paradigm, just as an example, you have something called the Chet, which is, I won't even get into how there's an analogous form in the Egyptian text.
Ruler, chief.
XEET.
Oh, I don't know that one. Okay.
So it's like, but it's basically a form of matriline, and through this matriline, all kinds. It's the one through which most people are added into, and even people who are in low positions like slaves, or say they were a ruler with a bad past. Historically, they've entered into the society through these means. So you can imagine over time, a lot of people are added onto a genealogy without so much of a biological focus.
A class. Yeah, they're added into a class.
Indeed.
Well,
Dr. Diop, he went in with that because he said how, like, in certain in the kinship of the pharaoh, I guess when their life force was gone or whatever, and they couldn't govern no more, they'll get, was it suicide or they got killed?
Oh, they got killed.
Yeah, they got killed.
Sheikh and the Diop showed how these ethnic groups, such as the Mbuma, Central Africa, the Yoruba, the Nilotics, and the Great Lakes region, they practice these same rituals.
Exactly. And so they practice animism.
Yep.
They practice totemism, right? And they practice clan exogeny. And we in our nuts in our community has made that all spirituality, right? And so that's why it's dumb, because they don't know the structures of Africa. They don't know the chieftaincies. They don't know clan exogamy when where there's uncle lines, right? And
so to build on that, Reggie.
So they don't know that, but they call it they want to call all of that spirituality. They're nuts.
And that's why I push back against that sometimes, because if we just lump it all and say mythology, we don't even understand that the Horus and Asar myth and the Set myth, that's really the pharaonic kingship model. You know what I'm saying? On a lot of
look, let me jump in real quick. So look, because I don't like the word kingship and ruler, because they really only have monarchs. You know what I'm saying? And
well, you could say statehood or stateship.
City states.
Yeah, you could use that. But why don't you like?
Because look, Reggie, I was reading about the 18th dynasty yesterday, 17th, 18th dynasty, and most of there were a lot of brother sister marriages, and
sisters. So we got to be careful. We got to be careful, because in some sense they weren't practicing good clan exogamy. So sometimes it was a child from a concubine wife, right? That they would call Senet. So we mess up this word Senet. But in sometimes you're absolutely right. Sometimes these are just humans, right? With ideas.
It happens in royal families all the time, all over the planet.
And unfortunately that's been a failed structure that led to the first intermediate period, because going to the late Old Kingdom with Pepi, he outlives all his damn heirs, right? And the people that's in charge are flunkies, family members. They don't know nothing. They're just walking around with Kerps or Shechem, whatever Kerps or Shechems. They got administrative titles, but they stupid.
They don't have no power, authority.
And then it goes to hell after Pepi dies, right? Now you have the nomarchs, right? You have the nomarchs. So until they can get a new united king. So I think all of us are right, but we're looking at it. We have the benefit here to look at what's happening in Africa without, I hear you're Afro-Asiatic. That's just a language category. We have to look at the peoples, right? But they don't. These other group of people, they don't do that. They play games without looking at the material culture.
You can't skip around the material culture at all.
Do we know the language that these Semites may have spoken coming into from the Levant into the Nile Delta?
Well, it was a It's proto. First of all, to get to the Semites, let's just walk some things. We have pottery in the Green Sahara, starting from Mali, right?
Okay, yeah.
It spreads like wildfire. We have the dotted, the dotted, the wavy line and dotted wavy line pottery, right? We have a symbol on it, right? That symbol will survive. That's the symbol of water, right? That technology allowed people to travel further. So now they can travel further without how can I say, without dying of thirst, right? And
I heard the god is Neith. I may be wrong, but I think I read that the god is Neith. Are y'all familiar with the god?
Yeah, go ahead.
I read that was connected to that Saharan aquatic culture, because she had like.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Neith and okay, so now they're getting principles, right, or thinking from different parts of Africa. So Neith Neith now is an old deity,
Fact.
right? But then you have another old deity called Bot. Bot is more southerner. Neith is from the Western Desert, the Sahara, right? And what they do is they fuse those deities, right? They absorb those qualities, and then you have Hawat Hor, which is really the what Bot changed into, and then you have a set and all of them sharing those properties. Okay, well, we can see the differences when we look at the meta-nature, but I think all of you here are right. My issue is now, even with the Neolithic farmers coming out of the Levant, right? The Natufians coming into Africa and sharing. So yes, during North Africa, it's a technology. Watch this. It's more a technology than a people.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. And that's the problem with these nuts. They don't.
Yeah, they don't understand African society. Not even understand or even appreciate, because you can't have it both ways. If
That shit
these
take
social
time. That's what
systems
it
are
is.
already so developed, the people who are coming in are absorbed into the system rather than completely revolutionizing the indigenous system of Africans. You know,
because you know
if
farming
that was
that
the
makes you
case,
the
we'd be able
leader.
to tell.
So Zoom,
No,
what they're doing is, because somebody knows farming technology, they become the leaders.
Well, no, well, Reggie, not only that, they're bringing in like copper smelting. They're bringing in weapons too. Farm tools become so, they're bringing
They're
in.
bringing in all of
You know,
that.
that Bantu expansion that
Technology
people talk
transfer
about.
also doesn't happen only during like peace. It can happen during war. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Just like
major. That's the major reason it happens. It happens through climate, right? Catastrophes, diseases, and war. So then you get bottlenecks, right? And then people have to regroup. So all of you are right, but the problem is we got this thing where, okay, farming was introduced into Africa. Fine. Okay, no problem. Africa had its own system because it was more plentiful in some areas. They didn't have to farm like that, right? Where the farming, Tigris and Euphrates, and then the Natufian populations, food was scarcer, so they had to plan. The Africans had the Nile, so they had a calendar system based on the Nile, right? But what they want to do is they want to take peoples and insert. They don't want to look at the technology. Like if you got something and you say, "Yo, Reg, I got a stock tip, right? Or I got a trading formula." I'm like, "Yo, it don't matter what I look like, where I'm from, if I'm in New York, Chicago, Detroit. Let me get on with that, right?" But what we do is we juxtapose whole groups of people, and then we mess up time frames. The expansion from Asia into Africa, that happened slowly. It didn't happen quickly. Why? Because they had to integrate with the regular populations that were already there, right? So all of those countries, Niger, right? All of them, Tunisia, all of them, they have a northern part and a southern part. And you have people migrating up and down based on water supplies and then cattle culture. So they're migrating up and down, and they're migrating cross, right? And so you have these things like cattle and other things that helped that when it came to trade, because cattle needed to listen. If the water dry up, you got to move your cattle to another section. It may not be friendly to you, but your cattle got to drink. So let's exchange something. Let's sit down one night and you tell your stories, I tell you my stories. We exchange gifts, right? It happens slowly, and then of course war, right? And so we got periods that we don't understand, like that much like the Garamonte period that happened after Egypt fell, right? Where these groups are stratified, they need water, they're building aqueducts, they're slaving, right? We have the Punic period in with Hannibal and his people, right? They come, they invade.
Coptic.
Yes. So we have different periods, but we want to jumble all of it up because guess what? Because of our religions tell us to do.
Agenda.
I got a question, Reggie. One thing that I don't hear a lot of people talk about is like during the Bach Treaty and all of that in East Africa. There's genetic articles showing that a lot of us possibly, or some of us, possibly could have been involved in 2 slave trades, because it's showing that it was a group of Ethiopian Nilotic people that were actually slaves that were being bought from Makoria to make peace with the Egyptians at certain times. And they're showing how these same people migrated to the Kanem Empire as well during like the 8th century and stuff like that.
Right.
And when you look at
right. So the Bach Treaty is what I mean, slow penetration. You're right.
And the Tikar people say, like, for some reason, the Tikar people in Cameroon has this oral tradition of saying, we was in Yemen before Islam. And these oral stories corroborate with these migrations of Nilotic Kushite people who went down, because, the Oxamites ran down on them Nilotic people, because them Nilotics were the original Ethiopians that the Romans would talk about. That's why they was black as hell in them statues. You know what I'm saying? Those were the Dinka Luo people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And
because they're migrating people. Remember, climate dictates, water dictates, right? Food dictates. All of these things dictate. And so you have populations, you don't like the word kingship, but populations are appropriating lands that's not theirs, like the Mexicans coming, the South Americans coming into, and the king looks up and says, I don't like this. Yo, I don't like this. Yo. So, and they ain't us, they ain't our culture, they don't speak our language, they got foreign gods, they're gonna uprise, they're gonna take our food. We don't like them. So
what about families, Reggie? Is that a good word? I just like families.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Families.
Famines is a driving with climate. Famines is a major thing, right? So I think what we have is we've assembled a lot of different categories, right? But language is not one of those major categories. Language comes with people, right? And those other issues. The major drivers is always food, shelter, and clothing. And then there's famine, there's war, there's diseases.
So Reggie, I kind of throw a question in there too, because it's something that we don't talk about a lot, because a lot of times we stick in one area of Africa, and we don't really forget that there's other stuff in other areas going on. So like the Aegean Sea and like the Minoan people.
Right.
Can you talk about like the trades and like when did they first get into, like, I know about Alexandria, but like when does like proto-Minoans into
that's
Africa?
what it is. It's actually proto-Minoan. So when we're talking about the Natufians and we're talking about Egyptians, right? We have people who are sea-bearing. So you have the Minoan Islands, and they need to trade. So they're trading with both parties. They're trading with like Turkey, and they're trading with Africa, right? With Northern Africa, and they're trading, of course, with the Levant. But what we have with the Minoan people is they come up with a script. They come up with a script, right?
The linear A, linear B.
Yeah. So so that's an incredible marker. So we talk about cuneiform a lot. We talk about ancient Egyptian, but then we talk about the Minoans. They and linear A and linear B, right? And they're great sea people. So they they are the some of the predecessors of the Greeks, right? Right? And what they're doing is, like, there's a great exhibit in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. If anybody, when anybody goes on a tour with me, when it's open, it's going to be closed to, I think, 2024. And these people look like Egyptians, right?
Yeah.
They're white people, but they have the culture of Egyptians, but they also have their own they also have their own writing and stuff like that. And so so in this area, because of trade forces people to communicate. They need to label stuff, they need to count stuff, they need to do, and they're doing the same thing that you would do on the continent of Africa. They're sitting down and exchanging ideas. And there's Egypt finds its way to Turkey for wood, right? Early on in the kind of like the dynastic, early first Old Kingdom dynastic, right? They need wood. They get the best wood from that area.
Lebanon too. Yeah.
Huh? Say what?
I was saying Lebanon as well.
Yeah, you're right. Right. So they need that wood. And so there's an exchange of culture. So we don't see that. What we see is DNA now. That's the big hot topic, right? We don't see cultural exchange and try to make sense of. So material culture outweighs to me than any of this linguistic and genome data. Because I don't care
I
what's
think
in
you
your
gotta use
blood.
a multidisciplinary approach, man.
Right.
Everything has its purpose, you know.
And they're not doing that. They are not doing
It take time, Reggie. That's what it be. A lot of people who even claim that they Afrocentric or want to push Black African power wouldn't even take time to look at these different ethnic groups and really, like you say, look at the material culture and bring it all together. What I see is more people being biased into their research, which therefore limits their overall lens. They can look and see the whole story because they so
right. So
biased.
I argue with Garfield. Garfield has a whole team, a whole channel, and the pseudo killers, right? And then there's Ngozi out there. And like I'm saying, Ngozi, listen. Now we finally got Ngozi to say that not all Egyptians were the original pyramid builders. Now we got them down to 2 or 3, right? And that took, how long did that take? Huh? How long did that take? He was over here talking about Hawass is right. They are the. I'm like, Ngozi, like, based on what? What, or based on, show us the material culture. He can't show us the material culture. He can only talk about haplogroup science and stuff like that. So I'm waiting for Smash to come back on, but your talk, I'm going to.
Peace to y'all, man. I'm gonna join on another episode. I gotta go, but it was good talking to y'all, brothers, man.
I'm finna jump off as well. Peace. Good bill for sure.
Peace.
Yeah. I just don't know where Smash is, but so we have to argue these points with a multidisciplinary approach, and there's always new finds and new information. I mean, they just found new chambers in one of the pyramids, like, so that leads a trail to find more chambers in other pyramids, and maybe we'll find something new in the Old Kingdom, right? We're learning a lot more about the Garamantes, right? This civilization that hunted what they said the Ethiopians, right? And they enslaved them. So the first slavers in Africa were the Punic people and the Garamantes. They seem to be the first slavers in Africa, right?
Maybe even more significantly, the first slavers who sold slaves that populated the Mediterranean.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because I was talking about anti-blackness, like the origins. We can't talk about blackness if we don't talk about anti-blackness. But
it was Assyria. Assyria was the first one that put it in writing when he captured Taharkas Air and he said that he looked like he's black as tar, like his family, right?
Facts. People
So
jump over that. People jump over that.
right, and so all these nuts that want to find Hebrews in Akkadian and Assyrian and I don't even know why they bring up Sumer. Sumer was destroyed by the Akkadians, right? Don't bring up Sumer because Sumer is not Akkadian and Sumer is not Semitic. Sumer is not Semitic. So you got to deal with the Akkadians, right? So we jumble up stuff because we're fighting old battles, being converts of the major Western religions, and we're trying to find ourselves there. But that's why only a few of y'all, you're doing very, very well, can actually have conversations with experts, right? And stand up in the crowd and say, I disagree slightly or fully on your assertion because you left out this discipline, right? You know, I got to argue with these people on Kemet. Is Kemet black? Kem means black. It means dark. Why am I having an argument with stupid people who don't know how to read the meta-nature? Well, now the question is, were they calling themselves black people? Well, we have kings like Unwinnis, right, who says he is this. It's in my paper. He says he is the Kem Sa Sit Kemet. He is the black ram born of the black sheep, right? Wow, he's identifying himself as black. Now, is he identifying himself as black because his God? People make their own gods, so the black ram is the black ram will become a moon, right? Is he doing totemism? Is it totemism? Okay, that's fine, right? But they're saying their lineage is the black, so they're no matter how you shake it, whatever color they are, they're identifying themselves to the black ram born of the black sheep, not the white sheep, not the mixed sheep, but the black sheep. So we have that they have to deal with, right? We have Pepe calling himself black. Then we have a whole nother group of people starting from the 6th dynasty on, the Pepe Kems, Pepion Kem, right? Henny Kem, right? We have a whole group of people like calling themselves the black, right? So what you can do genome all day, but I have people calling themselves black. You know what? Kemet had a Black Panther movement. Yeah, I mean, I know, Zoo, it sounds funny and you can laugh, but Kemet had a Black Panther movement. Why did the Black Panthers
I'm with you, Reggie. Make them mad, man. Make them mad. I'm right.
They don't have the evidence. Why did black people in the 60s call themselves Black Panthers?
Mm-hmm.
It was a form of modern day totemism. They identified an animal that was black like them that they wanted to be a part of. Well, we had a Black Panther movement, or Africa had a Black Panther movement, because you have all of these people calling themselves Kem and Kemet. Not because of the land, and people don't know that they called the land Ta Nephil, the good earth, right? So they're not doing it because of the land. They're doing it because of their tribal connections to their.
Well, that's what I was gonna say, Reggie. Not to cut you off, but you even tying it to the black bull,
Yes.
ultimately is tying it to the god Osiris, you know. And like you and Smash.
No, but Ptah, because Osiris is not important. Osiris is only the god of the funerary stuff. and we found more funerary material. But there's a whole bunch of triads, right? There's a whole bunch of triads in ancient Egypt, right?
I mean, I'm saying that from the aspect of how Osiris, maybe even from a didactic perspective, is kind of presented as the deity from whom the founding ancestral deity. You know what I'm saying? And if and others like men, you know,
Neat,
right, like
hot.
Ptah, you know what I'm saying? So if that blackness, and why tie that blackness to just the water if in text he's referred to and I said as the Nubian, as the Nehesi, you know.
Right, but
So
they won't let us do that because we're just getting smarter. So they can't do nothing with black men, right? Pre-dynastic dude that holds his phallus, right? Who Asar takes some of his qualities. Asar begins to look like men,
right,
standing straight up, right?
and
Um,
Ptah.
right. So they can't do that with they can't beat us on that. They have to act like they have to try to minimize it real quick, but they can't because men is important, right? In the context of this, men got three legs, two that you stand on, and the third that you lay down with, right? So but men is black. Can't do that. They have to find reasons why when there are black gods, right, to disassociate them with death and to associate them with death and funerary stuff.
Yeah, I think people get scared because automatically, you know, the pejorative kind of attitude is, oh, you trying to make it black like 1995, but that's clearly not what people are saying.
Breaks
And I
off.
don't think that, we can really say that all these different forms of blackness from antiquity until now, um, and also including anti-blackness, are unrelated and all separately live in a vacuum and don't inform one another. I think that's very naive for people to
Right, but
take
you're
to
doing a multidisciplinary approach when you say inform, right? And they want to stick on one discipline because and they don't know that well. They don't know those disciplines well, right? And so that's where we are, Zoo family. That's where we are with this conversation, and it's actually younger than we think because we have since we learned the meta nature, we didn't know the meta nature until the 80s. Is that true?
right.
We didn't as a population, and so from just the 80s, so we so how can I say the period in which we started using that tool and now assessing the material culture, right? And then we have the material culture at large. The tumuli, people don't understand the tumuli, how important that is and how that spread like the pottery, right?
Right.
Then we have the
Right.
cattle culture, right? Um, and then we have populations that we know are stratified but segregated in their area, right? But then what we do have is something like Afro-Asiatic linguistics. Somebody should pull up the map on it. It seems like Afro-Asiatic is all of North Africa. It wasn't originally. I mean, that's the problem. Diop called it something else. Diop called it proto. I forgot something proto-African linguistics or something like that. That's and then
Paleo-African.
Paleo-African. Thank you,
Mhm.
Paleo-African, right? And it was a white woman. What's her name?
Hamburger.
Humberger. She started that discipline. Diop looked into it. Diop managed it a little bit, called it Paleo African, but Lillian Hamburger, she was really important to the field. Then Obenga, he does something, he calls it Negro Egyptian, and his nomenclature, the nomenclature of Negro Egyptian was problematic. Just not what he was saying, but the nomenclature, just the name. And then you have the Afro-Asiatic people, right? And they have their own agenda. They think that yeah, I'll stop.
No, I'm right with you. I'm right with you. Even in that in one of the latest publications I'm reading, they admit even that they themselves as scholars do not read the Afrocentric material as they should. So in a way, that's kind of validating it while at the same time distancing themselves from it. You know, um, and it's I feel like they know it's a blind spot. It's just
You
gonna take
know,
time.
yeah,
Like
and
you said.
there's lots of blind spots for all disciplines, right? That's why we have to be so I have to be cautious, right? And and kind of informed on linguistics to a certain extent, um, but that's not where I lead from, because when we're arguing things like we were arguing today on this letter and it mentioned Hesse, and the edicts say edict against the blacks, and then when we look at the language of the Egyptians, it says Nahesi, right? Now so you go off the deep end. You fail. You fail if that's your argument. And then what we want to do, unfortunately, Zoo, is we want to fast track all disciplines in the same chronology. We can't do that. We can't do that.
Trying to
I don't
make the
know,
trying to make the data say things it don't say and stuff.
all the time. And now we're dealing with another issue where they thought they was laughing at me, but I'm laughing at them about the depopulation of the Africans in Egypt because of the trans-Saharan slave trade, because
Well,
of the
that's the part that I thought was crazy with the conversation with Garfield and even PK, because they came back saying that the primaries were pseudo. You know, how can the primaries be pseudo if they're telling you consistently that over generations they were deporting people and shipping them out to the Levant and to the Mediterranean.
Yeah, to the Ottomans, right? The Ottoman and Egypt went through different phases. Egypt, there was a Caliphate period, and then there was the Ottoman period, right? Um, and so the Caliphate period and Ottoman period, two different but both aggressive, but the Ottomans were really, but both groups were aggressive when it came to slavery. If you look dark, your ass gonna get caught by a slave. You worth something in the market, right? And then you're bringing in all those groups. They never left. The Greeks never left. Some Persians never left. The these groups, and then you have the Islamics that brought in a whole bunch of army of different people, right? They never left. And then you have the Momoks, right? Right? Those populations got inbred into it. So now you have Egypt. Egypt is a composition of all of that, and then you had the Africans that were, of course, you're not going to see sub-Saharan DNA. They wasn't mixing with them. They was exporting them to the Ottoman Empire. So that Egypt was depopulated. I give them the statistics. I show them the work, and they just don't want to deal with that. And then we have some people who are Islamic. I respect their faith. I respect who they are, but that doesn't say. But I can show you the Bach Treaty. I can show you the Bach Treaty. I can't show you the whole Bach Treaty, but I can show you where the Bach Treaty is being enacted, right? In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, right? Etc. etc. Sing. You should fear me. Give me what you owe me from the contract, the Bach. I could show you that, and they'd be like, well, nah, no, well. It's not a no, it's not a oh well or well. the Bach Treaty was part of the depopulation of Africa.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
And they act like they don't even know about the Bach Treaty.
Yeah.
You
I mean, I
can't.
think it's just to win talking points, but it's clear that, you know, if you have a policy where you're shipping out hundreds and hundreds of people over hundreds and hundreds of years, I mean, come on, you know, and if this tradition, you know, not even tradition, but if this kind of thing is starting in antiquity with the Assyrians and the Kemet, you know, you can also see how that informs um things like the curse of Ham and other things later on, you know, indirectly.
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. So what it is, we have to call them on it, and the way you call them on it sometimes is assembling information to quickly, because I know where the arguments is. Garfield's argument is the sickle cell, but is the sickle cell born in when is sickle cell born? When is that trait beginnings to be born? Is it born pre-Sahara, pre-Green Sahara? So if it's born pre-Green Sahara because of mosquitoes, because mosquitoes is where the trait forms, you find that in Green Sahara, and then as the people distribute it, you find it during the distribution. But to say that we are not that we're not connected to Egyptians because of the sickle cell trait, well, I don't. You're doing a bloodline thing. You're not doing a technology thing. You're not doing a civilization thing. You're doing a bloodline thing, right? And if most people really knew some things
Kind of
about
work in
West,
other, and it would kind of work in the other way, because if they have Senegal Benin sickle cell, you know, that's a connection. If you want to stress the fact that it's proto dynastic, I mean, all right, but it's also an assumption is to think that that stopped there. You know what I'm saying?
right? But to say that we are not the Egyptians was a civilization that had a radius that expanded, that informed lots of cultures, right? Um, do you want to do the bloodline thing and say I'm not related to it? You are related because of other factors,
Right.
not
Right.
because of the factor that the bloodline. With you can, I mean, I see that being religious and stupid. I really do. I just don't want to. Every time I get into a conversation, it's a on out war, right? I'm pseudo,
Bloodline.
but I got college. I'm pseudo, but I got college. I'm pseudo, and I wrote a paper that's cited, right? Other scholars took a time to read mine and to say, wow, this is great. I'm a cited. And you're gonna argue with me and you're nobody? I mean, I'm sorry about that.
I got your paper, by the way. I'm taking my time with it.
It's easy. It's an easy read.
No, it's a good read too. It's informative.
It's an easy read. It talks about totemism and in a sense. I mean, these people identify themselves relating to black things, the apis bull, the black ram and black sheep, right? It's got links to primaries that we know. I think it makes a quick point. I just look at the battles that we're fighting, Zoo. We're fighting people who now know genome, and based on reading, Zoo, right? All they can do is regurgitate expertly what some experts say, but they can't do no more than that. They ain't been in no goddamn lab, Zoo. They don't even know how the shit works. But they don't argue it up and down as if they scientists. So with that said, I don't know where Smash is, Zoo. I'm tired. I think I need to eat. So I think I'm gonna log out, and I'll leave it up.
I'll
It
back
was
in the chat.
pleasure talking to you. And I see Dehudi is here, and
Yeah, I just came back on not too long ago because I was out doing some work.
okay, well,
But I just been listening.
yeah, I
I
just
gotta,
want
I
to
gotta
say,
make a run myself, but I come back home. But it's still going.
yeah, but you know what I love? I love it when you have to write something. When you have to write something, then all of their stuff falls apart because all they be doing is citing people's work, but they can't really wield it. It doesn't really make too much sense. So I look forward to them trying to write something. Good luck. So with that said, I am going to leave. It's a pleasure. Peace to y'all all. All right.
Good, brother Reggie.
Y'all Snell.
Unc Wasjed.
Where's Smash?
I think I left before he did, so I don't know where he's at.
Dang, so who gonna host the stream? What's gonna happen?
Oh, he made me the head,
Moderator.
the moderator. And so um um yeah. So I don't know how to get out of it, but we can actually call it quits because
Yeah.
it's his show and I don't like doing something on someone else's show, right? Because it gets wild over here. So if y'all can all log out, then it'd be safe, and then I'll log out.
No doubt. Peace, Reggie.
Sound
All right.
good. Yep.
Okay, peace. Let's just see how I could end this show. How do you end this? I'm the moderator. Sign in, view. And how do you end this? Okay. Okay, so what I'll do is I will. Okay, so for everyone else watching the show, we're waiting for Jonathan Owens to come back, but everybody else have logged out of the show, and that's we're just going to end the show. So thanks for watching, and unless I do something wrong, the rest will be air, but hopefully it actually records. So peace.
I left the stream hot because I had people come over. Now I'm out. Peace, 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 peace. And anybody want to